Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the German Poker Day final day itself. Here we have the chip counts. We have Dorjan, who I recognise from previous streams. Carol in second, Rennie in third, Flan in fourth, Christoph in fifth, Bartos in sixth, Mohammed and Ernest seventh and eighth. I forgot to introduce myself, guys, there because the chip counts came up very swiftly. My name is Alan Finn, and I'll be covering for Dan again this weekend. If anyone tuned in last weekend, I was covering the European Poker Festival, which is a 2-day stream. As far as I know, pretty confident in saying this, we will be playing down to a winner tonight. So expect a long stream, guys. Stock up on some snacks if you're going to be tuning in for the full coverage. But yeah, it's going to be a long one. Going to be playing down to the winner. So currently we have roughly 45 to 50 players left at the moment, I believe. We have a graphic that'll turn up in the top right hand corner at some point during the coverage to let me know exactly. But here we have the chip counts and the player positions, I should say. Dorjan, as I said, he's I think he was on the feature table or ran deep in the festival coverage last weekend. I forget exactly the final place he finished it, but that is a name I for sure recognize from previous streams that I would have done commentary on. But here we have the first hand of the start of the coverage, guys. I hope you're in for Dorjan now on the button here. Match is going to be folding. Again, if anyone tuned in from last week, we know that he's very deliberate in his decisions, no matter what his hand is. Here he has 7 deuce off. One of those guys is very deliberate in his decision making, no matter what hand he has. Give an example here of him pushing around his stack, and being the leader on this table. I have no doubt that he is definitely one of those players that once he builds up the stack, he has no problem pushing it around. He's a pretty competent player. The possibility I recognise Bartois as well from previous teams. Anyone tuning in, any of the mods might give me a brief update on any of the regulars. I know a couple of guys did that prior in terms of just letting me know who the more competent or more accomplished players are on these tables. But I'm definitely getting familiar with some of the names, that's for sure. As I said, Dorjan I definitely recognise from previous streams. Potentially Bartois as well, but outside of that, I don't think I recognise that many from previous ones myself, personally. So €199, €200 buy-in, you could say tournament for this, guys. Folding for Ernest, UTG. Shorter stack, as I mentioned, when the chip count's been revealed at the start of the stream. 11 big blinds. Dorjan again on the cutoff here. As much as he'd like to be pushing these chips around, I think there has to be a threshold in terms of what you can and can't open. So we can see 53 players remaining out of 1,874 runners. It's pretty decent size field for a €200 tournament. A long, long day of playing for all these players that have been here for this length of time. As far as I know, the coverage, or not the coverage itself, but the play for day 2 started in the afternoon. So I'm pretty sure these guys are already 5-6 hours playing already. And as I said, we are playing down to a winner. It's going to be a long stream, potentially, unless we get a lot of all-ins pretty swiftly, but that's not up to us to decide. Here we have Bartois here, going all in, basically putting Bartois all in here. I think I prefer the open jam potentially from Bartois in this spot here, maximise fold equity. Obviously you're going to get called by ace-8 anyways, but he's obviously not going to have that all the time. And now you're in this position here. It's just better to shove this than to limp call or to raise call, because you're just not getting the right price in terms of what the range is going to look like from the big blind, in my opinion. So nicely played there by Carroll. Takes down a couple extra big blinds there, plus Bartois. A little bit on a more shorter stack. Didn't lose much in that hand, but personal preference, I would have probably preferred to just open jam that blind v blind, but I think limping it sometimes is fine. But obviously you cannot call the all in once Carroll shoves the ace-8 off over that. The third hand here now, guys. Mohammed, our Australian player. Nice little trip from down under to King's Casino. Not a short flight, that's for sure. I have family living in Australia, so I know how long the journey can be, traveling to Europe. Only ever done it once. But yeah, the journey was not long. Or sorry, the journey was not short, I should say. Bartois here now. It's exact same hand as the hand before. Just different suits, different combo. But I for sure like an open jam here. Maybe you can min raise, but again, I just prefer open jamming here, maximizing them. And Carroll with the same hand, the exact same situation, except just different positions. This is close for Carroll, but of 30 big blinds, I think it's going to be a call. But in saying that, he might be a little bit risk averse, or might decide that, you know, putting in 10 or 11 big blinds here with this hand might be a little bit not his cup of tea, so to speak. But if you look at it from a range perspective, I think it's could be a call here, but Bartois decides to take Carroll decides to take the lower variance route. And Ernest is just going to be getting out of the way here too in the big blind. So nice little chip up there for Bartois, getting the all in through. A few more people coming in. I'll just reintroduce myself, guys, if you haven't noticed already. But Dan, who's the usual candidate for this gig, isn't available again this evening. Not to your worry. We have another Irish person to cover the boot, take over the boot, I should say. My name is Alan Finn from Ireland. Good mate of Dan's, known him for a couple of years. I've also done some of these streams prior. Again, covering for Dan, but as I said, I don't mind doing it. I've done a couple of them already. We've done one or two together. And definitely gotten to a stage where I'm thoroughly enjoying doing these commentating for this casino in particular and this stream in particular. There's always some highs and lows in terms of standard of play, which makes it obviously entertaining for anyone tuning in. And as I said, we are going to be playing down to a winner tonight, guys. So it's going to be a long, long stream. I was told to prepare snacks, not to go hungry, to plan ahead, because it's not going to be a short one. So we'll see how it pans out. But yeah, we're playing down to our winner this evening, guys. At the moment, we still have 52 players left, so we'll be playing down to number one. Just to see how it goes up until then. And a little bit of an interesting fold from Ernest with the 9-6 suited, but Mohammed in the big blind, our Australian player, is not going to say anything about that, given the hand he had in the big blind. On to hand number 4 or 5 now at this stage. Already 10 minutes into this. 10 to 15 minutes into the stream already. Lars. If I had to maybe pick somebody who might be a more confident player, given from what I've seen by the body language, I think he might be one of them, potentially. That's what I kind of feel. We shall see. Dorjan here now with, in my eyes, a relatively decent hand to open with here, especially off his stack size. But again, you're in an early position. It might be a little bit close here. Just decide to let it go. Prioritize here now. Not much you can do in terms of anything but fold. Carroll here off 30 bigs, opening the ace-6 suited in the cutoff. This is going to be folding. Mohammed already cards in the hand. 25 suited it was. Jack A from Christoph here. Should definitely be a defend, even off 15 bigs. It's very, very standard. He does go for a call. I wasn't sure was that a 3-bet there, but for sure a call. Go to a flop. Low connected one, 6 high. Top pair for Carroll. For sure going to be betting this. It falls from any two overs here. Value, still get value from worse, especially from the big blinds range. Welcome on in Raccoon. How we doing, sir? How we doing? Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot Christoph can do here. Just going to be pretty easy check fold. He's realised that himself. Carroll takes down another pot. Relatively good start for Carroll for the coverage so far. Welcome on in, Bird. How we doing, sir? Always seems to be usual suspects and candidates that turn up. I mean, obviously the mods usually have to be here, but there's still obviously a few of the regulars that I recognise. Welcome on in, Netwar. How we doing, mate? How we doing? Lars here now off 18 bigs. As pretty as his hand looks that you'd want to open it, I think we're just going to be passing here. That's what he decides to do. Dorothy's going to be doing the same thing. Bartoy's here now, not going to be doing anything else except folding as well. Mohammed here now, 4-2 suited on the button. He's not going to bother with that either. Just fold around to Rene, who takes down the blinds. Gets a walk. Dorjan here now under the gun with ace-9 off. Again, probably a little bit too loose if you decide to open this. We saw him, I think it was under the gun +1 or under the gun +2 where he'd ace-8 off. Pretty similar hand candidate in this positions. I just want to get out of the way there. A flan here now with the king-queen off, under the gun +1 of 17 bigs. Just going to be coming in for a min. Well, a little bit over min, 2.5 I should say. Bartoy's here thinking about something like this, the 3-bet all in or something like that, but I think it's a little bit ambitious. See the updated payouts there, if anyone's looking in the chat. But anyways, back to this action, I think this might be more important, but the payouts have been updated for anyone that wants to see. Given we have 51 players left, they're all guaranteed. Let me just check. They're all guaranteed €790. Fold around to the big blind here now. Looks down at 7-5 suited, who's probably got, this is a little bit close off 2.5 actually, my intuition tells me. He might elect to fold this, but I don't mind either. I think post flop can get a little bit tricky. And he does decide to let that go. Versus a min open, I'd imagine that's a pretty standard call, but versus the 2.5. Against 2.5 and he's deeper, I think it's going to be a call, but versus, you know, when he's 16, 17 big blinds effective, it's definitely a little bit closer, because obviously stuff can happen post flop where you might start over investing some parts of your range. So I think maybe folding against that size and that stack size probably is the best play there, I feel anyways. You seem to agree. Now bear in mind, there was a lot of times with the stream, the coverage last weekend for the European Poker Festival, where my intuition was telling me to do X, and the players ended up doing Y, and then other ones ended up doing Z as well. So a little bit of sometimes you think there's an obvious decision, but the player in game finds something else, whatever reads they have in the situation. But for sure, I'm not always going to be right in my assessment. Tournament poker is not my forte, if I'm totally honest. Usually I play cash games online, 200 nil and 500 nil. But you know, no limit is no limit. It's a lot of the same concepts that are applied to cash games as there would be for tournaments. But obviously stack sizes are a lot more shallow in this sort of situation now in tournaments, whereas with cash games it's obviously, you know, usually 100 big blinds plus. Lars 3-betting all in versus Flan's open here, and Flan might be tempted. This is a big enough 3-bet all in though. It's again, this is close. I think suited ace jack here I think might be a call. I think this offsuit ace 10, there might just be enough folds against this. Pretty close, but I mean it's pretty strong by Lars as well, 3-betting all in versus under the gun. He has to have a pretty good read on Flan here that no, it's all in net. It is all in net, Bird, it is. Same guy as last weekend. Oh, that was just a call. I thought that was an all in from Lars, no? I thought the dealer said all in. Obviously the graphics were correct. But either way, both players are flopping top here. An interesting spot here from Lars. He's leading out on this flop, which is very unorthodox given it's under the gun. And snap all in from Flan. This is why I don't like this from Lars, where he shouldn't really be donking on this flop, especially versus the under the gun, raise first in. I mean, I thought he 3-bet all in that spot. That's why I was a little bit kind of, that's the more aggressive play. I'm probably going to get more folds, but just cold calling from the small blind and then donking this flop, I think it's a little bit too much, especially versus the under the gun range. And I mean, given how fast Flan 3-bet all in, or re-raised all in I should say, I don't think you're ever good here, mate, in all fairness. You got to think about it that way too. It's a rainbow texture as well in terms of very little, you know, draws itself. So, I mean, the pre-flop is a little bit questionable. As I said, I misread the action in terms of thought he 3-bet all in, which I thought was a nice play. A little bit aggressive, obviously, don't get me wrong, but cold calling with this hand out of position is kind of a little bit questionable too. Again, I'm not 100% sure on the strategy in that spot. Maybe it might be sometimes a call. But yeah, as I said, donking this flop here is very ambitious. But again, once Flan 3-bets all in that swiftly, it's just, I think you just got to get the hell out of Dodge here. Trying to get too caught up in this, and you know, even if you call here, what do you expect to be up against in terms of you being ahead? there isn't many hands. As I said, it's a super dry texture. So it's never a worst ace, because a worst ace will just call. So what do you actually beat here? Very, very little, if anything. So I think if Lars thinks about this, he'll come to the conclusion that he's probably never ahead here. Unless Flan is just going a bit crazy with, I don't know, Queen 10, 8, 9, 9, 10, which I can't see is going to be the case. And I mean, at least Lars gets away from it. So yeah, not the end of the world, but for sure, questionable decisions pre-flop and post-flop, I would say. But a nice hand to Flan nonetheless. Here we go, the chip counts again, guys. Dorjan still leading the way as he was since he started the coverage here. You got Carol and Flan second and third, relatively close in chips. You got Rennie in fourth in. You got Christoph, Bar twice, Mohammed, Lars and Ernest more or less around the 9 to 14 big blind mark. Yeah, again, I was kind of more or less saying it in the stream coverage last weekend, unless kind of get to the 8 to 10 big blinds, maybe on life support, but at the same time, there's still a lot of maneuverability. And it's in between 10 to 15, I think you've got pretty decent breathing room, in my opinion. I think the blinds are going up every 45 minutes to an hour, something like that. So you have time. Again, if I remember correctly from previous coverage of when I was commentating, you probably get 15 to 20 hands an hour, so you can wait. You can wait when you're on that stack size. It's not going to kill you. There's a point I'm trying to make here. But anyways, Carol now under the gun +1. King Jack suited. Very, very pretty hand. Mohammed here, debating whether to do something with the A7 suited. Decides not to. It's going to be folded around to the button here. Lars got Ace5 off. One would imagine it's going to be folded, I'd say. Again, you're up against, you could argue, maybe 3-bet jamming the Ace5 suited, but the Ace5 off, unless he's misread his hand, thought it was suited, but again, he's realised that he's going to get out of the way. There's going to be a better spot in future. Get Dorjan now. Pretty hand in the small blind here, but against an under the gun +1, I think he's just going to be passing. Taking a look at the tournament clock there. Decides to cold call, I believe, which I don't mind, but I just feel, again, Queen 9 might be a little bit, still a little bit too loose. You know, stuff like the Queen 10, maybe the 9-10 might be a little bit better, but again, when it comes to small blind cold call range versus early position raise first in, I am not good with them ranges, and so I'm kind of more or less based it on intuition. What I imagine it would look like in terms of what the small blind cold call range looks like in this spot. But all players catch a piece, and this is kind of the issue when you flat call these sort of hands. Obviously, Carol here hits top pair, reasonably good kicker. You got Dorjan in with the backdoor straight, or sorry, the backdoor flush draw and the gut shot at the moment. Indeed you do, Bird. There's always one guy. That's why I was saying, like, from the stream last weekend or the coverage, many times I said this is probably the best thing to do. And that's an interesting fold. I'm very, very surprised to see that. But yeah, there's always one guy at the table that's going to do the opposite of what I think is the best play. So that's an example of it there, and I have no doubt there's going to be many more examples. I mean, there was 2 examples there between the pre-flop decision and also the flop decision there as well. I a little bit confused the reason why he would call that pre and flop a good shot with a backdoor flush draw and still just check fold the flop. If he didn't have the backdoor flush equity, then I think maybe folding is going to be fine. But with that backdoor equity, I think you have to call there. And I think it was only a small bet too. I think it was maybe like half pot or something like that, maybe a little bit less. So I still think you kind of have to call. Plus, there were maybe 28, 29 big blinds effective. So yeah, exactly, Bird. That's kind of the impression I'm getting as well. But you know, like the thing is, when people make these decisions pre-flop, they end up making a lot of mistakes post-flop in terms of, I mean, overfolding, either overcalling, and not really ever finding the right decision based on multiple variables. So you know, again, pre-flop calling that might be a little bit ambitious, but once you call and you flop that equity with that hand in particular, I don't think you can ever check fold. It's like a little bit kind of debatable. I mean, it's not really debatable. I think it's just a pure call. Now opening the 10-9 suited. Dorjan might see an opportunity just to 3-bet this, but he's going to call again. See, this one I don't mind as much because they're in position, and you know, the short stack has to play relatively cautious here, I'd assume, out of position given its stack size. I suppose something like this in the previous hand might make a little bit more sense to call in position, but obviously he was out of position the hand prior. And I think this is a little bit ambitious from Bartois. Again, I know you're getting good odds, but this hand multi-way is like not in good shape like majority of the time, so you need to be aware of that, in my opinion. Mohamed's not the happiest guy getting 2 calls, but not going to be too upset with that flop. Good shot, top pair. Probably not going to be going anywhere off this stack size, in my opinion. Yeah, 11 big blinds now. A little bit of a scary flop for this hand. Again, I know he's not going anywhere, and he's more or less committed himself. I'd imagine he's just going to get 2 folds here. Like if you see Dorjan folding the hand prior, where he had the good shot, where I thought it made a lot more sense to check call in that spot. Now he's in position here, but Mohamed off the stack size, obviously very little fold equity if he decides to re-raise this flop, and he also has to worry about Bartois in the big blind as well. So he's pretty handcuffed here in terms of his in what he can do, and he does decide to fold, which makes sense. And again, I was very much debating Bartois' decision pre-flop with the call. Yeah, again, once Mohamed C-bets on this board into 2 players, and the big blind's going to have a bunch of this sort of kind of connectivity on this board, he has to just be very cautious here. It's a very, very strong bet by Mohamed here. But yeah, up to 19 bigs now because of that. I'm sure taking down that pot goes a long way. Close to 20 big blinds now. Yeah, 40% increase of a stack there. It's amazing that these guys that are kind of on the 10 to 15 big blind, if they take down one like reasonably sized pot, it's just a huge percentage increase in terms of their effective stack, you know, after the hand. Just a huge increase. You know, that's nearly half 50% of an increase there, 40% obviously exactly. But it's a huge increase in terms of the percentage of the stack. Just winning one of them hands. A nice hand to Mohamed all the same. There's debate, but let's do something with the A7 off here, and again, it's kind of, not really a fan of this. I'd rather just like open jam it than because if somebody re-raises all in here, you're probably majority of the time not in good shape, so it's probably just better to maximize fold equity. And this is probably going to be, King Jack, just getting out of the way there, which is, I think, fair enough. Like the point I'm trying to make here is if somebody 3-bets all in here, then you're kind of in bad shape. So, I mean, he gets it through, but personally myself, I'd rather just open jam off the 9 big blinds in that exact position. Yeah, the King Jack is kind of like, I still think it's a fold because, again, it's kind of like, do you have much fold equity in terms of what Lars is doing that with, and is it in that good a shape if he decides to 3-bet all in with the King Jack? So I think he just decided on the latter, which I don't mind, honestly, but I think Lars should just open jam there where King Jack suited is just going to be a pure fold in that spot. And again, like that, it's just like maximizing fold equity with them hands. Hand number 12 already, guys. Lars here again under the gun +3. One would imagine he's going to be folding this one, but wouldn't be the first time I've been surprised. Somebody choosing the latter. I think he's on the shorter stack anyways, Bird, if I see correctly, but we're going to get an idea here. So he's 29 big blinds, yeah. You know, a third of a stack in that situation is kind of... honestly, I'm not sure, if I'm honest. Personally, I think folding is probably the correct play, but I can see another guy just saying, right, just run it with the 10 big blinds, or as you said, just call and then see the flop. You know, both are more than reasonable. But we have the limp from Carol here trying to see a cheap flop, and Ernest waking up with the ace-king suited. There's only one decision, and that is all in, which he did do, so... Chip up there for Ernest. 120 people tuning in on Twitch, guys. Welcome on in. 35 minutes into coverage here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Christoph here now, 14 bigs, going to be coming in for a raise here. Sure, not going to be folding, that much we can all agree on. Holding on to Lars here now. 12 big blinds, probably going to pass. I would personally myself. He does decide to pass. Dorjan getting out of the way as well, and getting out of the way. Fire twice here now, king queen off. Again, it's kind of probably just going to be a fold here, I'd imagine. Not much more you can do. A little bit frustrating that you pick up a hand, but facing that action UTG. King queen suited, I would for sure 3-bet all in here. King queen off is probably going to be a fold for me personally. But he does decide to run it, and he's run into Carol's aces on the button here of 34 big blinds, and I don't think Christoph is going to fold here either. I really wish he would take more time, because that decision looks way too easy. And 10s might get out of the way here, but it's very, very difficult. If Lars, or not Lars, apologies, if Carol decided to take a little bit longer with the decision, I mean, it goes in regardless. We got king queen versus aces versus 10s. Bartois in major, major help here. Christoph in major, major help here also. Carol's aces is running the show at the moment. There's still 5 cards to come, and he still needs to avoid any picture cards for the most part and any 10s. But a big, big favourite. 75% is what we can see here exactly on the graphics. Will that 75% come into 100? We shall see. Relatively safe flop. Yes, indeed, Bert, it will be a huge pot. 3.3 million roughly. And it's looking good. 10 and a 10 only. Our aces and our friend Carol from Poland knocking out 2 other Polish players by the looks of it. And that's going to be it, guys. 2 eliminations. Carroll getting a big chip up there as if he needed it. He was sitting on 29 before that. He's probably easy above 45 now at this stage. We lose two guys, two players, two more Polish guys. We're going to be short-handed here a little bit, maybe seven-handed, I believe. I think the King-Queen is probably a little bit close with the 3-bet jam versus under the gun there. Personally, myself, I might have avoided. Yeah, for sure, yeah. What did they say, Bert? Never be results-orientated or something along those lines? Yeah, 77% increase in his stack there, which is just huge at this time of the tournament. Huge chip up. So yeah, as you can see, we're back to we're down to seven-handed at the moment, guys. So we're gonna have to rejig some of the outer tables to bring maybe at least one player to the table for the moment. But for now, it's going to be seven-handed. Got Lars with nines here. In terms of pocket pairs that you probably want to be open jamming, I think nines is the top of it. I think with tens you might start min raising, but you know, again, never folding. I think it's just up to the player themselves if they want to make a decision like that. So he made a mistake in terms of the sizing. Probably wants to make it at least min, or he didn't make it as big for min. I think he made it 150 originally. So he'll have to come in for a min raise here by the looks of it. Slight mistake in terms of the chip counts that he was trying to do. Yeah, I mean, maybe he wanted to make it a little bit bigger, but I mean, I think a min raise off this stack is probably the better sizing. I think it accomplishes the exact same thing for the most part anyways. We started the coverage at 54, guys. It's down to 41 already. Rene decides to pass there with the 5-2 suited in the big blind. Lost a good few players since the start of the stream, guys. We're only 35, 40 minutes into the stream already, and by the looks of it, we've lost over 10 players. I think we started on 54, we're down to 41 already, so pretty swift. But if hands like that stay running up against each other, I should say, the stuff like 10s versus king, queen, and aces, then we're going to get players knocked out a lot more swiftly, that's for sure. Hey, J-Ways, what's going on, bro? How we doing? Fold around to Mohammed here on the button with Jack 2 suited. Going to be getting out of the way as well. Rene who's just open jamming on Lars here now, which I think is completely standard, and I like to see it. Like, Rene is going to be shoving relatively wide here, so Lars needs to look to... This is a little bit close. I mean, I imagine a lot of the German players know each other and have an idea how the athletes play. So, look, if he has any inkling that Rene is open jamming in here pretty wide, which he's supposed to be doing, then ace 3 I think is going to be a call here. Especially blind v blind. You know, if this was cut off all in, then, you know, maybe we can start getting away from this. Well, this is super wide spot here where like an ace high is like really good. Like, I don't know, guys. I mean, I think he shows the ace, I believe. Yeah, I'm not sure. Look. Maybe this is something I need to upgrade in terms of stuff I should be calling here, but look. Yeah, well, this is a good question, Bert. That is a good question, mate. Am I supposed to know? Yeah, personally, I'd imagine that's always a call, guys. As I said, if this was, you know, maybe a tighter position of an all-in terms of like hijack or cut off. I think that's going to be a pretty easy fold. But as I said, blind be blind. Don't think we can don't think we can be folding the ace-3. Yeah, okay, it's a bad kicker, but sometimes you have to just bite your time to run it, and clearly Lars didn't feel it. He did not feel it. Ernest here now shoving the king-9 suited and the hijack. Getting out of the way there are Lars. Dorjan going to be folding too. I think it's one of the first times I've saw him without glasses, I'm not going to lie. It's the first time I've seen him without glasses. Sunglasses at the table. Ernest takes down that pot there. Bit of a chip up there for Ernest again, which is never a bad complaint when you're sitting on a short-ish stack, that's for sure. We have a new player coming to this table, guys. Dealer, one of the dealers, dropping the chips here, and he's an older gentleman. One of the chairs completed, or filled, I should say. It's a relatively decent size stack by the looks of it, and that's Thomas. Don't even ask me to pronounce his surname. I was going to go with Thomas, an Australian player. Austrian, I should say. Just getting out of the way, they were 7-3 off. Mohammed putting the chips in the middle. So this is what Mohammed is more so playing like how I'm thinking in terms of just maximizing fold equity at these hands and all that. Yeah, Bird is doing a bang up job, Jay Wiz. The moment he came in, he was switching out the page the comms, making sure it was me, Alan, in the booth. Smashing job. Mohammed taking that down there with the all-in. And that's why I like that move. You can definitely do that more frequently in later positions because less players to get through. I don't mind seeing the min opens from early position because there's obviously 6-7 players to get through. But in hijack and cut off there, I think open jamming 10 or 11 big blinds there is just going to be the best play for the most part. As I said, maximizing fold equity when you have them king 10s and stuff like that is going to be the best play. Put pressure on like some offsuit ace-x that's going to have to fold because the price is getting all that sweet stuff. I don't know whether they're going getting rid of the 7-6 off. Ernest here. Yeah, I mean, it's close, and he knows it's close. Don't think he got that curly hair from nothing. A lot of years of scratching the head. So poker will do to you. Rene here now with the king jack and the hijack, king jack off, I should say. I think Lars is going to be 3-betting all in here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. For sure, I think this should be a 3-bet all in here. I don't think there's much else to do. Can't really be too afraid of monsters under the bed with Rene here. Let us get one decision right, Bird, eh? One decision right so far on the stream. And he does decide to do it. I can sleep happy now, Bird, now. Just getting one right. And it's going to get through as well, and if somebody in the blinds wakes up with something. Swift fold from the small blind. We got Thomas here now on the big blind. Yeah, that's a surname I ain't going to be able to pronounce. Could maybe get the first 3 words of the surname correct, but the rest, not a hope. But yeah, I'd imagine Rene is just going to be raise folding here. Decent amount of his range. He's just going to have to raise fold here, I think. King Jack off is going to be one of them. Yeah, this is definitely never a call, mate, for sure. Yeah, and he takes it down. So again, like I said, guys, these sort of spots where you got to take down the blinds, the antes, and the raise first in from the raiser themselves. You're talking a 4 to 5 big blind increase in your stack size. Welcome on in, Pete. How we doing, sir? It's going to be a long one tonight, mate. I know the last one, last Sunday, whatever, was, I think it was 11 hours. But we're playing down to a winner tonight, mate. So, as I said, I think there's 39, 40 players left at the moment. So we'll be playing down to a winner. So I was told to prepare snacks. For me, obviously, not for everyone. Because it's going to be a long one. So better not get too hungry. Maybe a couple of cups of coffee to trick my brain to not realize that I'm tired. I've been up since 10 a.m. so if this goes to 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to have a long ass sleep when I get to bed at some stage. Indeed, mate, indeed. It's going to be a long one, but I'm ready. I'm ready. It's what I signed up for. It's like how we have a discussion with poker when we're going on about bad beats and running bad and down swings. It's what I signed up for. It's literally that. Dorjan here with a hand in the cutoff. Tens here's going to be a pretty standard raise, I would guess. 40 players left yet. 2.3 million, 2.4 you could say million average stack size. For a raise here, which is what we all suspected. 230, a bigger raise, 3x, close to 3x. Well, sorry, this has gone up to 2.3, I should say. I've realized the blinds have just gone up. It's going to get through. Dorjan takes down a pot. Still the chip leader on this table, although maybe Carroll, I think, after that big pot with the aces, might be ahead of him slightly in terms of overall chips. But at some stage, I'm sure we'll get the chip counts or the graphics on screen to verify that. But I can't imagine there's too much in between the players. Definitely the two guys with the biggest chip stack on the table at the moment, I believe. Rennie here now was getting out of the way, and our Lars looking down at ace-5 suited. Sorry, that was Rennie previously. Actually, just going to be going in the muck as well. Dorjan, queen 3 off, going to be in the muck. And 6-3 off here, going to be getting out of the way as well. Thomas, I believe. Graphics are a little bit behind. We got Carroll here just open shipping against Ernest, and this is what I mean, guys. You know, if you look at the previous example where it was Rennie shoving on Lars, where he had the ace-7, Carroll here just shoving Jack-8. That's a good example of someone who understands that you just need to be very, very aggressive in terms of shoving wide against the short stack, who's has to be very selective in what they call off with on the big blind. I mean, I'm not very selective, but there's obviously just a threshold that you can call. But the small blind can probably be shoving easily 80 to 90% of hands there, I think. And it'd be profitable also. It takes down the blinds and antes regardless. So I think they're actually very similar in terms of the stack sizes between Dorjan and Carroll. Carroll maybe has an extra 2 or 3 big blinds max, where Dorjan here on 39. Yeah, I think Carroll had 40 in the previous graphic that we saw, so very, very similar. Might be something Dorjan has to be conscious of going forward as well, in terms of like not being able to open that wide, but let's see how it pans out in terms of the dynamics. Thomas here now, opening in the cutoff here to 280, a little bit on the 3x. And Ernest snap all in with the ace king, and Thomas is probably going to call it off pretty happily. I mean, he's obviously going to get the bad news, but ace jack here is very standard in terms of a raise and a call versus 9 big blinds or so. And he gets the bad news, but I wouldn't be too upset over that. Thomas still has plenty of chips to play with if he doesn't win this hand. But he needs a jack. He needs some jack or some straight cards. See what comes. Alright guys, here comes the flop. And ace king still miles ahead here for the most part. Has hearts covered too. And spades. So a jack probably the only one that's going to do it from, and it has to be a non-jack of hearts. So running pretty thin here, Thomas, but we still have a river to come, and Ernest gets the double up, which I'm sure he'd be delighted with. Nice double up for Ernest there nonetheless. As I'm saying, guys, he was on 9 big blinds, now he's on 15, or sorry, 18 or 19 I should say, if not close to 20. It really pays to be patient. Well, you know, as I said, there's still opportunities, there's still situations where you just cannot get away from your hand. Look at this, 125% of a stack increase there. That's just a massive amount. So yeah, that probably puts them up to like 19, 20 big blinds, I'd say. Which, to be fair, like, it's, you know, 2.3, 2.4 million average. But again, we have the chip stacks here. Carol, 50 big blinds. Dorjan and Thomas in around 38, 39 big blinds, give or take. You got Flan, Ernest in on 21 and 18 respectively. And then Rene, Lars and Mohammed more or less on the same stack size between 14 or 15 big blinds. So, you know, as I said, guys, I always kind of say in terms of when you are on life support, it's probably anything between 5 and 10 big blinds, but 5 and 8 big blinds, in my opinion, is kind of life support situation. I think anything between 10 and 15, you're doing okay, and I wouldn't be, you know, becoming anxious in terms of, oh God, I'm short stack and all that stuff. It's really not the case. You know, there's a long enough blind structure here. As I said, I think it's 45 minutes to an hour for each blind level. What's going on, Ivan? Welcome in, sir. Good to see you again. Lars here now coming in for a raise to 260, a little bit over 2.5x. And Dorjan is going to be folding this queen 10, I would assume. I think doing anything else might be a little bit criminal. Does decide to agree with my thought process. Thomas here now, getting out of the way with the jack 3. Carol getting out of the way too. Ernest going to be folding also. It's around to Mohammed here in the small blind. 3s. And we got Rene here with the bullets. What way is he going to play them? There's times like this off these stack sizes where calling would be really nice, because let's think about it here. He has 0 fold equity here, and really, what hands in terms of 3-bet fold is he going to do off 11 or 12 big blinds? So in my opinion, there's only 2 ways to play this hand. You either slow play pre-flop. I mean, look, you're just going to be stacking off 99.9% of the time post-flop anyways. So at least give your opponent a chance to catch something, because this looks way strong, way too strong. You know, like, so going back to my original point, I think you either call pre or you just 3-bet all in, because I just don't think there's just no raise size other than all in that makes sense here, off your stack size anyways. So, you know, I think this just makes Lara's decision. I mean, look, if he 3-bets all in, it's going to be an easy fold anyways. But between that and the 3-bet size, and he did, it's going to be an easy fold anyways. So, you know, I think, look, I mean, it's just very, very strong from Rene doing that. So, as I said, it's either 3-bet all in, or, you know, just call and play something post-flop where Lars might catch a queen, he might catch a king, and if he catches 2-pair, then so be it. It is what it is. You're never folding aces, you know, at that SPR or that stack-to-pot ratio or just in that stack depth. You're just never getting away from that. So, you know, not a fan of the 3-bet sizing. As I said, if you're going to 3-bet, I'd rather just 3-bet all in, because I just think that's the most sense that you're going to do that with. You know, if you make that decision to 3-bet, that it's just going to be all in. What's going on, Freddie? How are you doing, sir? Unlucky, sorry to hear that, mate, but by the looks of it, that is poker, my friend. That saying goes, it's pretty standard, yeah. J-Wiz has got the bad beach command out. I didn't know that command was there, but I like it. It's like cry me a river, J-Wiz, yeah? Ernest getting a little bit out of line. Well, I'd say a little bit out of line here. I think the raise is absolutely fine, but I think Ernest might be a little bit of a person that's like a bag full of tricks, if you get what I mean. Probably be capable of some unorthodox plays if given the opportunity to. But he takes on the blinds and antes again there, and look, he's chipping up. He's chipping up. He came at the start of this coverage. I think he started with 8, 9 big blinds or something along that. And he's on 21 big blinds now, so he must be doing something right. It looks that way, Bird, no? I think so too. A bit over an hour into the coverage here, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to be playing down to a winner tonight, guys, so it'll be a long stream, depending on how the knockouts work out and all that stuff. As I said, we will be playing down to a winner, and I will be commentating on all the coverage, so hopefully I don't pass out at some stage. But chances are I won't, because something I enjoy doing in life is talking about poker, so I don't think I'm going to pass out anytime soon. Here we have Lars in the small blind with Carroll opening the 7s, pretty standard. And it looks like it's going to get through again. Don't think Dorjan, I know it's a min open, he might be tempted to defend this. But pretty close. But I think I might fold here personally, but yeah, I think it's just going to be a fold. I mean, again, it's from under the gun +2. You need to be careful here. There's probably a lot more other hands you can call there in the offsuit range. And I think King 6 offsuit against the min open is definitely very close in terms of calling. And maybe against that stack size it's still a call, but you know, I don't mind just passing it in that situation as well. I think it's fine either way. Ernest here now. He's going to be coming in for a raise, that's for sure. king queen suited here. 2.5x. Hammer's probably going to be getting out of the way as well. No, I think that hand in particular, Bird, is definitely on the cusp between call and fold. Like, very close to bottom of the range, I think. Personally, I don't mind a call, and I also don't mind a fold. That's how I feel instinctively. And that's versus a min open. So, yeah, versus any other size in 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, it's going to be probably a fold, especially 2.2 plus, I'd imagine. But we got Flan here, flopping middle pair. Got Ernest with the up and down. 2 overs to go with it. And see a turn card. Got Flan calling relatively quickly. So again, if I'm seeing that in game, I'm putting him on at least second pair. And not a good turn card for Flan, but a good turn card for Ernest. Still think this is worth a bet here. Something like 400 or 500k. Seems good. It's 500k, I like. Flan literally can only fold here. You know, it's just a really bad turn card. It improves so much of Ernest's range in this situation where your ace-10 is either marginally ahead or just miles behind, basically. And I think most of the time it's just going to be miles behind. Yeah, for sure, J-Wiz, for sure, mate, for sure. I mean, it's just such a bad turn card. Just really, really bad. It completes so many hands. And it just improves so many hands that were already good on the flop, basically. So just going to be folding, which I think is the best play. I don't think there's anything else to do there. And again, Ernest chipping up. He's on 27 big blinds, guys. Always nice to see someone starting the coverage on a shorter stack and literally tripling up 1 hour into it. Can't complain. Cannot complain. There's here now on the cutoff. He looks like my old biology teacher. Nice. Dorjan here now is folded around to the dealer. I think we saw the first hand him opening 7-2 off as well, so definitely more than happy to open extremely wide in this situation, and maybe believes Thomas might be over folding his big blind too. But I don't mind anyone opening a button wide, like, you know, especially in live poker where there's going to be a lot of different characters in terms of, you know, potentially overfolding, but this is not an overfold from Thomas. This is a very nice 3-bet. And going to get the job done, I'd imagine. Dorjan's just going to realise he's had his hand caught in the cookie jar. So it's going to be raise fold, I'd imagine. Now, as debatable as some of the decisions I've saw so far, if I see anything but a fold or a raise, I'm going to be very, very confused. Because calling should not be the option here, and I think he knows that. Oh no, just, yeah, I mean, look, same situation from the last day, Bird, the last weekend in terms of coverage. Dorjan likes to take his time. Doesn't matter if it's 7-2 or it's aces. The length that he takes to make that decision is very, very close to similar. He does eventually find the pass after 30 seconds to a minute of Hollywooding. You're going to get that, Mardorjan. But a very nice 3-bet there from Thomas. That's made me realise that, you know, stereotypically, you kind of imagine older gentlemen, you know, probably not going to be that aggressive, probably going to be, in general, more on the passive side, you know, not going to 3-bet these sort of hands, only going to call and basically not 3-bet that much in general, let alone 3-bet the ace-8 off first the button open. So it's really given me a good indicator on how Thomas thinks about the game and is willing to adjust, you know, depending on the situation that's coming in. Like, you know, Dorjan, he's probably aware that he's going to be opening the button super wide. So, you know, if that's the case, then, you know, my ace-8 can obviously be nice as a call. But at the same time, you know, maybe it's better to 3-bet this where I'm going to get a ton of folds. And that's exactly what happened. So well played by Thomas there. But as I said, me seeing that has given me a strong vote of confidence for him as a player and how he thinks. So, yeah, it was good to see. But here we have Ernest opening up another hand. Ace-Jack off. Thomas in the small blind here is probably just going to be getting out of the way, guys. Not much more he can do there, I don't think. $275 here. Thomas decides to call from the small blind with Queen-8 off. Or maybe it's an incorrect graphics read, potentially. I mean, it's a little bit debatable in terms of doing this after me complimenting them so much the hand prior, and he just ends up cold calling from the small blind. I think maybe this is the big blind, guys, and there might be an issue with the graphics, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not. I think it looks like the small blind, to be fair, because Carroll is just before him, so it must be the small blind. I mean, look, after seeing this, it's like I might have smoked too soon, Bird. I'm not going to lie, mate. No compliments anymore. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. I spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. So lesson learned for me, that's for sure. Yeah, obviously not a good turn card for both the players in terms of their actual hand. Just going to go check most of the time here, I would say. And Thomas improves to 2-pair. I'd like to see a small bet here, something like 300k. 400k is fine. Anything in between that is all good. And I think this is just a clear fold here for Ernest. You know, if Thomas is value betting, I don't know, like these 2 players range, which is the bottom of his value betting kind of threshold, then you're just never ahead here. And you have to imagine when a check calls with on the flop, unless he has some 9x here, that's the only hand you kind of beat, that he might be turning into a bluff, which he should. But yeah, you're just like rarely ahead here. And I don't think bluff raising this makes that much sense. It's not that it doesn't make sense, but I feel you're probably just better off betting the turn if you have the 10. And he does decide to get out of the way regardless. But yeah, that was a funny one. Immediately the next hand he just like cold calls Queen-8 off from the small blind after like 3-betting ace-8 off from the big blind. I was like, okay. No compliments anymore. No compliments anymore. It's an interesting one. Indeed, an interesting one. But yeah, he wins the hand regardless, so... Again, what do I know? What do I know? Ahmed here now looking down at his cards first to act. Queen-Jack off, going to be going in the middle. Rene coming in with 8s for a raise. 2-3-5. Round that off to 2.4x. We got Lars now in the small, or sorry, the gun +2. I mean, I would imagine it's a pretty clear fold in these positions, with this hand in particular. Let's get out of the way, which again is what we suspected. Fold around to our favourite Thomas. Coming in for a call with Queen Jack off, which I don't mind on the button. I think it's okay. Probably like very close to bottom of cold call range here. I mean, probably it's a fold regardless, but you know, I mean, he's not in the hand anymore, so I'm not sure what he cold called on the button there, if he cold called. I don't see Thomas in the hand, but I thought Thomas cold called himself. Rennie on 8 with 8s here, flops quads. Checks around. I thought there might have been an issue with the graphics there in terms of who cold called and what it read, but no biggie either way. And that's what we have there now. It's correct again. It wasn't flopped quads, it was turned quads. I mean, this is an interesting one because Ernest has like 9-7 for the nut straight. I mean, I don't see how Ernest doesn't really go broke here unless it comes another 6 or 8 on the river. That might be the only way he's going to get away from this. And he improves to a higher straight, but I don't think it makes that much of a difference. I think Ernest might be just saying, I'm all in, mate. It's nice to, yeah, I mean, he's going to get the bad news. I just hope these guys just take their time. Just take another minute. Guys, come on. And he snap calls, which, you know, it is what it is. It's kind of, that's it for the teacher. Yeah, unfortunate for Ernest there. Like, literally nothing he can do. He's still in it, but, you know, that's what I would classify as life support, being on 2 big blinds. Yeah, I mean, best thing to happen in poker, in my opinion, is when you actually have a hand like this, when you have quads, or you know, you flop a straight flush and you somehow get paid and all that jazz. But when you make these really strong nutted hands and you still get paid, it's like it's probably one of the best things in poker. Probably one of the best things in poker, because it happens so infrequently that when you actually hit these hands, most of the time you don't get paid, or you just win a small pot. But when you win a big one, it feels really, really nice, especially with quads. So nice hand there to Rene. And yeah, Ernest is on life support. This is what I would classify as life support, guys. Huge chip up now for Rene. 122% of his stack, guys. It's a huge, huge chip up. Obviously, that was a big pot. Chip in a chair. Chip in a chair, indeed. Again, if I remember correctly, there was one guy from the coverage last weekend of the EPF. Yeah, I think there was like a 1 big blind, 2 big blind situation as well, where he ran it up to 30, 35 big blinds and made the final table. Now, he didn't win it, unfortunately, but you know, there was definitely a situation where we're down to the last 12 or 13 players where he was on 1 or 2 big blinds and managed to run it up. Here is our new player on this table, is Evo. Check player by the looks of it. Evo now, first hand. A little bit close, but yeah, I think it's going to be a fold UTG. King 10 suited. Lars getting out of the way. We got, well, excuse me, he will be getting out of the way. Dorjan here now, pocket deuces. Might be tempted to raise here. I don't mind a fold, honestly, but Probably one of the worst pocket pairs to open here, but, you know, off this stack size, I don't mind it. I think off his stack size, it's just going to be more of a raise more often. Carroll here now. Mohammed here now is not going to be completing here. Should I say continuing in the big blind here, but this hand, queen 3 off. Just taking some time to count his stack. We all know he's not going to be jamming here, or squeezing all in. Just going to be getting out of the way. Go heads up against the 2 table. Well, I mean, very close in terms of chips. And obviously not a good flop for the 2s exactly, but, you know, Dorjan's board here in terms of premiums, he's going to hit this pretty well. So, goes for 200k bet, which is just a third of the pot. I mean, obviously Carroll here is a very, very straightforward call. Doesn't have any really backdoor equity except some backdoor straight draw. Obviously, he doesn't have a flush draw to go with it, but still kind of have to call versus this sizing. It's going to be the best play. Jack on the turn. It'll be interesting to see what Dorjan decides to do here. I think on a more brick turn, in terms of like a 7, 8, 9, he might be more inclined to continue betting here, but again, shows how much I know. I think this is one of the turn cards you want to be a little bit more cautious on in terms of like being overly aggressive. But again, like it's just a very good board for your perceived range, where you can definitely get away with doing this, and it's going to work. King Queen cannot call this turn without redraws. I mean, I know he has the good shot straight, but you know, it's wishful thinking here in my opinion if you're going to put in 650k here with this hand, and I think he realizes that also. I like the bet from Dorjan, and he understands that this board is very good for his range, and he does get it through. So very nicely played there from Dorjan. Takes on a relatively big pot in terms of big blinds. As I said, there's not a lot you can do there with King Queen. Kind of similar spot with Ace 10 and King Queen in a couple of hands prior, where you're facing that turn bet where you're either marginally ahead or miles behind, basically. And, you know, on that board in particular, given Dorjan's perceived range, he's going to have strong hands a lot more often than pocket 2s there, basically. He has that leverage that he can bet that flop, turn, and probably river pretty aggressively. Now, if Carroll decides to call that turn, then it gets a little bit more, you know, debatable whether to follow through on the river. There will be certain rivers that you probably have to give up, but you can make that. You can make your own assessment after that if you get to that spot. But a very nice bet from Dorjan, regardless on the turn, getting him to fold the King Queen from Carroll. Dorjan here, pocket 7s under the gun +2. No doubt he's going to be coming in for a raise. Happens. 2.3, 2.2, 2.3x. Ernest. Live support, as I said, guys. You got Evo here now in the big blind, who's definitely going to be defending, for sure. Just decide to call. Queen, Jack, 9, 2-tone. Two pretty quick checks from both players. 10 on the turn. And this is going to be a good spot to start bluffing here from Dorjan. And gets it through. Very nicely played from Dorja. There's two nice hands there where we saw good timing of aggression. Obviously, Evo can't do much there in terms of a stack size. Check call on the turn there. He's just forced to check fold. And that's the thing you have to do with these sort of stack sizes post flop. You just kind of have to play a little bit more cautiously in terms of what you decide to put money in the middle with pairs and draws and stuff like that, because you know your stack is going to get more and more shallow. So you need to be careful post flop, and that's what Ivo had to do there, or Evo. But here we have the chip counts. Thomas and Carol level on chips. Dorjan more or less level as well, 46, 46, 45. And then obviously one following up behind in terms of stack size itself. I think it was 39 big blinds. And then everyone sub 20 below that then. You know what, Ernest, he's obviously sitting on the short stack with probably one big blind at this stage. And Lars here now with the ace-3 suited. You know, I see spots like this where, you know, I'm not 100% sure, can you have a raise fold range here, but I don't think that's going to bother Dorjan when he picks up ace queen in this spot. I mean, I'd be looking at the players ahead of me in terms of what stack sizes are there. He's looking at the tournament clock. More or less asking for a count from Lars. I mean, I don't think Dorjan is ever folding here. It's just a matter, does he want to call or 3-bet? And if I'm honest, I think I prefer 3-bet, but he does decide to call. I think call is fine as well. I mean, we're never folding. It's just like, yeah, I agree, Bird. It's like, I just don't think having a raising range off the stack size. And Evo picks up the queens here, and I think Dorjan. I see this is the problem. You're putting in close to 3 big blinds off a 9 big blind stack with ace-3 suited. You know, you either go all in here or fold. And if there's a pay jump like you mentioned, Bird, then it's going to be a pure fold. You know, there's no in between. So, look, we've seen Lars. Look, I'm not saying I'm 100% correct in what I'm saying in my analysis, but I'd be confident in saying there's definitely been spots where Lars has chosen to raise where it's literally either going to be an all-in, as in an open shove for the 10 or 11 big blinds, or just going to be a fold, because this is just criminal in a sense that, like, you're raising a third of your stack, and you're going to have to fold here, and for sure I agree. Like 3 big blinds off 9 big blinds, man, is, you know, that's three orbits, you know, close to two orbits at least, you know, in terms of, like, you know, the big blind ante and the big blind and the blinds itself. So it's not ideal when you're putting in a third of your stack here and having to fold. Don't think it makes much sense, to be fair. The question is Dorjan. I think Dorjan has to call here given the price, because Evo could have a bunch of pocket pairs here, like 8s, 9s, 10s, stuff like that, where you're flipping. So for sure, you have the equity to call here, I guess. I mean, it's obviously not a snap call by any means, but maybe at the same time, it's probably going to be a think for. Well, we know he's going to take his time to think about it, anyways. But I think he's going to come to the decision to call, I'd assume. It's about 690k more to him, as the graphic shows. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to be folding here, ever. You just have to weigh up the odds you're getting here in terms of the price and the range that you think Evo is going to be doing this with. And if he has like any 9s, 10s, jacks here, which he's going to have, then you're probably getting close to the call. Pretty happy to call this, I guess. Come to that conclusion. She does find the call, so obviously a little bit dominated here in terms of percentages running into queens here, but that is obviously not going to be the case. Not going to say most of the time, but I would say a decent amount of the time it's not going to be queens. It can be some worse ace-x, like ace-jack suited, ace-10, you know, stuff like that. So, and you're going to have some under pairs that are going to squeeze all in that spot as well. So ace-queen is doing relatively well, I would assume, against Evo's range in general. And it's a safe flop for the queens so far. An ace and an ace only for Dorjan. He will be doubling up Evo. Double up for Evo. That puts him up more or less on the 20-21 big blind mark, which again, guys, the average is probably 2.4, 2.5 million, so he's just a couple of big blinds under the chip average for the tournament. So, doing all right. You just hear the dealer there announcing a chip increase, or a blind increase, I should say. I think I heard 60 and 120k. Which again, puts a lot of pressure on these stacks. Shorter stacks like Ernest, for example, and anyone that's probably, you know, sub 10 big blinds, for example, needs to be careful. For sure, the blinds will eat away at you if you don't take spots that you just have to accept your fate, so to speak. Dorjan with his famous pocket twos here now again. Might be inclined to fold this time, and he does. First to act there, and you got Flan, snap all in. With the ace king off, which is obviously very standard. You got Ernest, obviously, who's doesn't have too much of a decision when it comes to whether he wants to go with a hand or not, given his stack size, but he does decide to get all the way. Folded around to the dealer button and back around to the blinds, I should say. Evo has gone all the way, and you've Rene who's going to call here, but going to be mostly chopping here, guys, unless we see a lot of spades, clubs, hearts, diamonds. But a lot of the time this is going to be a chop pot. If you ask both players right now, would they take a chop? I think they both would, but they have to do a run out regardless. Gotta do a run out regardless. Maybe the first time we saw a bad beat like this, guys. Two hands, two exact same hands with two different suits. And we see it happen here where somebody gets a bad beat, and we have some spades. Have some spades for Rene. But again, slight increase in the possibility of winning the hand. We're just gonna chop it up. It's gonna happen like literally most of the time, guys, let's be real, in terms of a chop pot, but a small sweat on the flop regardless. Dorjan drinking something that I'm curious about in terms of what it might be. Like some whiskey on the rocks there, guys, or something along those lines. An old-fashioned. Looks good either way. We're going to have a break in about maybe 30-35 minutes, guys, something like that. Or 15 minutes or so. Carroll here now with a pretty looking ace-10 suited, coming in for a raise. Folds around to Lars in the small blind. We've got an interesting fold there from Rene on the button there. Surprised he folded the queen-jack suited. Dorjan debating what to do with 10-2 off here. Doyle Brunson, but size on the ladder and just gets out of the way, which I think is completely normal. There are 35 players remaining still, guys. As I said at the start of the stream and a couple of times since, we will be playing down to a winner tonight. There will be a ticket, or not a ticket, there will be a winner. Started on 54 runners of this coverage, if I remember correctly. We're down to 35 now. So buckle up for a long night of entertainment, guys. Going to be here for all of us in terms of doing the commentating. Hopefully some of the mods, if it's not too early, should I say too late in the morning, for them to hang around. We shall see who outlasts each other. But regardless, I am handcuffed to doing this commentary until we are finished here, until we have won, or have a winner, I should say. So we'll see how that pans out. But a long night in store, regardless. Dorjan here now in the small blind. I like a limp here, if I'm honest, because I think Flan's stack is around the 12, 13 big blinds. And that's what he decides to do. She comes in for a raise, which is interesting. I mean, it's fine, either or. Again, it's like 10 big blinds there. What more do you want? You're just better off just like open jamming there. Or limping. Either way, 2.5x works. I think if you're not at the table, Downage, we're just going to call you, because that's the only part of that username I can pronounce. Yeah, I think if you're away from the table, you mightn't be dealt in. I didn't see that, if I'm honest with you, but usually that's the case. If you're not at the table, you shouldn't be dealt in cards, potentially. Yeah, you're still dealt in, but your hand is dead, basically, is how that works, I believe. But we have Lars going all in here now regardless, and Thomas is going to be looking him up, I think. And it's going to be a flip. Ace-9 is a slight favourite in terms of percentages. Again, maybe there might have been some six folded or something like that where we know it. Players in the hand don't. Go to a flop here regardless. Lars at risk. And still at risk. He looks to the heavens, looking for a 9 or an ace or some running clubs. We're going to be losing Lars. 35th place. And more equity, more outs, and he hits the 9. Oh, I just realised there's a set of 6s for Thomas. I didn't realise that. My bad. My bad. I didn't see the 6 on the flop. But either way, we lose Lars. We lose Lars, unfortunately. Good game, mate. Well played. That means we're down to 34, guys. And everyone is guaranteed themselves €1,100, 1.1k. He made the pay jump, Urge, yeah, he made the pay jump. So the top 35 would have got an extra 200 quid or 150 euro or something like that. So he did make the pay jump. He did indeed. Down to 34 players, or is it 35? Maybe their graphic field needs to update. Yeah, plus 150, yeah, which is, I mean, you know, given the buy-in was €199 or 200 quid, whatever, then, you know, free buy-in, give or take, for the tournament again when it goes on. We have Flan here now, moving all in here with the ace-queen. It's going to get to this stage, guys, where it's going to be a shove-fold fest in terms of these 9, 10, 11 big blind stacks having to just run it up. And Thomas here, yeah, I think this would be a call from. I mean, this is close. Maybe it's just a pure fold. Honestly, I think there might be sometimes you could justify calling, but if you're on the big blind there, I think it's going to be more of a call. Small blind is probably like, you know, a little bit close either way. But Flan takes down a few more chips regardless. I think it was just maybe 9-10 big blinds. Fran, that hand, and he's maybe added a couple of more with the blinds and antes, so he's still got Ernest, who's keeping himself afloat somehow, but I think he's all in this hand. So if I was him, I wouldn't even look at the cards because he's all in regardless, so. Yeah, we've 33 players left now, guys. Ernest with a pretty looking ace-6 suited, which is nothing wrong with that when you're all in blind. I mean, Thomas might just decide to call here, he might just decide to raise. He does decide to call, so both Thomas and Carol are coming after Ernest, but only 420k in the pot, guys. Blinds are 120, big blind 120, so you're talking 3.5 big blinds. Ernest can win here. And it's a pretty good flop for Ernest. Whether he's looked at his cards or not, I'm not quite sure, but he's probably going to be getting a double up here. Or sorry, I should say triple up technically. I think he's just going to be checked down regardless. Ernest is going to get a triple up to 420k. I don't know if he looked at his hand. It's never too late, Bird. Never too late, mate. What did we say? A chip and a chair earlier, no? I can still see it there. A chip and a chair. Another double up, another 1 or 2 double ups, bro, and he's up 10, 15 big blinds. It can happen. Can happen. John here now with the ace-4 off, under the gun +2. Probably going to decide to let this one go, I would assume. And letting go of the ace-6 off. Thomas here now 7-6 suited. Nice to come in for a raise here. Ernest now in the small blind. Not going to be going with the king tree off. Decides to fold, and Mohammed has been quiet last half an hour to be fair. Not like he can do with 5-2 off, in fairness to him. Thomas taking that down with 7 high, which is never a bad complaint. Pretty looking 7-6 suited. Takes the blinds and antes. Rennie here now, 8-3 off, getting out of the way. Dorjan. Put him in the same boat, I'd imagine. Thomas with another pretty suited hand. Coming in for a raise, which is absolutely standard. Mohammed with a decision by the looks of it, who is just going to re-raise all in with queens. Thing is, with Jack 10 here, might be tempted to call, and I don't blame him. Usually these sort of hands are doing relatively well versus a 3-bet all-in range, and I think Thomas is going to know that too. He's obviously dominated, but at the same time, still win this hand 15% of the time. Obviously very infrequently, but I think the call versus what Mohammed is going to be 3-betting all in here. I think this call with Jack 10 is absolutely standard. So, going to be going to a flop, guys, to Mohammed, the player at risk. Thomas needs some 10s, jacks, straight cards, obviously the queens. Doesn't really want to see too many queens. But he has a good shot, an 8. Needs some backdoor spades as well. And he improves, well, picks up more equity, I should say, more outs. And the spade comes in the river and Mohammed is eliminated. Unfortunate, mate. Fortunate for the Aussie. Knocked out, unfortunately, but that's what I'm saying. Jack 10 in them spots, 9-10 suited, Queen Jack suited. They're never in that bad a shape. Facing a 3-bet all in off 8-9 big blinds. But unfortunately, Mohammed gets a little bit unlucky on that river. But completely out of his control. He did everything he was supposed to do. Was patient, waited for a hand, got it in good, and unfortunately couldn't hold. That is poker, guys. So the next money jump is after 28 players. So 27 plus is 1.275. A few players away from that pay jump. See the chip average in the tournament, yeah, is just under 3 million. Ernest here now. Folding. You got Evo here now. Queen Jack suited. Pretty looking hand in the small blind here. Gets that through. There is. A pretty bad exit from Evo, whatever neck support he's wearing there. Can't turn his neck. Turn around, he has to turn his whole body, which can't be too comfortable at times. Especially if you want to look over your shoulder, you have to turn your whole body, which obviously isn't ideal. Carroll here now with a pretty looking Queen 10 suited, going to be coming in for a raise, no doubt. Does. Ernest. Have to fold there, unfortunately. Evo getting out of the way here. And we got Rennie. Pretty quick call with the pocket sevens. Dorjan now with a pretty looking King Queen suited. Does he want to just cold call here, or does he want to squeeze? I think squeeze is definitely the best play here. Now, my sizings, they're all relatively, I mean, there's 27 big blinds effective here. So maybe something like 650, 700k of a squeeze here is what I'm kind of thinking. Maybe go bigger, but I'd imagine 650, 700k is going to be the bare minimum. Does decide to squeeze. And 750 by the looks of it, or is it 850? 725, yeah, so I was relatively close in the 700k mark. Obviously Carroll is just going to have to fold here. Not a lot you can do. And, you know, I don't think Dorjan is going to do this too wide. So if he's doing this with a kind of linear 3-bet range, Queen 10 suited here is basically dominated for the most part. And Rene's just going to have to get out of the way there, unfortunately, as well. So nice pot for Dorjan there to take down without seeing any flop or any cards. But for sure, squeezing there, I think, is the only play. I don't like calling, if I'm honest. Especially when the small blind calls. In general, though, you just want to be squeezing that most of the time, if not all the time. Welcome on in, Josie. How we doing, sir? Good to see you again. Good to see you again, mate. Fold around to Ernest here now. The shorter stack. Fold it around now to the button. Rennie gets out of the way. Dorjan now, a king queen off. Might just be open shipping this against Franz. Big blind. He's coming in for a raise again like he did with the queen 9 the previous hand, which is probably fine, in fairness. It's a bit of a laugh and a joke there. I think Flan already looked at his hand and he knew. He shows the king queen to Flan, but Dieter announced that he needs to show it to everyone. Standard ruling. I'm doing good, mate, Josie. I'm doing good. How are you doing, sir? It's going to be a long night ahead of me. Playing down to a winner tonight, mate. So, going to be the early hours of Monday morning before we finish this stream. But I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I've plenty of coffee at the ready. Put it that way. How are you doing, sir? Carol here now, first to act, getting out of the way. Ernest with, again, life support stack. Not in a great shape, but still fighting. We have this new player here now. See his name, but I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to get it at some point. Ernest has decided to move all in here. The graphics have just caught up. 360k, which is literally 3 big blinds. Big roar in the background on the outer tables. I'm not sure is that involving with the tournament, but I think everyone could hear that nonetheless. Thomas calling Ernest all in here, dominated unfortunately with the Queen Jack, but still he's in better shape than he was Queens versus Jack 10 the last time. I think it's 45 minute blinds, Josie, yeah, so relatively quick, I would say. Definitely going to get to a stage in the later or the king queen is behind here. Yeah. King on the turn here, and that's Ernest getting the double up, guys. 7 big blinds. What do you reckon, Bird? Is it too late, mate? Is it still too late? Nice hand, Ernest. Up on 7 big blinds now. Yeah, so I think we're going to have a break, guys, in probably 5 or 10 minutes. You'll get a graphic notification on the screen regardless, and there will be some highlights playing in the meantime while I go get a bite to eat. But it's a 40 or 45 minute bird in terms of the blind structure. I think it's 40. Or maybe it's 45. I don't think it's an hour anyways. They seem to be going up relatively quick. I mean, relatively quick. It's every 40, 45 minutes, I believe. But here we have the chip counts anyways. Thomas, Dorjan and Carol are the top three leading the table. Rennie, Ivo and Milan, who's obviously our new player that just joined, 4th, 5th and 6th. And we got Flan and Ernest on 8 and 10 big blinds respectively. So, you know, Ernest was literally on one big blind, well, two big blinds maybe about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago. I've managed to literally triple up in one hand, and obviously got double up then only recently, maybe 2 hands ago. So he's doing well. He's done well to come back from one big blind. So Milan is a new player in the grey hoodie, black sunglasses, another German player. He's getting out of the way here. You got Ivo here now with the 7-5 off. Dorjan here now debating whether to open 9-4 off. Decides not to, which I think is probably the best decision. You got Flan getting out of the way there with Jack 7 off very swiftly. And now you got Thomas here with Ace-6 off, who just decides to complete in the small blind, which I like. I like someone that's capable of like limping these sort of hands as well. And it's not really, you know, just always the junk hands like the 7-5 off or the 6-9 offsuit or something like that, you know. And this is going to be an interesting spot here, in my opinion, because obviously Thomas is going to limp call this. And that's what happens. So, blind war here. Small blind, limp calling, Ace-6 off. Carol isolating this limp with 9-5 suited, so we shall see what happens. You know, when you think about this situation as a whole, I think check calling some ace high here isn't going to be a mistake. And Thomas realizes that. And he does decide to check call, which I do like. I really like this. I mean, you're going to check call one, that's for sure. But unfortunately, Carol has picked up some extra equity. It's going to be more than good enough to double barrel this. I mean, something around 500-600k here is probably going to be good, I think. Looks like 800, 825, 750 even, something like that. Yeah, I think anything like 500-600k there is going to do the same thing. Got Carol chipping up to a stack that's already up there, if not already leading the table in terms of the amount of chips he has. Still 8-handed here, one empty seat, but again we can see the chip positions, chip denominations. See there, Carol with 21% of the chips in play. Next behind then is Thomas with 21 as well. So very similar stack sizes. Milan here under the gun, Jack 2 suited, going to be getting out of the way. Ivo, same. Dorjan getting out of the way with 7-3 off. I give him credit for at least thinking about it. Flan here now off 10 big blinds. Wow, that's too tight, bro. And it's not really a pay jump for another 3 places, so I think folding King 10 suited there is a bit of a mistake in my opinion. But he must have known Carol would have woken up with the ace queen. And Ernest is not going to be calling with 9 high. I mean, King 10 should be a shove there, in my opinion. From Flan. A little bit too passive there. You know, you can chip up 20-25% of your stack there just by taking on the blinds and antes. So it's kind of like I said, you just can't really pass enough in them spots because, you know, it's difficult enough to get a hand itself. So when you do get a hand, you really want to try and play it efficiently. Here's somebody in the background. I don't know what's that in reference to. Saying you have a rail. Support for somebody at the feature table here, I believe. Evo here now with 10-8 suited UTG, going to be folding, I'd imagine. Thomas here now on the cutoff. It's a guy that will not be passing up on an opportunity to play a hand efficiently. Big raise. Oh, I mean, as nice as it is to pick up aces here, seeing a raise in front of you. They're so swift in their decisions. Like, I really wish they would take more time. I'm not saying to do a Hollywood situation on it, but, you know, as we saw twice, Carroll picking up aces and it's just been snap decisions. And, you know, this is an example of time and tells where somebody is that quick in their decision that they usually just, like, you know, have a strong hand for the most part. If somebody takes their time with a decision, it's given off the impression that they have at least something to think about, that it's not, like, that obvious to do X or Y. And as I said, Carroll has had aces twice. And both times he's done very, very immediate decision making in terms of what he wanted to do. So I just would like if they took their time a little bit more with them decisions. I mean, it's irrelevant regardless, but, you know, hope you can understand where I'm coming from when I say that. We're going to have a break in a few minutes, guys. As I said, you'll get the graphic notification and there will be highlights played in that time frame of, I think it's a 15-minute break. So there'll be some highlights of either some tournaments or some of the cash games that happen regularly here on King's Resort Casino. There will be a 15-minute break coming up pretty swiftly, I believe. Possibly after this hand, I'm not quite sure. If not this hand, maybe the next one. Carroll coming in for definitely a little bit on the wider end. We got Milan then cold calling off Jack 10, which not really the biggest fan of, if I'm honest. Might be some clearer cold call here in terms of maybe some stronger suited broadways like Queen Jack suited, stuff like that. Evo is priced into call here, and both flop with Jack, but both the same kicker. And it's obviously going to be, unless Carroll decides to get completely out of line here, this pot is going to be split between Evo and Milan, I'd imagine. Out for a lead, 375. Pretty swift call from Evo. Carol getting out of the way, as I said, guys. This is going to be a chop pot, literally all the time, I'd assume. Milan just decides to stick in his last 7 big blinds. And the funny part is, it might get Evo to fold here, which is a little bit on the sick part, no? Yeah, this is a nasty spot, actually. I mean, it's not like... my only concern here from Evo's perspective is just being behind to a better jack. Queen jack, king jack. I mean, the ace is relatively not relevant, I suppose. Unless he has like ace X of clubs. And he does find the fold. It's not an easy call. And that's the funny part about having the same hand in that situation, of one that's going to be... Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, Bird. I mean, it's a very, very dynamic texture, so I don't mind just trying to get it in. But yeah, I think we're going to be going on a break now, guys, for 15 minutes or so. As you can see with the table chip counts, Carol and Thomas and Dorjan in the top 3, Rene, Milan and Evo 4th, 5th and 6th. Flan and Ernest, obviously Ernest on life support, but we are going to be going on a break, guys. Going to be going on a break, so I will be back in 10 or 15 minutes or so, so I will talk to you then.
Oh my God! Insurance! Only professional players could do this.
S'il revient, c'est que pour le main. Je vois pas comment il va revenir pour autre chose.
He's
Je sais pas qu'il était rentré avec le coup. Je savais que Coucou était rentré, mais j'ai pas demandé en même temps. J'étais pas là avant.
2 straddles? Yes. That's a blind?
Come on. They're trying to steal our money.
Yeah, of course, I'm trying. What can I do? Come on. Gregory, you still playing? Whoa.
Space.
How much?
5.5.
You're a good sport, Gregory.
Il n'y a pas un pot au flop en dessous de 5K. 10K. 10K même.
All in.
T'as vu? Si t'étais dans le coup. C'est all in. C'est all in. Ah, il n'est pas encore sur le verge, hein. Dans sa tête, il le sait. Hein. Il est dans la shark edge là. T'inquiète, il les a pas comptés. Ah, franchement, même s'il y a les rois, c'est trop bien. Les rois, ils stressent. Normal. Même avec les as, en fait. Normal. Ah ouais. Là, tu peux pas t'en vouloir, ça tu veux dire. Bah, même les rois.
I have a feeling. You will see my hand. I have a feeling.
You call with 8-3 or
9-10.
You still didn't win anything.
One time?
You still did, of course, one time.
Ah, okay. Give me my.
Of course, one time. How many times you want to hit? How many times you want to hit with 7 dudes? Yeah, one time.
I knew it's 7 dudes. Come on,
Guys, count 600 each.
Okay. Can I don't pay, Leon? Okay.
Whatever you want.
Because I lose on the stack.
If you lose on the stack, you don't pay actually. That's the
rule. That's the rule.
But I don't know if you lose on the stack. Yeah, I guess so.
And dudes.
Action. Easy flop.
I still prepare the 600.
Club.
Come on, they're okay.
Club, come on.
This rich guy, come on.
Just for a sweat a little bit. Just club a little bit one time.
Oh!
Seven juice club.
Oh my God.
Insurance. How much is insurance?
Cash out.
Lord, we need keys.
How many out?
I cannot count.
It's too much. It's too much.
13 out.
13 out.
One
too much.
One bet two.
Deuce.
600 each.
I put it there already.
600 each, guys. Leon won.
Yeah.
Léon, bravo, moi j'aime bien. J'aime bien. Même si j'ai perdu 600, j'aime
Oh
bien.
my God.
40 more. 600, 600. Okay, let's make it.
Already put it in.
Okay, this is gonna be a highlight. This is gonna be equal with 7 deuce. But
I didn't call, I moved.
oh, you put, no, it's better. Then you moved with 7 deuce and won the 200.
Really nice game, I won it.
Well,
2 raised to 1.5. 3 4.
I should be commentating right now. Leon the King. 3 betting. 14.
me too. I love this table for gambling.
Okay, nothing to see.
Woo! Crazy game.
1 ace.
2 fold, 4 call. What professional has?
Wow. 6.
Just a second. Very good. Ace king.
I'm not high.
Very small.
10, 10.
10?
10. 10, 10.
Hold on, guys. 10, 10, Paul.
10.
King, King, Leon.
Oh no!
Ace is a star.
Okay,
Ace
Leon
is favorite.
head for now.
Ouais, c'est que head,
What do you have the best
Action game.
Yeah, you're so big.
Ah ouais, c'est
On a tous les deux. Tous les deux.
I never put him on kings. And I said Leon the Kings.
You can't put Leon on
Pour
it.
toi.
Leon
On a
on
tous les deux
it.
un as. El qui and me have an ace.
Huh?
El qui and me have an ace. We
Show,
had an
show me
ace.
the flop.
Yeah.
Ace, ace, 5.
Yedune ace bir tane mi?
1 ace.
One time.
1 ace, 1
Ace, ace, 5. To the
One is one
ace.
In ace taşına mı ace?
Last hand.
Il n'y aura pas.
Hemen geçtiz böyle de bu. Geçtiz
Money.
C'est qui te donne ça alors
Geçtiz böyle. Hemen geçtiz böyle.
5 tane de flop.
Ce flop, tu seras
Kaç tane?
Ace, ace, 5. Come on.
même un.
Ye var. Tag.
It's 1 ace and 1 10, right?
Yeah, 1 ace, 1 ace. 1 ace and 1 10, yeah.
Eight or
Call.
10.
Tag.
Pick, pick.
Pick.
Spade. 8, 10.
8 of spade. 8 of spade is beautiful. Oh.
Right? 8. Now 8.
Now you have ace
8.
out.
8.
More out.
8 your
Now
ace.
8 is chop Léon.
8
Oh,
or
yeah,
ace.
yeah, 8.
Come on.
2500, 36 000, all in.
5 outs you
Come
have.
on. Ace.
Bravo Léon.
Leon shifted o.
Leon Chabet.
En fait, il a Trados, 5, Léon était 36 000 et all in, all in.
I think everyone was looking forward to play with you. Now you're crushing Leon.
Sometimes I do it with 7 deuce.
I never believed him that he would have kings when you bet so
Sometimes I
big.
do it with 7 deuce, right?
Et all in, all in.
I probably would do the
You
same.
look like you had a small pair.
Come on.
Stuff, man.
I owe 20,
7 12.
20, 30K. Owe you 30K.
Raising so big.
Okay, okay.
Je pense qu'il a fait exprès. Il a fait.
I have 100
Comme
please.
ça fait genre 7 juice ou 8-3.
Bien joué Léon.
Bien joué.
Nice hand, Leon.
Bravo.
Yeah, 100
Thank you.
Just a moment, just a moment.
When it plays out, you know, I
I
play
thought you had
crazy.
some bullshit 70s or 8-3.
36, on fait 36, on doit
Give
pas.
me
Allez,
a
bon,
pen,
Can you
okay,
go
yeah.
you go jump?
Paul, you know,
Okay.
I would-
tricky player, you know, he raised so much.
You never know what he would have. He could have
Too much,
7
too
deuce
much.
there, or he could have aces or kings.
Sorry, I have to give him
I
30.
raise too much, it looks like 7 deuce.
I have 100.
I thought, honestly, I thought you have
I
7.
pay you 30 already, young.
Thank you.
Okay.
That is why you check, raise, bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
Diamonds and clubs would have been better.
At least in our episode, I was winning one hand, we're back. Tu le battais?
Oh yeah, we want to listen to the players.
Yeah, he told me to stop
We're
talking.
losing a lot of hands.
Speaking of plugs, YouTube vlog tomorrow, gonna be sick. I'm excited for it. Henry, you gonna watch it?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Can't really come up with a valid reason for not watching it, to be fair.
Just because you don't want to.
It's more out of spite, kind of like how you called with 3s on an ace 5-5 board. Turn a 3 and
Come
then
on,
tank.
no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers.
Whee!
9, ace, 4.
A little piece for everyone, bar Espen.
Really like that play from Esmond in the last hand. Just recognize that Elkie never has a flush with that line. Put him in the blender.
Yeah.
Floyd on the moon, asking for our Instagrams. They're in the chat, mate. Thank you for your inquiry. Apologies, Gazzy, I cut you off there, pal.
Kurt TY says, love the booth. Facts. Yes, my dude.
Food and drinks.
London thinks, how many little of these triangle pyramid things do you think are in this booth?
Oh, do you want me to tell you?
One sec, I'm just counting.
Running out of fingers and toes there, buddy.
I think he's actually counted, chat. We've got this soundproof booth, which has these foam walls with kind of like foam pyramids sticking out of them. And they're no longer than like 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches. So there's probably a good, I'd say, couple of thousand in here.
I'm going to say 1,712.
I'd say 1,700 is probably a very good line.
Oh, I didn't even see the ceiling.
1,700 is a good line.
Are they on the floor? They're not on the floor. Yovarl with a 3-bet. Making Goge fold ace queen. Oh wait, no, he hasn't folded just yet. My apologies.
What?
So Yovarl has bet out tiny. Goge has raised. Yovarl has gone with a 3-ball, and oh my lord, 4 of clubs on the turn. 32.6 in there. Yovarl turning bottom pair into a bluff with his 2-pair and set blockers, although not really blocking 2-pair with the 4 hearts, but hey ho.
That is why you check, raise, bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
Diamonds and clubs would have been better.
Wait, what would have been better?
Jack 4 diamonds, Jack 4 clubs. Better ace 4 suited blockers. It's Jack 4 diamonds the nut one. If you're going to choose Jack 4, then Jack 4 diamonds is the best one. With the backdoor flush draw. And the ace 4 suited blocker. Anyway. Yovarl gets there and then checks. I don't love this. I really think you should continue blasting. Your opponent is going to have virtually no bluffs here. You just allow him to check back with a hand like, you know, ace 10 or something like that. I think you're better off betting the turn and then betting the river. Really don't love this check from Yovarl.
It's taking a leaf out of Robbie Jade's lose books.
Oh, he's cheating.
Well, I didn't say that, did I?
I did.
Goge is got a knuckle back. The ace queen. King of hearts on the river. Not low run out for Goge.
This is
now chopping with all ace X.
This is the problem with checking the Jack 4. When you've got a hand as strong as this, you bet 20k on the turn and then 50k on the river. You end up winning a pot that's, you know, 170k potentially. Now you're going to bet 21, 22k and get called at best. You end up winning 60 or 70k. I think this was a misstep from Yovarl. No disrespect to him. He is, of course, a legend of the game. That massage looks like fun. But I really don't love the turn check. Your opponent has no bluffs. So much ace-X. So many, you know, continues for your opponent when you bet. Really would have preferred to see a bet from Yovarl on the turn there, beef out the pot and then blast the river. And I'd like to see a bet of around 24k. Looks like he's gone ginormous. 47. 1.5x pots.
The old B150.
The old B150. Goge. Can he sniff this one out?
Love that hat.
It's nice, isn't it? He's just an all-round cool dude, isn't he? He's going to cut out the calling chips. 175k euro in his stack.
This would be the biggest pot of the night if he was to make the call.
I think he's going to flick it in. Line makes no sense from Yovarl.
Could that be the reason that Goj calls it off? Due to how strangely Yo has played this hand. Makes the call.
Robbie.
Robbie announced.
Dedicate just for the stream. Hustler. Oh my god.
Hustler.
To play that.
127,000 euro pot.
Yo Viral making up for missed value on the turn. Let's listen in here, Henry.
And welcome on back in, guys, for our coverage of the feature table of our German poker day. Final day. Top three, we got Carol, Thomas, and Dorjan leading the way in the top three. You got Rennie, Milan, and Ivo, just fourth, fifth, and sixth, and then Flan and Ernest, seventh and eighth, who are on the shorter stacks of the table. Obviously, Ernest in a lot worse condition than Flan. Yeah, we're going to be playing down to a winner tonight, guys. So as I said at the start of the stream, two hours ago or so, it's going to be a long night, so buckle up. We're probably down to maybe, I'm not sure on the exact number of players at the moment, probably still 32 at the moment itself. Next pay jump isn't until the 28th player. 28th player is knocked out. 27th onwards, they're guaranteed 1.275k. So we should see how this unravels as we get back to the action here. Dorjan with the infamous 7-2 off. Getting out of the way, Flan swiftly getting out of the way, and Thomas joining that gang. Carol probably going to be in the same boat. Ernest now on that short stack, getting out of the way as well. See the blinds as well have gone up to 80 and 160k. Some more pressure on them shorter stacks. Starting to feel the pinch more and more as the blinds ever go up and up. Evo here now on the small blind. Apocalypse in the house, mate. What's going on, bro? How are you doing, sir? Evo here now, raising it up with the 10-5 off. A little bit debatable off this stack size, but we go to a flop nonetheless. Good shot for Rene. Bottom pair for Evo. Like to see a check here from Evo, but bets here is going to get called, I'd assume, unless it's a big bet. And it's not that big of a bet. And we see Rene coming out, cutting out, raising chips, putting that pressure on. He finds the raise, and a very quick one at that. That's putting Evo in a really tough spot where he's forced to basically fold. And this is exactly why I like checking this flop, especially in these positions. Yeah, it wasn't bad, Apocalypse. Quite enough, mate. Didn't really go too AWOL because I knew I was going to be doing this evening. I knew it was going to be a long one, so I stayed relatively quiet last night. How was your weekend, mate? I hope it was good too. Obviously an annoying spot for Evo here, but kind of set yourself up for that, unfortunately. See betting this bottom part of your range, or bottom pair. If you face a raise, you're just basically forced to fold, especially off that stack depth. But very nice raise by Rene. I mean, calling is absolutely fine there too, but finding the raise against a short stack and put max pressure on, exactly what he did. And now Evo and Flan and Ernest all sub 10 big blinds, all in relatively danger kind of zone, so to speak, but still chipping a chair, as both Bird and I have said numerous times throughout this stream. Nice, mate. Being a relief sounds like something that's very infrequent by the sounds of it. Oh, glad to hear it was pretty chill as well, mate. No, the weather was a bit extreme, all right, last week. I think it was very bad. I know Dan was in London last weekend. He was saying that it was very, very hot. Like you said, the 27, 28, but it's obviously gotten a little bit more milder now. But still very, very humid, man. Where I am in Ireland, it's still like really fucking dead heat kind of situation, you know, overcast, like whatever the case may be. And then you just have really, still really humid situation. Yeah. I had some close calls with the internet. Well, technically the internet and the electricity. Kind of jumping on and off for a little bit before, maybe an hour or two before the start of the stream. I think we started streaming at like 9 p.m. So around 6 or 7 p.m. it was getting a little bit kind of, you know, drive voltage kind of dropping and all that sort of stuff. And you can hear the thunder in the background as well, but that's eased off now, thankfully. Or at least I've had no technical issues since we started streaming or coverage, whatever. So, but yeah, the thunderstorms are a bit crazy, right? We didn't have that much storms where I am in Ireland, mate, but yeah, the thunder was definitely there for sure, yeah. Cara coming in for the raise here under the gun +1. Table captain, more or less, I think, between him and Dorjan. Dorjan obviously going to be getting all the way in the small blind here with 10-3 off. Flan getting all the way too in the big blind, and Coral takes down another one of a many pots he's taken down this evening so far. Carroll now waking up with the ace-king suited, UTG. Dorjan waking up at 8s here. He's going to be at least calling, I'd imagine, especially off these stack sizes. Looks like he was cutting out calling chips from what I saw. And you got Flan moving all in immediately. Thomas, bit of a pickle here, but one would imagine he's going to be getting out of the way here, especially with Carroll raising UTG. Has to be worried about Dorjan also. Sees the ladder and gets out of the way. I mean, it's funny because if Carroll had aces, which he's had aces twice, it's been pretty immediate in terms of decision making. And he's just going to reshape over the top to isolate Flan's all in. I mean, there's not a lot Dorjan can do here in terms of still being involved in this hand after this re-raise from Carroll. call is absolutely standard pre, and facing this action here is just, you can't do anything here except get out of the way. But again, we all know how Dorjan is when it comes to it's time to make a decision. But I don't think there's that much of a decision here, given your stack size and your leverage going forward in the tournament. Just nothing else to do here except get out of dodge. I think this will be too much if he decides to go with this, but I'd be pretty confident in saying he's not going to. Still deliberating about it, that's for sure. Too long in the tank, in fairness, just a minute and 20 seconds, but for me personally, there's just these clear-cut decisions where you just don't need to take that long, but I mean, it is what it is at this point when it comes to Dorjan. It is what it is when it comes to Dorjan. So Flan at risk here, needs a 10. He has some backdoor spades, runner spade for a flush, that's about it. That or a 10. And Carroll not happy that it's going to be a chop pot here. Unless a king comes on the river. Oh, the king, wow. Unlucky Flan, mate. That's a little bit unfortunate, but again, let the cards fall as they may. Nothing you can do when you're all in. But a very, very nice river for Carroll, and continues to chip up and chip up and chip up. Indeed, Apocalypse, indeed. They didn't take that from the sky for no reason, or they didn't take it from nowhere without having some justification behind it. King's Casino, eh? King's Casino. King on the river. That'll be a good clip for YouTube now. Good advertisement for Kings. He's been running pretty well, Carroll, in fairness, with the premiums, and just the premiums holding. You can see on the camera that he was a little bit annoyed. The board pairing on the turn, double paired, I should say. But the 3 outer came on the river, aka the King, King's Casino. And Flan is unfortunately knocked out because of that. Now we have Evo off 6 big blinds. I mean, I'm sure we'll all come to the conclusion that he's just going to be shipping it in here. That's exactly what happens. And it gets through, unfortunately, but again, not a lot you can do there in that spot. I want to go to the casino called A3 Suited Casino, or A3s. Be good for blackjack, you'd imagine, no? Not so much for poker, I don't think. A lot of doubling down in A3's casino, yeah? That's actually one game I never really enjoyed playing. Stuff like that, the house games. Never really enjoyed playing any of them. Too much degen, too much degen involved in terms of roulette and blackjack and baccarat and all that sort of stuff. Too much in favour of the house, from my perspective, anyways. I'd rather invest my money playing cards. I think there's more of an edge in it, for me personally, anyways. Not that I always win, just there's a better probability of it, I'd assume. Yeah, look, I mean, if you're... I suppose the only time I would have played an Apocalypse was maybe on a night out where you go to the casino with a few of your mates, or you know, that kind of social aspect. But if my intention is to go play cards, that's the only thing I'll be doing in that situation. Yeah. Well, like I mean, I know they normally do that anyways. If you have a decent score in a tournament. I think I've only maybe had 2 or 3 in my career. But hold on a second, we've a bit of a spot here. I'll jump back to your comment in a second, Apocalypse. But quite the interesting spot here. We got Dorjan opening 6s in the cutoff. Thomas Cole calling on the button, which I think is absolutely standard off 4s. And then you have Carroll. Seems to be a little bit over a milli here. 1.2 by the looks of it. A little bit bigger, I think. 1.28. Obviously, Ernest is getting out of the way there. Yeah, again, not a lot either player can do here. Dorjan probably going to come to the conclusion that folding is the best play. And he does. And Thomas is going to get out of the way too. So nice hand to Carroll again, another premium. He's picked up aces twice. Pretty sure ace king off a few times and ace king suited. And now he picked up the kings that time as well. So running pretty hot, stacking chips, premiums holding, winning all ins. I mean, it's the path you want to take to get to a final table at least. And if he stays chipping up like that, I have no doubt it's going to happen. But yeah, going back to your point, Apocalypse. Well, if you usually have a decent score in a tournament, you usually tip the dealers anyways, or you tip the casino, whatever, like X amount off your winnings. Like, I probably had one relatively small win for a few K in an MTT a few years ago, and I remember having to not give up, but like voluntarily give 5% of the winnings or something like that to the casino, which I don't mind doing. So if you're going to reinvest it on roulette, pretty sure it's the same concept or principles behind it regardless. It's about giving back, isn't it? Got Rennie here opening now under the gun +1. Yeah, it's just as I said, it's more so if you score, finish in the top 5 or 6 or something like that, where you get a good payout. Basically, you just kind of maybe tip the TD and the dealers itself. Like, but yeah, I agree. I wouldn't personally tip the dealers for small pots. Let's say under, I don't know, 20, 30, maybe 40 big blinds or something like that. But a 200 big blind pot, something like that for sure. Tip them a few big blinds, 2 or 3 big blinds out of it. Hand here post flop. Obviously Rennie opened UTG. Milan defended in the big blind. Tries to lead out on this turn, which is going to put Rennie in a bit of a tricky situation where he's probably just going to have to fold. Good spot there. Good spot there for Milan to fire a bluff on the turn with ace high. Obviously doesn't have any showdown value there, but it's a spot in general where people won't be constructing their range well enough when they check back the flop in most textures, where betting that turn like he did there, even though he has ace high, he has very little showdown value, if any. So probably more efficient to start bluffing that, which he ended up doing, and in turn takes down the pot because of it. Nice hand to Milan there. Yeah, I mean, there's no definitive amount, that's the thing, you know. I mean, you're still paying rake, which is something that needs to be taken into consideration. So that's why I wouldn't be doing it that regularly, in terms of, you know, if I win a small-ish or small to medium-sized pot, I'm not going to tip them for that, like, you know, because I'm paying rake as it is. So, you know, it's up for debate. But, you know, if you're playing 2-5 or something like that, and you win a 1.2k pot or something along those lines, I think tipping them 2 or 3 and maybe 4 big blinds is more than reasonable, you know, because you're one individual who's doing it. There's going to be many big pots throughout your whole session, and other players are going to be tipping as well. So, you know, them tips add up, like, you know. Milan taking down another pot there as well. Although I'm saying that, thinking about it now, it might be better if you tip a £5 or €5 frequently to avoid that situation. No, in that exact situation, I think that's 100%. £5 in that situation is more than reasonable. Like, even if you're playing 1-2 or 1-1, whatever the case may be, and you win like a £400 pot or a £500 pot, then something like £5 to £10 of a tip there is more than reasonable. I look at it in big blinds in terms of, as I said, if it's 2-5, tipping someone 2 or 3 big blinds is £15. It's £5, £6 for, if it's 1-2 basically. So that's the way I'd be looking at it. As I said, that's just one tip in that situation. If there's multiple people tipping, they add up pretty quickly. And some people like to do it every single hand. That's the funny one. But yeah, in general, I tend to just do it for the big pots. I think it makes the most sense, if I'm honest. But the hand here now with Rene defending versus Dorjan's raise first in with the 10-8 suited. And on goes the mouth cover. Relatively bad flop for both hands in terms of both having air. But Dorjan coming in for a bet here regardless. And it's going to work. It's going to work. Yeah, no, that's the issue I'd have as well, Apocalypse. Is there an overlay? No, there isn't. From what I can see, Mao, if you go on the website, you can see the total prize pool. And from what I can see, it's 309k. Well, 310k, and it was a 300k guarantee, so there isn't an overlay. They smashed the guarantee, to be fair. Or they made the guarantee at least, anyways. 10k over the guarantee, which is pretty good in fairness. An interesting check call here from Rennie on the flop. I don't know if I'm a fan of it without a spade. Yeah. So again, the site was correct, but either way, the prize pool is there, as Apocalypse did. So nice one for that, Apocalypse. Yeah, it's a little bit debatable in terms of calling the flop here, but I think without a spade, there's probably a mistake. Look at this. Dorjan unleashing the beast. Wow. Saying, I have full houses, you don't. And it all stems back to that one decision on the flop by check calling. They do a good enough job between yourself and Bird from the times that I've done the comms. Both been there pretty consistently doing what mods should be doing. So credit where credit is due, in fairness, mate. We'll see if you're still here at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning doing the commands. Or you'll be long gone to bed at that stage. Dorjan with a really nice bluff there. And I have full houses, you don't. Good question, bro. The problem is we're going to find out, I believe, what is 4 a.m. So somehow I get the feeling we're going to find out. Thomas here now under the gun with a very nice hand. Suited King Queen here. Makes it a little bit over min. 350. If anyone knows the South Park reference. Dorjan here might be inclined to defend this. Probably defend this one if anyone remembers the King 6 offhand prior where he faced a min open. I think this is a little bit more of a standard call, let's say, and not really a mixed call fold, in my opinion. with flop for Dorjan. Most likely just going to be check folding. Facing a big bet here from Thomas, which is probably a little bit unnecessary on this board in particular, given that Dorjan can really interact with this board in terms of a lot of like draws, two pairs itself, that I just don't think betting this big with this combo makes that much sense. And I just think if he has any, you know, semi-reasonable hand here, he won't be folding, but, you know, I just think that sizing is a little bit too big there, unnecessary. I know you have two overs and a straight draw, but I just think at that spot you just don't need to bet that big. Thomas takes down the pot nonetheless. Falling there under the gun. Ernest, who's decided to ship it in the middle here with king high under the gun +1. I don't blame him, because it's only so long you can wait before you have to bite the bullet and go all in. His time is now. Dorjan asking for a count here. It's an extra 40, 50k to complete here. He's probably going to do it. Get a knockout here. This is on the bubble as well, guys, for a pay jump. Not the bubble, but it will be a pay jump. So roughly 180, 190 euro of a pay jump between whoever gets knocked out next. If Thomas calling them off here with 6-2 for 30k more, I think that's completely standard. Cannot fold really any two cards given that price, and big favourite here, Ernest. Four to 1 favourite here. I never would have guessed that if you asked me to pick the percentages between these two hands. I thought 6-2 might have been a little bit more of a percentage there, but evidently enough not. 6-2 still ahead here. Big favourite now. I'm sorry, King 3 still ahead here, apologies. And still ahead. Needs a 6 or a 2. King 3 will double up and Ernest will be on 600k. And it's going to be the King 3 that wins, and that's Ernest getting that double up to 3 big blinds. And he's still alive and kicking, this Ernest. Unfortunately lost a big pot, flopping the nut straight where Rene turned the quads. He lost maybe 40, 50 big blind pot at the time. Very unfortunate, when more or less knocked him down to 2 big blinds. He managed to get himself back up to 10. And now, unfortunately, being blinded away recently. Back down to that 1 big blind to manage to get himself a double up again to 600k. So, still in it. He's still in it. 226% of his stack in the last hand. Huge, huge bonus. Major, major improvement. Ernest immediately moving all in again. Under the gun +1, king queen off. More than good enough to do this with. Strongly, strongly mean that it's more than good enough to do it with. Milan, for whatever reason, asking for a count. Don't understand why. Just out of curiosity to know for future, but obviously getting out of the way there. Hold around to Thomas here. I might be tempted to call this. He does decide to reship, or he calls. Calls makes more sense. So yeah, here we go again, guys. more or less a flip. Obviously the ace-9 a slight favourite here in terms of percentages. But obviously there might have been cards folded where the king-queen mightn't be that big of a favourite or closer to 45, 55. So either way, flip in my eyes for the most part. Ernest wants some pictures. There's no pictures on that flop. What did we say? The jack of diamonds on the turn. Not the jack of diamonds. We need a king or a queen on the river here, or we're going to be losing our infamous Ernest. And the king comes on the river, and Ernest lives to fight another day. This is insane. This man will not die. This man will not die. I mean, fair play to him. Chip in a chair, guys. Now he's back up to probably the 7 or 8 big blind stack, which not bad given he was on 1 big blind 2 hands ago. That's how swiftly it can change, guys. Lives to fight another day, Ernest. Does that pretty well. Since the start of coverage, as far as I can remember, he came in on the feature table as a short stack. And it's literally been the short stack bar having them, as I said, that cooler that he ran into with the 9-7 suited versus the quads. He flopped the nut straight. And Rene turned the quads on the turn with 8s. And a 5-7, so 5-6-8 flop where Ernest had 9-7. Milan now coming in for a raise here. Ace-3 suited. Dorjan here probably going to be getting all the way with the Ace-4. Thomas in on the dealer, 7-3. Ernest in the big blind here. He's probably just going to be avoiding situations like that where he's going to be overly invested in some spots. If he flops a pair, flops a draw, whatever the case may be, post flop if he decides to fend him sort of hand. So I don't mind the call, or sorry, fold. He's done all right, Ernest. He's done all right. Here now, going to be getting out of the way. One would imagine with Queen 4 off. Sorry, Queen 4 suited. Dorjan here with the 5-2 off. Barrel here now. Tries to come in for a raise here. Ernest getting out of the way with the 9-3 suited, and Milan probably going to be forced to fold here. It's a little bit too much to call this. I know it's a min open, but it's a little bit of a skeptical hand. You need to be careful post flop if you're defending this stuff. Off the stack depth, anyways. Just decide to defend. Just need to be careful post-flop when you're defending these sort of very, very semi-marginal hands. Benya, Dorjan tends to take his time, pretty much. If you stay watching for the next couple of hours, you'll get that impression pretty quickly. Yeah, look, he's very deliberate in his decisions, and yeah, he just seems to take his time more so than the rest of the players, if I'm honest. But no, there's there might be a pay jump in the next elimination, but probably still not a justification for him to take the length of time he does on certain decisions. But here we have the chip counts again, guys. And 7-handed at the moment. You got Carroll, Dorjan, and Thomas, the top 3 players. Carroll in a pretty healthy chip deficit. 35% of the chips in play. You got Milan, Rene, and Ernest in 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then Evo in 7th. 20, 14, 7, and 6 in terms of the big blinds. That's 4th to 7th in difference. $8 million chips here. The chip average is probably 3.5 million thereabouts. So he is over 2x the chip average, which is pretty dominant in this exact situation. But as I said, he's been running pretty well, our Carroll. I mean, running well and playing well. Dangerous, dangerous combination, which we all know. 2 of them together. Kryptonite for a lot of players in terms of trying to deal with a person who's in that situation, especially in tournaments where if you run well, you're probably guaranteed a deep run, but you still got to play well. That's going to be on the individual in particular, but our Carroll has been doing pretty well in that vicinity. Give him that credit, excuse me. Dorjan coming in here with the Queen Jack suited. Probably one of my favourite hands, if I'm honest with you. Get people into a lot of trouble, but Dorjan coming in for the raise nonetheless. We fall around to Milan on the small blind, and Evo gets all the way in the big blind also. We have a round of drinks coming to the table. What I do for a beer right now. Unfortunately, that ain't going to happen anytime soon. Probably have a beer after the stream, if I'm honest with you. Right now, probably not so advised. Tall glasses being delivered from that waiter, or waitress, I should say. Do look pretty appetizing, to say the least. So, guys, it's going to be a long, long night ahead of us in terms of the hours. Can't say how long in terms of a predicted end time. But I'm probably saying at least 4 o'clock, I would assume. Unless players start dropping like flies, it's probably going to be the bare minimum of the length of time it's going to take to get this over the finish line. But I don't mind. One thing I've discovered about this commentary gig, in my opinion, is very, very enjoyable once you start getting into it. And I said it earlier on, and I'll say it again. There's nothing more I enjoy doing more and talking poker. Ernest moving all in here with the ace-queen suited. Very, very pretty hand, very, very strong hand in this exact situation. Milan deliberating on his decision, asking for a count. 1.16, the dealer announces. Milan, facial expression says it all. We can't see his cards at the moment. It's funny in this exact situation because these players are roughly playing for 6.5, 7 hours as it is. Our coverage started 3 hours ago, thereabouts. You know, it's been a long day for these guys. They had a long day yesterday, and it's a really a test of the stamina, endurance, resilience, just the discipline to still, you know, play as efficiently as they can. That was a misread by the graphics in terms of that. I thought it was ace-queen suited, but it's actually queen-jack off. I mean, it's still a very standard shove, but, you know, big difference in terms of how strong the hand is and the probability of flopping something. But either way, it's for sure still a jam like Ernest did. He's on 9 big blinds now, guys. So Dorjan is maybe looking.
I am waiting 2 hours for this one. So I say my big plan. With that guy. Now we change table. Everybody. Like three tables and everybody is redraw.
So by the looks of it, guys, there might be a table redraw. I don't know if it's happening right now. If that's the case, we'll probably be on a short break again until they do the redraw. In terms of how long this is going to take, I'm not exactly sure, but we have a 20-minute break regardless, guys. So look, again, get yourself a coffee, get something to keep yourself preoccupied. In the meantime, we will be back in 20 minutes when there's been a table redraw, where we're going to, by the looks of it, bring it back down to 3 tables. So until then, guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in 20 minutes, 19 minutes. You can see the timer on the screen regardless, so I will talk to you in a bit.
No backdoor flush draw rolling off this time round. Oh my word, dealer. Back into 6-handed action, and well, short stack with the boots. Savanelli with a hand and a decision. All options on the table here, in my opinion.
Raising with the aces and facing a tank. Savanelli does decide to let it go.
Oh, wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
What is going on, dealer?
Peluso with ace-king suited. And a stack of around 32 big blinds.
What a brutal cooler.
Is he going to shove? Or is he going to 3-bet? I would imagine 3-bet is more appealing given you've got the big stack behind who could wake up with an absolute monster, and you might find some parallel universe whereby you fold this. He does come with the raise. So it looks like 1.5. Which I like, as mentioned, you know, you don't want to shove and see the probably just about get away from your ace-king suited. All in and a call. Peluso sees the bad news.
Wow, king in the window with a heart on board, Gary.
Wow.
There's some life.
Wow, it's never easy. It's never easy.
There is some life. 1 heart.
Oh, it's a diamond.
No backdoor flush draw rolling off this time round. Oh my word, dealer. King of diamonds, corner pocket, Gary Blackwood. We are down to 5 players here.
Ladies are hot today, as we see Flugel opening up pocket queens to 500,000. Min raises all around.
It's like that's the option he's mulling over. He does let it go. I guess he's just trying to be as balanced as possible, taking his time in those spots.
Yeah. Peluso with king jack off in the big blind, certainly going to be calling here. Little does he know Flugel is under the gun with a monster. Every pot extremely important, particularly to these shorter stack players.
Oh, wow.
As we get the jack 7-3, dream spot now for Flugel.
Oh, boy. Peluso going to have to do the dirty again. Flopping top pair, decent kicker.
An ace jack, king jack to go along with the pocket threes, the jack 7 suited of this life. So I would not be surprised to see a bet and a raise here. Calling, of course, fine, but given the texture of the board, given all those semi-bluffs you're going to have, you want to widen your value range ever so slightly.
5-handed.
He is reaching.
Let's see more chips go in.
Reaching for calling chips. Certainly nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a raise, but calling, of course, completely fine. As we see Flugel staring down his opponent. That is an intimidating stare. Is it Jesse? Oh, I can't remember. I don't want to Google it, that's cheating. It is a chunky bet, 1.4 million into a pot of 2, around 70% pot. And it sets up nicely for the River Jam on bricks.
It really does.
4.8 would be in there with 3.1 behind.
Coming into that break, unless Peluso can obviously get there again.
There are also a lot of rivers that will kill the action of both players.
For sure.
4, 6, a heart, an ace. He does call. Aye, aye, aye. Queens are hot, Henry. Now, this is a really good card for Flugel because, you know, it's a really good card for him to bluff if he's going to have like ace-6 or ace-4. So he might get hero called here. And like ace-king that's barreling off. Obviously, it's not ideal. We can see that it kills his action, but it's not a disastrous card in terms of it being the over card. He does have plenty of bluffs in his range here. Missed hearts, of course. As we see the all-in, and Peluso immediately grimaces. He's going to ask for a count.
Does not like it.
3.1 million to call.
Yeah, Flugel doing backflips in his mind right now. Praying for a call.
The best part is all the other players at the table are praying for a call as well. They want to just see maximum action. I've been there myself just last week.
Oh boy, he does make the call. Get shown top set. And Flugel is up to 11 million chips.
Fogged with a very playable ace also in the cutoff. Going to come in for a raise. 500,000 chips.
Question is, are we coming back with 5 players or 4 players?
The tonic for just losing a massive pot is surely picking up pocket kings in the next hand.
Does come with the... what is going on, man? We've literally been commentating for less than 2.5 hours. We came back with 13 left. And it has just been non-stop action so far today. Event number 1 of the World Series of Poker Europe opener.
Flugel chopping off one of his opponent's legs in the previous hand. Is he about to chop the other one off?
It's wild as well because it is off the back of Peluso tank calling in a big spot. Maybe, you know, sometimes going to be tilted here, but he does have the goods. 9-7-4, couple of hearts on board. Flugel does now have the running hearts. 15 million chip pot. Oh boy. 4 hearts on the turn. It's never easy, is it, Gary?
It's never easy, boys and girls.
1 card to come for the chip lead.
Not like this.
Flugel needs an ace or a heart to be the chip leader with 4 left and 95k and a brace it up top. No dice.
Ooh.
It looked close, I'll tell you that much. 5 of diamonds on the river, and just like that.
One more shout out coming. Shout out to Welsh Gaz, who dragged me out the house to play. My main man Gareth Devro dragged me out the house to play.
You have a swap ski, 5%?
Swap 10, yeah.
Swap 10?
Yeah.
What a life.
We only went to play and to get very, very drunk. I was very drunk on the first day. I was blind raising under the gun, trying to get the table to agree to a round of blind raises. Was showing cards, doing shots of Baby Guinness.
Wow.
Yeah. Was unbelievably hungover. And rocked up to day 2 with 10 bigs and shipped it.
How many left when you rocked up to day 2?
70, I think.
Oh, wow.
Thereabouts. Ran top 1%, got to be said.
Oh, the absolute fair.
Thought I played okay, but ran top 1%. As we have the battle of the king highs here. Peluso with king 3 of clubs against the king queen of diamonds of Wilco, who's just lost that pretty chunky pot.
It was a sizable pot, yeah. 7 odd mil.
King in the window. Both players happy with that. Could be blood here.
1.6 in the middle.
Wilco reaching. Not going to be checking back this king high. If he wants to be checking some back, it'll be the king deuce and the king threes of this life, but king queen very strong indeed. As we see, he has his opponent dominated right now. Throws out a bet around half pot. I like this size, like this half pot kind of size here. Sort of does suggest that he doesn't want to bet his entire range, wants to play some check backs, which I think is smart. To the turn, 4 of hearts, pretty connected turn card. Some 5-3s and 8-5s get there, some 6-4, 7-4 type hands. Lots of bad rivers now, lots of straight completing, flush completing rivers. Wilcat with a decision to make. I think we'll see him reach again here before deciding what to do. I like this. I think a lot of players out there who are watching who might be perhaps not as experienced as these players will be very tempted to check back here. But there's lots of value to be had. This comes with 2.5 million. Again, almost a pot-sized bet, setting up for the river jam. He really does like the strength of his hand here. Peluso in a world of hurt here with just top pair, no kicker. Not going anywhere with top pair, as you'd expect. Makes the call.
All of a sudden, there's 8 million in the middle. Wilke with 6.9 behind. He's done a great job of setting up a very natural river SPR of sub 1. Should he want to jam on brick rivers such as like a jack. Oh, wow.
The 5 just slides on in there. Check,
that is brutal.
Wilke with 2 very unfortunate hands.
Wow.
And then we have the 2 bigger stacks, 7Ellie, currently with 18 million and a very playable 10-9 of spades. He will be opening this one up on the button.
Limp. Button limp.
No limp. Oh, he's limped.
He's limped the button,
limped
chat.
the button.
He has limped the button.
What is it? What has this poker become?
Let's go. Short stack in the big blind. Don't want to raise fold 10-9 suited, do you?
The chip leader, although not by much, he elects to call. And
wow.
Flugel. All his dreams are coming true right now. And it comes down Jack 5-4. You just hate your life. You're kind of happy to just shove it in. And if you take it down, so be it. You also get to make dominated hands call off. Peluso now with a spot here. He's going to ask for a count. It's going to be very close for Peluso here, given the fact it's only really 10 big blinds. I think I lean towards a fold here, but he is kind of at the top of his range, given the fact that he's completed in the small blind. Let's see what he comes with here.
Wow, he says call. Cards on their backs. Yeah, he's played tremendously, and I feel like this man with chips is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Well, wow. Queen, Jack, 4.
Queens are hot.
I guess sometimes.
Little 4 on the turn.
It's just your day. 4 would be the biggest sweat, that's for sure.
Can Flugel find it?
Oh, wow. Just dead on the turn, Gary. We are down to 3 players. Flugel with the needled ace on the river.
As we see 7Ellie picking up the King Jack of clubs in the small blinds. Now you guys and girls watching at home will have noticed that the fewer players remaining, the more blind versus blind battles we have, and obviously we're going to have quite a lot of these now. As we see Peluso with a very healthy chip lead here, 26 million to 7Ellie's 12 million. And once again, not for the first time today, we're going to a flop, blind versus blind, in one of these limp pots with 2 pretty strong hands.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Gary, we could potentially have a new chip leader here if a club rolls off.
Oh my word. Peluso getting to work straight away. Comes with the call.
Club on the turn would be fireworks. Oh my word, Gary.
Lord in heaven. Both players loving life, although Peluso is going to get some very, very bad news very soon.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. No. We are 1 card away from a new chip leader, especially if the board doesn't pair.
2.5 million. That is a chunky bet.
Club doesn't roll off.
A quick bet as well. Not taking his time.
Wow. 3-handed, bracelet up top.
It's a bit awkward here for 7Ellie because he might want to raise, but tough to find a size that isn't all in. He elects to just call Lots of rivers that could kill his action here if the board pairs or if a club rolls off. And we get the cleanest, cleaner than clean.
No way.
The bleachiest 3 of hearts.
7.8 million in the middle. Savinelli checking it on over to Peluso for a third time. Blind v blind. Remember, this was a limped pot, chat.
Let's just listen in to Peluso after he loses this pot, because he's not going to be a happy bunny.
Savinelli is about to be the new chip leader, regardless of whether or not
he's loading the gun.
Peluso calls the check jam. The inevitable check jam, one would assume.
I think Savinelli always jams. Given the pre-flop action, you expect your opponent to raise all their suited ace-X.
Let's just make the call.
He's just called?
With the second nuts.
I don't believe that.
And he is up to 22 million. He gets shown the flush from Peluso as well, so he's going to be somewhat furious they didn't check jam there. Oh, you're going to love that.
All right, sounds.
I'm glad you haven't seen that.
I'll check it out.
I love it when, like, people haven't seen, like, a banging movie and you're just like, okay, yeah, go watch it.
Should we stick it on just now? Stream that?
Yeah, just put it up on the side,
yeah,
man.
Let's do it. No, I meant instead of this. As we see the raise from Vogt on the button. 10-8 offsuit. Makes it 1 million to go. Peluso with a very defendable hand, King-9 offsuit. He will make the call. Where heads up to the flop. 9 in the window with a king behind it.
No, how about a 7 as well, Gary?
Aye, aye.
Open ender for the German. Top 2 for Peluso.
This is action. I think we'll see Peluso play this one pretty aggressively here. It is a very wet board. You want to slow play your top 2s on King 8-3 rainbow, but King 9-7 flush draw. And he is reaching for calling chips. No, he isn't. That be a raise, Henry.
Is indeed.
1.8.
Goes for 2.6. Comes with what? 4.3x.
2.6 indeed. Really tough spot for Vogt now.
It does make the call. An offsuit 6.
Oh, offsuit 6 one time. Come on.
Is the card that would get us pretty much to heads up. 7.9 in the middle.
It's close.
Inconsequential for diamonds.
Close but no cigar. 9.1 million is the effective stack. 7.9 million in there. Let's listen in. Peluso coming with the raise. Vogt with Jack 10 off in the small blind. Looks appealable to play. But when you've only got 15 big blinds, you have to tread very carefully. He looked down at his chips and then thought better of it. I thought for a moment he was going to stick it in there. A very ambitious jam for 15 bigs. He does like to let it go though. And Savinelli with 8-3 offsuit in the big blind. I don't think we'll see him big.
Oh boy. There was me thinking he was about to fold.
I'm very surprised to see this. This is an unbelievably loose peel.
Just 3-bet in the old.
Oh, he's 3-bet it. He's 3-bet it to 3.5. Sorry, I thought he peeled.
Was a €100 hoodie? Yeah, he does.
There's
for
the all-in. Savinelli gifting chips to his compatriots.
For hand number 120.
Hasn't felt like 120 hands. It feels like it's been a lot faster than that. As you see Savinelli, he limps in.
Wow, so Savinelli limping in off sub 20. Peluso just puts him in, and Savinelli snap calls. Hang on a minute, Gary. €37,000 flip, and that coveted WSOP gold bracelet on the line. Jack 6-4, not even a club, Gary, for the old backdoor flush draw sweat.
Diamonds for Peluso.
10 of clubs changes nothing, and Gary, that man right there with the bucket hat and the orange hoodie, Peluso is one card away from winning a bracelet and €95,000. Deuce of diamonds, we have our first bracelet winner of the World Series of Poker Europe, live from King's Resort. Backdoor flush draw rolling off this.
Alright guys, and welcome back to our coverage of the German Poker Day. After our table redraw there, we've now narrowed it down to 3 tables. So there must be 2 tables of 9 max and then a table of 8 max here. I'm not exactly sure on the exact numbers, but either way we have the chip counts here in terms of percentages. A lot of interesting stacks in terms of stack size. We've Clement, Boaz and Lupo in the top 3, Milan, Max and Rene in the 4th, 5th and 6th positions. And then 7th and 8th we have Hesh and Thomas. 5th down to 8th seems to be the shorter stacks in terms of sub 10, 10 and equal to 10 and below, and then obviously 15 plus. Bit of a different stack size in terms of what we saw on the previous feature table. Obviously, Carol, had a dominating stack size, but anyone on this table at the moment is all, I mean, look, the biggest amount is 24 big blinds, so it'll be interesting to see how this dynamic unfolds. 1 or 2 faces I recognize from previous streams. But straight away, we've an all in here from Max, off 9 big blinds. See how this pans out. Hold around to Thomas on the button here. Probably of 7 big blinds, man. This is actually very, very close. Very, very close here. Just depends what you feel Max is. It's close, but I don't blame him for going with that off 7 bigs. The way this tournament is going to work out, guys, going forward, given the blinds are now 100, 200 with big blind ante at 200k, there's going to be a lot of all-ins. There's going to be a lot of all-ins for the most part, especially when, you know, stacks are 8, 10, 12 big blinds effective. Most of the players left in the field. So we'll see how this pans out, but Ace-Queen in a big, big favours. When I say big favours, relatively big favours in this spot against Thomas's King-Queen. So Max with the Ace-Queen here. We should see how this goes. And Queen in the window. Obviously King-Queen still behind. And Ace on the turn kills any hope that Thomas might have had improving. And GG to Thomas, first hand on the feature table. Wave goodbye to an opponent already. Brings us down to 25 players there. And by the way, guys, everyone guaranteed 1.3k more or less. If you want to round it off, 1.275 to be exact. There will be a pay jump for the next person eliminated, I believe. 23rd onwards will be guaranteed 1.5k, so about a 250, 260 pay jump, 24th to 23rd. So as I said, the way this tournament will work out, guys, I think the blinds, as I said, are 40, 45 minutes per level. So blinds will catch up on stacks eventually and will apply more pressure to the shorter stacks. That's usually how this kind of unfolds. We obviously are playing down to a winner tonight. So if I had to hazard a guess in terms of what is the earliest we're going to be finishing, I would honestly say at least 4 4 a.m. But it could be a little bit longer, if I'm honest. But it's going to be at least 4 a.m. If I had to guess. But again, this is not my first time saying it. I'm very excited to play this down to a winner. It's just a matter of when we will get the opportunity to do that. But Clement is a guy I recognise from the streams that I did coverage on last weekend. French player. You bet a final table, actually, if I remember correctly, last weekend. The European Poker Festival. Running deep in another tournament this weekend. Coming here now. Fault here from Milan. Very standard stuff there, blind v blind. Would much prefer to see a bet from the small blind there. Milan gave him the option to bet on the flop. A new player coming to the table already, guys. Let's see who it is. We got the name. He's going to be in the big blind, I believe, from the get-go. See, it's not a face I recognize, unfortunately, but maybe I can see his name. Very interesting top. Twitch with the king. Quite the interesting design. Said this guy is sat into the big blind immediately, so we get a name off him in a moment. Lupo is a guy I remember from previous streams as well. I'm not sure exactly from when, but I do recognize the name also. He's going to be getting all the way with the 6-5 off. We have Boaz here, hijack 10-9 off. Going to be holding as well, I'd guess. Could argue opening that in the cutoff if you want to get a little bit cheeky, but Esh getting all the way here too. Milan here now on the button with King 9 off. It's worth the raise. It's 400k, which is what he does. Clement getting out of the way there himself. And Michael here, Michael Erdmann, another German player. He's going to defend the Queen 8 off, which I think is relatively standard for some in open, and off the stack size as well. I think it's fine. Realize your equity post flop, flops top pair. Relatively good kicker. Milan needs to be careful here in terms of c-betting this, but he's probably going to c-bet at relatively high frequency. Although you definitely need to be careful when you're doing that off this stack size, because I hate this donk, to be honest with you. I really don't like this. I think this will just be a check raise all in spot, because I think Milan is just going to over c-bet this way too much, and if that's the case, then we just want to check jam against his stack size. You also just reduce the possibility of him ever doing anything. And by you donking that, yeah, okay, you deny some equity against hands that have 2 overs and stuff like that, but you also just restrict Milan's range to just like the strongest parts when you do that. I think it's just better if you just check raise all in and basically play the hand that way. I think it's the most efficient. There, no mobile phones, no mobile devices in general allowed at the feature table, which obviously makes a lot of sense. Can't have players really backtracking on hand histories or hands that have been played on feature table prior to this. Not that we're saying that would be the case, but you know, just to avoid any possibility of that happening. Obviously no mobile devices at the table. Not sure on the outer tables, but for sure while we have a lot. Rene going all in here now with the 7s. Hold around. Small blind, which is Mikhail. I'm going to say Mikhail. I'm not quite sure. In Ireland, we'd say Michael. I know Eastern European would say Mikhail. Maybe that's spelled slightly different, but each to their own. each to their own. Gets all the way and it's all around to Max in the big blind, who is going to pass.
I thought to my friends, watch. Don't see nothing. I know.
It's one place where I didn't know poker was that big of a thing, but clearly it is, and that's actually Israel. I know on GG Poker, there's a lot of Israeli players that play on there. But I think there seems to be a decent population, or decent community, I should say, from Israel that obviously likes poker. Which I mean, you just never would think it, if I'm honest. But I saw some Israeli flags playing in Kings as well over the last couple of months that I've done these comms every now and again. But Boaz, obviously another Israeli player. Back to the action here with Milan. Again, this is a spot where I just think open jamming is more efficient than raising off 7 big blinds effective. It's just, again, you're probably putting in 25% of your stack there, where you're just better off just shipping 100% of it and just taking whatever variance comes with that. But, you know, I'm just in the camp of trying to maximize fold equity as much as I can when I go all in. I just think it makes it easier for the hand to play. I just think off 7 big blinds, there isn't that much leeway in terms of raising that much. You're just better off getting it in, from my perspective. But again, maybe this is something I need to refresh or to build into my game. But as I said, I think between 5 and 10 big blinds for the most part, unless you're in early position, I think open jamming is going to be the best play. I believe he was in the hijack previous hand, or the last hand, so you know, everyone's going to have their own style, their own way to play, etc. But there definitely comes a time where, as I said, you just need to bite the bullet and accept the variance. I think Hesh seems to understand that as well. You know, Hesh basically has the same stack size, maybe a little bit more shallow than Milan previous hand, and you just see Hesh just getting it in the middle here for 7, 8 big blinds effective. It just makes it easier to play, and you maximize more fold equity, which is kind of what you want to do off that stack. So you want to leverage that. Because if you start getting shorter, you're going to have less and less fold equity. And that's what I'm saying. You know, if you min open, King Jack can defend, and then King Jack can realize his equity post flop. Hesh open jamming ace 9 there gets King Jack to fold. Simple. That's a good example of why it's probably better to shove in a lot of spots, because you get something like that to fold. And as I said, if somebody decides to min raise off the ace 9 there, say if there was 10 big blinds effective, King Jack defends, you know. It's definitely something to take into account. It's better to do that. Now this is a different story, so I don't mind open min raising here because he's first to act. So I think we can actually min raise here. It's not that we have kings now. It's just that it makes sense that you can do that with like 6 more players behind you, you know. There's still obviously partially range that you want to open jam, but I think in this situation you can actually get away with min raising like he's done here. I mean, the fact that he has kings here is irrelevant. I think he should only have, as I said, partially range that you maybe do open jam. So Michael here might be tempted just to re-raise all in here, or call. I think call is actually a nice play here. The problem is I don't know if Hesh has any fold equity here. If Michael decides to 3-bet, I mean, if he 3-bets all in, he 3-bets all in. It's fair enough, and that's what he decides to do, which I don't blame him. I think calling is relatively okay as well, given the exact situation of, you know, under the gun min raising and stuff like that. Oh, what happened here? Is this binding? Okay, so it's just, he didn't realise the million, and he put in the call for the 400k, so a bit lucky, Boaz, to get away with that. Another place might be binding in terms of that decision he made, but I think it was a clear mistake. I don't think he's going to call the 3-bet sizing that Michael did. So I think Michael's going to be priced into call here. He's going to be in relatively bad shape, but not a lot you can do in this situation when you decide to 3-bet. Just decide to call. So relatively big pot here, guys. 5 million chips in it. 25 big blinds, give or take. Big pot, big all in. Michael looking for an ace to knock out Hesh. Hesh looking to avoid an ace to get a big double up to 5 million. He's sitting pretty comfortably on 25 big blinds. Big pot, no ace on that flop. That's some backdoors for Michael though. And an ace only, or Hesh is getting a big double up. And no ace, so that means Hesh is up to 25 big blinds, above chip average, and possibly the chip leader at this table after that hand. Very, very nice for Hesh for that to happen. I mean, I suppose the only other thing that Michael could have done there is cold call in position. But, you know, I don't mind it either way. It does look a little bit strong from the under the gun doing that. But again, we see the chip counts here, and Hesh jumps right up to the top there. Clement in third, or sorry, second, and Boaz in second, third. Max, Lupo, and Milan fourth, fifth, and sixth. And then Michael and Rennie, the bottom two players, on 10 and 9 big blinds. So yeah, you can see there, like Hesh getting the big double up there, it just sends him right up to the top of the chip lead. And you know, if anything happens like that with Michael, Milan, Lupo, it's exactly the same result where they jump to number 1 place. And that's how much this can fluctuate going forward, guys. You know, as the blinds get bigger, there's going to be a lot more all-ins, there's going to be a lot more variance, a lot more flips, etc. You know. And as I said, these blinds are 40-45 minutes, I believe. So we'll be going up relatively quick. .24 players left in the tournament so far, guys. We'll be playing down to a winner. So easily another couple hours left in this. Like, the players have been playing for close to 8 hours at this stage, give or take. It's a long day, guys. I play poker full time myself, but even when I play online, 5 to 6 hours is the max I can do. But we've been all in here from Rennie. All in here from Rennie. Boaz, ace 2 suited. Not going to be calling that, I don't believe. Stronger ace X. Might debate it, but ace 2 suited here. Don't think it's going to be called here. I think you can possibly debate calling this in the big blind, but right now I think in the small blind with a player behind, we're just going to be getting out of the way. No worries, Apocalypse, mate. Appreciate you jumping on in. I'll at this rate, I don't know if 4 o'clock is even accurate, but we'll see how it goes either way. We'll see how it goes. Appreciate you dropping by anyways, mate. Take care. And Rennie shows the 9s. Yeah, dyslexic. As I said, it's gonna get to that stage where, yeah, it's there's going to be a lot of all-ins at some point, you know, especially if it gets down to the last two tables or close to the final table. There's just going to be a lot of relatively short stacks for the most part. So, you know, it's going to be a long stream or long coverage. But as I said, the last couple of hours will just be a lot of. It's not that there won't be any deep stack play, but yeah, if that average is 20 big blinds now, it's it will be interesting to see how it pans out for sure. Clement here in the opening UTG with King 7 suited. Fold. Hesh going to be getting all the way as well. And then Milan in the big blind. Going to be defending the 7-6. A little bit close off this stack size, but given it's a min raise, I don't mind it, especially with the blinds and antes in the middle. I think it's okay to defend 7-6 here. And probably just going to have to be forced to check fold flop. Don't think there's much else you can do there. Clement decides to come out with a small bet, and this is what I like in terms of the bet size in here. You just don't need to bet big. You're just going to have to bet a size that is basically targeting these hands where Milan is off this stack size, where, you know, without a spade, it's just going to be a fold. And Clement knows that, and he exploits that. And it's well played by Clement. On to the next time we go, guys. We got 119 of you guys on Twitch. 3 hours, 42 minutes into the stream of this coverage. Easily imagine another 3 to 4 hours on top of this, guys. So buckle up if you're willing to stay around. I don't expect everyone to stay till the early hours, but be interested to see how the numbers pan out in the early hours of the morning here. It's 10 to 1 in Ireland here. In Central Europe, it's obviously closer to 2 a.m. Michael, just going to go with Michael. That's what I'd say in Ireland. Going to be going all in here with the Queen Jack suited, which I think is absolutely standard. Looking to get some action. Well, maybe not looking to get some action. Goes around to Milan in the small blind. Not going to be calling with that hand, that's for sure. Getting out of the way. Clement is going to be snapperoonie this call here, and instant, really bad shape from Michael here. Needs some diamonds or some straight cards. 9, 10, king, ace, all them beautiful cards. He needs some of them. He does not want a queen. He does not want a queen. He's in pretty bad shape here. But we saw queens cracked by Jack 10 earlier on. But obviously queens versus Queen Jack's in a lot worse shape. And I think he's basically dead on that flop. Yeah, there's not a lot he can do except running twos or running sixes. Or even running sixes he can't win. He has to get running twos. Yeah, GG. Lose another player, Michael. Not a lot you can do there, bro. I think it's very standard. Just Clement woke up with a hand where he's obviously going to be snap calling. Clement adds to a stack. Now sitting on 38 big blinds. Chip leader, without doubt. I'm not sure chip leader of the tournament, but for sure, chip leading this table. I had a lot of compliments to say about Clement I did the comms last weekend for the European Poker Festival. He's one of the players that the chat single-handedly picked out as one of the stronger, more competent regs, among another 2 or 3 other guys, but Clement was there. Specifically can't remember where he finished. I think he was definitely the top 5, if not the top 4 players. When you do a stream for 12, 13 hours, you tend to forget the end result because of that being not going on so long. But either way, a very strong player, our Clement. French descent, but he spends a lot of time in Kings. By the looks of it, I don't blame him. For a €200 tournament, 300k guarantee. Pretty sick guarantee for a €200 tournament, guys, let's be real. Don't blame him for sticking around. Clement here now again, deciding to go for a limp here. To Max's big blind with Queen 2 suited. I imagine Max might be checking this back. He does decide to do that. Takes a more cautious route, which I think is absolutely fine. It's just going to be a mandatory stab here for Clement. I think he knows that too. He's going to have a lot more ace-x than Max will. Max, best case scenario, is going to be checking back maybe some weak ace-x at best, whereas Clement can still be limping a lot of the strong ones. And he's going to get the job done, I think. That's exactly what it is. Clement takes down 2 pots in a row. It's a hot streak incoming. Yeah, there's some really good guarantees either. I've got to say that. I mean, I'm a cash game player myself predominantly, but 20th of July, you mean, no? Next month, either, is what you mean? It's June now, isn't it? That'll be tomorrow. Is it starting tomorrow? I don't know. Oh, June, okay. Oh, nice, very nice. Yeah, they do some really, really nice guarantees, either, don't they? It's like more or less bang in the middle of Europe as well. So if you're living in Central Europe, it's not that far of a journey away, whether you're taking a train or whatever the case may be. A little bit of a unorthodox journey if I wanted to travel from Ireland, but you know, still would be totally worth it for an experience. I've no doubt the casino is elegant. I mean, it's called Kings, so I think that might be self-explanatory. Fit for a king, yeah? Oh yeah. So 400k guarantee is what it says here, this EA Poker Tour. Starting 2 days' time. 21st to 26th, which is nice. Dutch Classics then, 26th to the 3rd. Yeah. A lot of stuff going down, guys, at Kings on a weekly basis. I've no doubt there's plenty of cash games going on as well. That's your 1-2 or your 1-3 or your 2-5. Pot Liban Omaha, or whatever the case may be. I'm sure them games runs very, very frequently. Back to the action here, we've Clement waking up with aces. Max off 14 big blinds here is probably, I mean, I would elect to fold here personally, but does decide to do that, which in my opinion is the correct decision. And Rene snap rejams here, and he's going to get the bad news running into Clement's aces. I mean, to be fair, Rene, I don't blame you for doing that, bro. I think Clement is going to be opening relatively wide there in this situation where twos is going to have enough fold equity against that range. Doing that with this hand is going to be absolutely fine. And I'm pretty confident he knows that. And unfortunately, no 2 on that flop. And 2 and a 2 only for Rene. Now he's going to be GG, bro. And that is the case. So well played, Rene. You guarantee yourself 1.5k, bro. So you 5 extra money. Well, 6x, 7 extra money there from the €200 buy-in. So that's never a bad complaint. I do say so myself. Been around Europe first and now last stop, Varna, Golden Sands. Nice place, lived there for 20 years. Nice, mate. Glad to hear you're enjoying your trip. Clement really adding to his chip stack since we've come back from the table redraw. Players are falling 6-handed here at the moment, guys, so that means there's going to be a lot more pressure put on the short stacks because the blinds will be coming around more frequently. Clement, Hesh and Boaz, the top 3 guys. Max, Lupo and Milan, the bottom 3 guys. But guys, there's absolutely nothing in terms of, you know, sub 10. So nothing that they need to be worried about too much, but you know, the blinds will be going up, I think, maybe the next 10-15 minutes. So there will be 150, 300k with a 300 big blind ante. When that comes into action, there will be sub 10 big blinds at that stage. So as I said, guys, the pressure will be on as the blinds go up. There'll be a lot more push fold going on and stuff like that. See how it pans out regardless, but at the moment there's no sub 10 stacks. Clement in a dominating chip lead at the moment. 2x above what Hesh has in second. All players guaranteed 1.5k regardless, guys. Remember, they bought in for €200. Guaranteed prize pool of 300. They smashed that guarantee in terms of making an extra 9k on top into the prize pool. 309k, maybe 310k if you wanted to round it off to that number. 1,874 runners, a huge field. Played down to the money yesterday. All players that played today were in the money. It's been a long day so far, guys. As I said, it's about 8.5 hours of play. The guys in this tournament have played so far today, so it's been a long day. And as I said, probably only be it's going to get longer. So as I said, fatigue will start setting in if it hasn't sat in already. So be interesting to see how if it affects some of the players. I have a feeling it might affect some players more than others, but no doubt it's going to affect some players in terms of the fatigue and just getting tired. The early hours of the morning, and as I said, it's only going to go longer. Here we have Milan raising off this 9 big blind stack. Clement now in an interesting spot, debating whether to call. I don't think call was ever going to be an option there. Comes in for a 2.5x raise, which is nearly 3x to be honest with you, which I think is, again, very debatable off the stack size, but you know, it is what it is. He gets it through. And this is our new player, Lucas Klima. I'm honest with you, I think I recognise this guy as well. His face seems a little bit more familiar, but healthy-ish stack for Lucas, our Czech player. Again, we have the chip counts here, guys. Again, there's nobody sub 10, but as I said, the blinds are probably going to be going up next 15, 20 minutes, give or take. Might be a little bit shorter, I'm not exactly sure, but either way, blinds will be going up relatively soon. That'll be 150, 300k, and as I said, originally there will be a lot more sub 10 big blind stacks there, so a lot more pressure being put on some of them players. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a table redraw at 18 players as well, guys. There's only 2 eliminations away. Now we have Clement here. Very weird limp UTG from Milan, but Clement comes in for the ISO 700k. A little bit over 3x. Obviously going to come back around to Milan, who is probably going to defend versus the ISO here. Boaz here, quite interesting. Quite an interesting spot. I don't think he's going to call. Whether he wants to just get out of the way here and avoid a potential roll crash, or he wants to 4-bet, well, technically 3-bet all in here. Size on the ladder and get out of the way. I don't blame him. I think it's quite strong from Milan to limp UTG, and obviously a little bit stronger. Well, we say a little bit. It's probably somewhat of a strong indicator of Clement isolating him. So he does decide to call, which is probably to be expected when he limps. See Clement just getting a look at his stack there. Very, very nice flop for Clement. Clement obviously running quite well. Always nice when you isolate these pocket pairs that you flop a set. Milan now looking to go for a donk here. She's going to come back and bite him. Gonna be a little bit upset if he decides to. He's counting his chips here. Goes for the check. Clement just double checking that he's got 3 of a kind here. Bottom set. I mean, something like 400k here is probably good. Which is more or less what he does a little bit. Yeah, 350, 325. And it's the problem when you limp these hands, you know, you start over investing in spots where stack just gets worse and worse, and just decide to call. And this is kind of going back to what I was saying, you know, 10, he doesn't even know if a 10 is good here. That's the funny part. Because Clement could have ace king, and if it comes to 10 of clubs, then it's in a very, very bad spot. I'd imagine this goes bet fold on the turn here. Obviously, relatively bad card that Clement didn't want to see. Brings in straights, completes flushes. But, you know, Milan has some ace-10, ace-jack potentially, maybe some ace-6. Very unlikely, but still some worse hands he can get value from here. So he should definitely be betting. Obviously, we all know here that he's going to be check folding Milan. But for sure, Clement needs to bet this turn. And that's what he does. It's big enough size in here, 3/4. Basically setting Milan all in, which for sure makes sense. And obviously Milan, I think he looks a little bit tired. He looks a little bit frustrated with himself, or just in general. He's obviously going to have to fold, and Clement taken down. I don't know, is that 3 or 4 pots in a row? I think the last one he maybe didn't win, but he's definitely won 3 out of the last 4, if not 3 out of the last 5. That much I am sure of. Milan now picking up the rockets. We saw the aces a couple of times this evening, guys. Saw aces a good few times. Sky Nuts, you're back in the chat from last weekend. I remember you from last weekend, mate. How we doing, sir? My little escargot. Clement Cure, eh? Good to have you back with us, Sky. Have you got Milan in min raising off six big blinds? I mean, it is what it is. It'll be very upsetting if Milan doesn't get any action here, and Hesh is obviously going to at least call. I don't think he's going to re-raise all in here, but the thing is, I suppose if Milan decides to go all in here, he might have got a call from Hesh, but I think Hesh is just going to call now. Oh, Hesh, big error. I mean, obviously I can see the cards, but, you know, it's very strong when Milan is min-raising UTG off 6 big blinds, guys, you know. The sign was there. I don't blame Hesh for rejamming, but I would rather do it against someone who's a little bit more, I don't want to push down Milan, but you got to be a little bit more of a competent player where you're going to be doing that a little bit lighter and not just have really strong hands most of the time. But look, I don't mind. I don't blame him for doing it. But it is for sure signaling a very strong hand. And Sirius said that. So 4 and a 4 only. Yeah, it does look very, very strong. And Milan is gonna get that majorly needed double up that he's been trying to find for, not gonna lie, hours. Well, yeah, it screams strength, and I think that's definitely an error from Hesh. I would rather just call there, especially from UTG. I think there might be a strong argument if he did that in the hijack or the cutoff, where opening ranges are a little bit more wider, and then you'd kind of base it on the player type in terms of, is he going to be doing it this wide, etc., etc. And look, I've been commentating for the last 4 hours. I don't think Milan is going to be doing it that wide in that situation. Yeah, I agree, Sirius. It's just again, it's a big error. He's still in it, but it cost him, you know, 6-7 big blinds re-raising all in there, where if he just stopped and think, or just thought, is Milan capable? No, I agree, Sirius. It makes the most sense to do that it's been countless times in terms of you know, people min raising off these 6, 7, 8 big blind stacks, and it just reduces fold equity, and it's just not good enough in my opinion. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, people are going to play their own way, and it is what it is, as I said. Commentator, can you say one more time, Clement, a little escargot, please? Is that good enough, Sky? I need to record this for him. Yeah, that makes sense, Sirius. The rest is just kind of like 8, 10, or just sub 10 big blinds. You kind of just more or less play an all-in or fold range for the most part. It just simplifies the whole situation. I think the only justification, I kind of maybe mentioned it earlier, a little bit of an unfortunate flop there from Max. I think the only reason, if you're like kind of maybe 8 to 10 big blinds UTG, and just in earlier positions, you might get away with like min raising, because there's maybe 6, 7, 8 big blinds ahead of you, or sorry, 7 or 8 players ahead. So you need to be a little bit more cautious, but like in late positions, you can just open jam a lot more frequently. So I think the only justification, if you want to start min raising off 9, 10, 11 big blinds, is probably like an early position where you have more players to get through. At least that's my understanding. Yeah, like live poker versus online series, and I think you understand that by the sounds of it. It's a lot more different. You need to be a lot more situationally aware on who you're playing against and whatnot, because they're going to be playing not relatively that far from optimal, but for sure are going to be making a lot of pre-flop mistakes. So you need to be aware of that. Hesh taking down a nice pot there with the ace-5. So guys, we're going to be playing down to 18. There's going to be another table redraw, I believe. So there's at least one more knockout away. I think we're still on 20. So we play down to 18 players. And the table redraw again, and then down to the final 9. And then it's the final stretch after that, guys. Whatever length of time it takes to get to that, we shall see. We're currently over 4 hours into coverage. I think we started with 54 players on the coverage itself. We're down to 19. So there will be a table redraw. And we got Max moving all in here. Excuse me. UTG here. As you can see that the blinds have gone up as well, guys. So you can see that puts a lot more pressure on these sort of stacks. There was a brief pay jump as well to 1.8k. Max takes down those blinds. Nice all in there. Around the Boaz here now on the hijack. Got Hesh here now. 11 big blinds, ace-5 off. Might be tempted just to throw this in the middle. But he might decide on the latter. And I don't mind a fold here, and I don't mind a raise. I think all options are somewhat reasonable. But maybe folding being the less frequent. He does come in for a min raise here. 600k. Clement in the small blind now, who's going to be very, very aware of how well even this can be as a cold call. So he might be weighing that up. Just decide to pass. I don't mind that either way. I think it's fine. Better opportunities there going forward. And Hesh takes down those blinds and antes. Like a 20 to 30% increase for his stack just to pick up those blinds and antes, which, you know, is pretty big, to be fair. Pretty solid. We've got 19 players left here, guys. As I said, we'll be playing down to, well, there may be a short table redraw for the last 18. It's just under 5 million for chip average at this stage in the tournament. Hesh here now on the hijack. A5 off. Obviously going to be folding, I guess. Yeah, it's for sure a little bit of the inexperience in terms of the older. I don't want to say older because I don't want to critique someone by their age, but just yeah, the kind of, you know, just the more inexperienced players where the game has obviously developed a lot in terms of specifics with pre-flop ranges, you know, different stack sizes, all that, what you should be doing, where's the EV coming from, etc. But yeah, it's for sure you can exploit it serious. And It's just a matter of how you think you can. And in general, what you said there, just go big with value hands, don't bluff too much. In low stakes, it's pretty self-explanatory. No bother, Sky. If you need me to say anything else, then let me know. But at the moment, if you're happy with that, I'm happy. A little escargot would be happy. If he's happy, I'm happy. He's probably going to be happy regardless. He's running away with this tournament at the moment. Glad you enjoyed it. Boaz has been pretty quiet since he joined. Well, since the table redraw, I should say. But not much else to say outside that. Clement here now on the cutoff, might be debating opening this, decides not to. Max getting out of the way pretty swiftly. Left with Lupo here in the small blind, who's probably going to be open shipping this into the big blind. And he decides to go for it. And Lucas, as wide as you're supposed to call in this spot, I don't think Jack 8 is going to be one of those hands. Jack 8 suited, you could argue, will be a call. Jack 8 off. He's asking for a count here. I mean, honestly, I don't think you can call here, if I'm honest. But, you know, stranger things have happened this evening. No doubt going forward, stranger things will happen also. Get it through regardless. Nice little shove there from Lupo. Nice little chip up. On to the next time we go, guys. Sure, under the gun, Queen 5 off. Not going to be doing much with that. Milan gets out of the way. Clement now looking down at Ace 2 off. Probably going to fold as well. Just a little bit too loose. As much as I would advocate pushing your chips around here, I think Ace 2 off in the hijack is probably just going to be a fold. It does decide to fold. Max here now is going to be pretty swiftly moving it in the middle here. Lupo going to be getting out of the way. Got Lucas here now in the small blind, King Jack off. Probably still a fold, I'd guess. Pretty confidently say it's a fold, honestly. Asking for a count. I don't mind the ask, but I do think it's too much. If it was maybe a little bit shorter, you could argue calling it, but this is the efficiency of shoving instead of raising here, which I think makes a lot more sense. You know, it just puts pressure on this sort of hand when you're shoving, you know, close to 10 big blinds here, 9 big blinds, give or take. Just forces King Jack to fold. That's what happens. Got the big blind to get through here. That's Boaz. Looks down at tens. No, we don't have the graphics here. They're a little bit delayed. 6-2 off is going to be in the muck. See, Boaz now on 8 sub 10 big blinds as well, guys. It's like the blinds will eat you. The blinds will eat you very, very quickly. If you don't start picking them up every now and again. I think Boaz is a good example of the stack sizes, how the blinds, everyone just gets so short. And then Max is more or less kind of reiterating what I'm thinking as well. It's the type of tournament it is, guys, in fairness, when the blinds go up, you know, every 40, 45 minutes or so. And the blinds come round more often when the tables are more shorter in terms of, you know, 7-handed, 8-handed, 9-handed, etc. I don't think we played a little bit of six-handed at one point, but, you know, for the most part, it's been probably averaging 8-handed or 8 max itself. Obviously, when we do the table redraw, whenever the next opponent gets knocked out or the next player gets knocked out, there will be a redraw, 2 final tables. Lucas here now, 15 big blinds. Might just decide to open jam this. I think Hesh has like maybe 15 to 20 big blinds as well, so a little bit of an awkward situation. I know Boaz is short in the small blind, so it might be a good play to like min open this and obviously call. I think that seems to be the min open. Yeah, more or less. Obviously Boaz is going to be getting out of the way here, and it's a nice little thing to do because it might entice the big blind to potentially shove light. And either way, it's going to be a fold. Given the stack sizes in this spot, I actually prefer the all-in, but I think the big blind might play the same way in terms of potentially 3-betting all-in with like some ace-8, ace-7 because of how wide Lucas is going to be opening on the button. So I think raising the ace-10 there instead of going all-in is a better play. More things can happen by doing that. Probably better, higher EV decision as well, I guess. Max here now. Gonna be. It's an effective all in. Effective all in. I don't think there's a pay jump from. No, there isn't. It's 17th and up, so there's no pay jump at the moment. But this is an effective all in by Max. This is more so why he's doing this at the moment is to. If somebody goes all in over this and another player decides to go all in as well, Max can potentially, oh, Boaz is waiting for a hand, and if he's going to pick up a hand, it's going to be aces. And it's pretty swift all in. And Hesh is going to be getting out of the way. Max is going to be snap calling this, but going to get the bad news. This is honestly the close to, I mean, maybe the 10th time we saw aces tonight. Pretty frequent. But a nice spot for Boaz to be in against Max's ace-king, and he's going to get the bad news. I think them dealers need to shuffle them cards because aces are coming up far more frequently than they should. In terms of probability, that's that much I know. But either way, it's ace-king versus aces. Obviously ace-king in really bad shape here. I'm not sure who's all in here. Stacks are very similar, if not the exact same, funnily enough, so one player is definitely going home. Where do you put the all-in button? Both players are all in. And it's GG Max for the most part. I mean, he's a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. It's not exactly dead, but very slim. Oh my goodness, no spade. This is so sick. It's such a sick run out, Boaz. It's never easy. Spade and only a spade. Oh my god, the spade. Disgusting. Oh, Boaz, bro, I feel for you, mate. What a horrible way to get knocked out. On the bubble of the final 2 tables. Horrible spot. Unlucky, Boaz.
Really?
I mean, look, not a lot you can do here, guys. And completely plays itself. Just a matter of like what the roller coaster of the situation is going to be like once the cards go on their back and whatever comes out on the flop, turn and river. But that was an entertaining one. I mean, Max, if you don't go on to win this tournament, mate. And as I think there might be a short break here, guys, for a brief table redraw. I think that's what's going to happen. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but either way, we have the chip counts here. Clement, Max, and Lucas, the top three honchos. And then Hesh, Milan, and Lupo, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I think, as I said, guys, it might be a brief stoppage for a short table redraw, but I'll stick around until I know more myself. But it looks like it. Players are standing up. Yeah, so we have a 15-minute break, guys. As always, stock up on some snacks, stock up on some coffee. We have another long session ahead of us in terms of the hours left to play this. But we'll be back in 15 minutes, so I will talk to you guys then.
Lucas says he's got a very, very good hands. Do you though?
How much can you sell one card? Show one card. Oh, sell it. Sell it.
LK saying, can you sell one card?
7,000, 24,000.
Il t'a fait une revue, 31 000, tu connais ces cartes.
With King 10 of clubs, raises to 1500. Gold with King 10 offsuit. Gonna make the call.
222. So if you have a pair, you have a battery on it.
Lupo with Queen Jack offsuit now.
Feliz Navidad. Amen.
LQ with King 10 of clubs there.
Feliz Navidad. Je peux regarder les cartes derrière. J'aime bien faire ça aussi.
Jack 9-6, 2 hearts. Lupo with the best of it right now. LQ with a gut shot. Gold with a gut shot as well.
60.
LP fires out.
Confirme. Service, please.
2500.
Thank you. Je t'aime.
Gold makes the call, and Lucas sat up in his chair. Elects to just call. Queen of hearts on the turn. Elkie makes a straight, Goj makes a straight. Lupu makes, as Matt Damon would say, top 2 pair. There is a flush possible as well. What is going to happen here? 5,000 is the bet from Goj. I met Lupu last week in Malta. Those glasses are the coolest I've ever seen. Awesome. Seems like a very cool dude. Having a tough night tonight, but seems like a very good guy. Reaching for chips here. 15,000 is the bet. Helke just snap folds the straight. Not interested one bit. And a call from Goj.
Fucking crazy.
Ace of diamonds on the river. Doge with the best of it. Lupu can't be loving this board with his 2 pair. He checks it on over to Doge. He's got the straights. Must feel like his opponent would never check a flush. 007 Axel T says, lol, Elky. Well, to be fair, there are 2 players behind. He doesn't have a heart in his hand. Don't begrudge him this fold. How big is that?
That's 65,000.
Ay, 65,000 euros. And once again, Lupu is in the blender. Doge knows exactly where he's at. And if Lupu calls, this will be a 172,000 euro pot. Absolutely massive. Lupu says he's got a very, very good hand. Do you though?
How much can you sell 1 card? Show 1 card. No, sell it. Sell it.
Elky's saying, can you sell 1 card?
This card, 7,000.
Oh, no, I did.
This card, 24,000.
Expensive card. Good.
En gros, c'est quoi? Tu payes 31 000, tu peux laisser 4.
Right? Yes.
You cannot go back.
24,000.
Tu payes 31 000, tu peux laisser 4.
And you can't raise me.
Can he buy both?
You can't buy both. You can't buy both. You can only buy one and you can't raise me.
On est en stream, hein. We are on stream.
24, 7, you can't buy both and you can't raise.
T'imagines? Là, ça fait un call. Can buy the 7,000.
Wow, Lupu's giving him 7k.
I never see that in my whole life.
What's he turned over? Is it the
10 of diamonds for 7k. Oh my word, what is going on, chat?
Ah non, il peut payer en fait. Ah oui, je crois qu'il paye. Oh, yo, yo.
You want the coin?
He's been asking Lupu if he wants the coin.
Oh, you have it? Yes, the coin.
Armin's got the coin as well.
Chance avec l'as de cœur.
This is unbelievable, chat.
Bon, flop, il peut payer.
Come on, this is taking forever. Sorry, I know it's a big decision, but it's a long time now.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, the stream delay's going to catch up.
Do you reckon they're still playing this hand?
The stream. Wow. Makes the call and gets shown the nut straight. 172,000 euro pot going Armin Goj's way. He is now the biggest winner on the night by a long shot.
Oh, big numbers for some players there, Henry.
Some huge numbers.
Moi j'aurais bluff ce spot.
Pocket 8 for John, raising it up to 1,200 euros.
C'est mon fils, les gars. Je dois penser comme je pense. C'est mon fils. Et j'aurais joué comme ça le coup dans sa situation.
In the big blind.
Mais je sais en plus.
Feels like he's in the mood to play
Ouais. Mais moi,
as many hands as he can. He's going to make the call.
250, 300 000. Mais 400, mais tu perds pas 400.
I think Lupu wants to play a big pot against John and Armin.
220, 230.
10-5 deuce. Off to a decent start there is Lupu. Flopping a little pair. If he's going to win this pot, he needs to flop something, and he's done just that.
C'est une lambeau, ça va?
It's improved though.
They're still playing the stand-up game. I completely forgot.
Oh, so did I.
Fucking flip.
Lupu is sitting down.
Il n'y a personne qui va s'asseoir, je vous le dis.
Personne qui va, c'est ça.
2k is the bet. 2k has been called. 5 or a 3.
Ah, combien le bon pot?
No 5, no 3, but he does pick up extra outs in the form of a straight draw.
Avec des restes préflop et tout.
I like this bet from John. Very, very tempting to check, given there is an overcard to the boards.
Bah non, hier.
But recognizes that his opponent is a little loosey-goosey.
Ah bah là, il n'y a pas de cap hier.
I said an overcard to the board. I, of course, meant an overcard to his pair.
It's alright, mate.
And call is the decision from Lupe.
I don't think anyone at home is judging you after 8 hours in the booth, mate.
This is true. 10 on the river. I think John could eke out some extra value here.
I'd like to see him go for it. 6-card Omaha triple board. You sicko.
Let's do it. Sign me up.
He's so annoyed at that. That coin flip.
He's on live tilt. 15k is the bet from John. Really like this bet.
Don't flip a coin.
Oh, it's 20k.
Exactly.
Wow, what a boss.
Pot size bet with second pair.
Fucking flip. On joue combien de temps encore? C'est jusqu'à 2 heures.
Wow, it makes the call. John gets a pot-sized river bet paid off on the river with pocket eights.
Gets to sit down as well. And maybe the stand-up game creeping into Luku's thought process there.
Thank you.
As we're into the wee hours here in Rozvadov. Henry, we're back tomorrow, aren't we?
We are indeed. Same time, same place, same funky people in the booth.
Same game?
Same game, I believe.
1-2-4.
Hello, 1-2-4. Down your local.
You put the AC on for a little bit there, Paul?
Parce que toi, tu vois, là, c'était content de voir un 6 à côté off-suit. Bon, moi, tu veux voir une belle carte, on va voir.
You ever got a jacket on?
Oh well.
So sick.
Queen 10 versus Ace Jack to the flop. Ace King 4. Gold way out in front. If he makes 2 pair though, it could be a problem as Lupu blasts in some chippies. I wouldn't be surprised to see a raise here from Gold. He does just come with the call, but he's been very switched on tonight.
C'est moi qui bats tonton en fait. T'as pris la mienne en fait.
Looks like they're a bit too deep. Oh my word, the jack of clubs.
Wow.
On the turn, and Lupu is going to get unstuck some of the 400k. 17-7 in the middle.
12.5.
See what he comes with. Yeah, back on 12, believe. Sick read, Mr. Gaziby.
Thank you, sir.
What a turn card.
Not my first rodeo.
Ace or a jack needed. Back-to-back callers for Ghosh. Set over set the previous hand. He's now turned 2 pair. His opponent has turned a straight. 3 of clubs on the river, and finally Lupu has the stone cold nuts in a spot. I'd like to see him just blast here.
Yeah.
Just like 2x pot.
I think I'd love to see that as well, but I think we'll see something more in the line of 32.
Like your image, everything, diamonds, brick, just do it.
32-2, that's my guess. What are you choosing, Henry?
I'm choosing 60,000. Like B150. Like, you've literally been blasting every hand all night. You finally got it. Your opponent snap called flop, snap called turn. Just fire out a big bet. You unblock all the pairs. Most importantly, you unblock top pair.
32-2. I know I'm wrong.
That is huge.
He has bombed that.
Wow, and a snap fold. Goj snap fold 2 pair. Armin Goj, take a bow. I mean, talk about just making a name for yourself.
Wow.
In less than 16 hours of televised poker.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
All right, guys, and welcome on back to our final two tables of the German Poker Day. I'm your commentator, Alan Finn. And here we have the chip counts: Clement, Stefan, Dorjan. Top three guys leading the feature table. You have Thomas, Weg, and then Thomas Tier. Fourth and fifth, Hesh and sixth. Naguib, Milan, and Andrea, seventh, eighth, and ninth, respectively. Yeah, so final table read, or not final table, final two table redraw just now after a quick 15-minute break. See the TD announcing to the dealers to shuffle up and deal. Deal they shall. Managed to grab myself a cup of coffee in the meantime, guys. Not sure if I need it. Probably just going to have the one. Hopefully that keeps me going for the rest of it. But as I said, I can imagine it's going to be close to 4, if not 5 a.m. before this finishes up in Ireland. Obviously 5, 6 a.m. in Central Europe before this finishes up. But either way, we're 4.5 hours into this as we speak. If I had to guess, probably 6-7 hour mark is where it might be coming somewhat close to a finish. But at the same time, you never know. Poker can fluctuate, to put it lightly. But anyways, first hand here. Thomas hardly raising that under the gun. It is a little bit ambitious from the get-go, and maybe the graphics are inaccurate. You should see graphics should be updated again at some stage. It's a little bit more accurate in terms of a hand to do it under the gun, and not the 7-3 that we saw originally. So Stepan, I think you'd pronounce that. Raising UTG here. Hesh in the hijack, excuse me. Clement getting all the way in the cutoff. Beeb here now. Getting all the way, obviously. And then you have, maybe the graphics are a little bit slow. Yeah, so it's in the small blind here, so we don't know what Milan has at the moment. The graphics are a little bit delayed. Or maybe he didn't show them to the card reader that accurately. He's coming in for a raise anyways, that much we do know. We do have queens here. It's just going to be a raise fold for Stepan, you'd imagine. See Thomas here in the big blind, that's the 7-3 suited, 7-3 off that we saw originally. Stepan's still thinking about what to do here, but I don't think it's that much of a decision. He does decide to call here. I'm not really that big of a fan calling off this versus Milan's stack size. Again, this is a spot where Milan should just be 3-betting all in, realistically. And, you know, Stepan might be inclined to just run this now with the overs. Obviously, not having a diamond here makes the equity of this exact combo not great. But if he thinks his king and queen are good, he has a 9 and an ace to go with it. It's just obviously if Milan has any diamond, it's going to kill a lot of his outs. That's the only downside here. He needs to be a little bit careful here. 1.8 into 5.5. Very close to 3-1, if not thereabouts 3-1 the call here, and it's just a matter of breaking down what the ranges kind of look like in this exact spot. As I said, he doesn't have a diamond, which is not really that good when it comes to making the decision to call here or not. And obviously if Milan has any diamond himself, he's in a lot worse shape. Something like ace king with a diamond here, for example, or pocket pairs with a diamond. I think folding here is probably the best play for Stepan. if I'm honest. I don't know, you're getting 3-1 to call here with 2 overs and a straight draw. If you think the 2 overs are good, then you probably should call here. I mean, I would just fold pre-flop, if I'm honest. But he's obviously getting a decent price, but he does find the fold, and I think that's the correct play from Stepan. Another example of Milan potentially making a pre-flop error in terms of not 3-betting all in. Instead, just decides to 3-bet. You know, if he has some pocket pairs there, or ace king, ace queen, ace jack, he's just going to 3-bet all in. So when he starts 3-betting off that stack size, it's exactly what it is in terms of value. Not going to be any light 3-bets in that off that stack size. So that's why I'd be way more inclined in Stepan's eyes to just raise fold in that exact spot. Thomas now picking up the aces here again. This is not the first time we've saw aces throughout this stream, guys. If anyone's been tuned in from the get-go, they know that aces, ace king, kings have been flying around the feature table. And they've been pretty prolific in terms of getting action too, by the way. Now with Thomas opening it up off 14 bigs. Andreas is going to get out of the way there. Really interesting look with the glasses and the hat. Interesting shirt to go along with it too, or is it a jacket? Dorjan here now, getting all the way with the ace-7. Hesh, more than likely going to be getting all the way too. Hold around to Milan on the button, he's going to get all the way too. Thomas getting all the way here also. Fold around to Stepan. Looks down at king 8 here. Probably going to be a fold versus that sizing as well. Again, it's just these sizes UTG are just way too big. Way too big. They're just too big in general. Makes the big blind defending range way too easy in terms of just like folding. I'm not going to say all parts of the range, but like stuff like that, king 8 would be a call versus a min open, whereas versus the close to 3x, it's just going to be a fold. Therefore, you lose out in potential action with your aces, which, you know, it's difficult to get aces, guys. It's very, very difficult to get aces. So when you do, you want to maximize EV, you want to maximize value, and yeah. There's a lot of, coincidentally, I mean, even if I'm honest, the last couple of streams I've done prior, in terms of the commentary, there's a lot of pre-flop mistakes that you see. Obviously the odd post-flop mistake itself, but like when it kind of comes to tournament poker, when you're on this kind of 10, 15 big blind stack, you kind of want to be, you want to have pre-flop really down to a T. And, you know, there's obviously a lot of inexperience in terms of players' decision-making pre-flop, whether that's raise first in sizings, whether that's going all in, open jamming off X amount of big blinds. It needs to, you're seeing a decent amount of mistakes, and this is coming from someone who doesn't play tournaments that much, if ever. But as I said, I play cash games full-time online, so I'd like to say I confidently know something about poker itself. And there's a lot of concepts that are shared between the two formats in terms of poker, tournaments and cash games. Here we have a hand, Dorjan, looking down at Andreas's. And this is another example with Andrea. Again, I just don't understand why. I mean, maybe there's a pay jump. There is a pay jump, to be fair, so that has to be taken into consideration. But, I mean, it's €300 of a pay jump. It's not that big of a pay jump, but it's still 1.5x buy-in. So maybe it's something not to be not to at least take into consideration, I guess. But in fairness, I would still rather be just open jamming this king queen, and I mean Thomas is just going to decides to fold. I mean, I don't blame it. Like, I mean, if Andreas decided to go all in there, I think Thomas might be a little bit more inclined to call. But look, at the same time, it's 6-7 big blinds off a 22, 23 big blind stack. It's not that it would destroy his stack, but it would definitely put a dent in it. So he needs to be a little bit questionable. He needs to stop and think in terms of the hands he defends from the big blind. But King Queen in that spot, man, I don't know. And a little bit. It's up for debate whether you want to call or not. I think the fact that Andreas made it 3 big blinds instead of just going all in might make me a little bit more inclined to just call, or sorry, fold potentially. Clement picking up the King 10 suited here now. He's going to be coming in for a raise off his 30 big blinds, 37 big blinds, I should say. All around the blinds here now, Thomas and Andreas. It's hands like this that can get you into trouble off these stack sizes. Yeah, again, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure what the small blind cold call range versus, you know, under the gun +2, you know, off 17 big blinds or 16 big blinds. It's this might be a call. I don't know, but like I would just fold pre-flop myself if I'm being honest. Pretty standard spot for Clement just to bet this. Ace-high boards in general are usually difficult to defend well against. They're definitely the type of boards that I'd be c-betting pretty frequently on. And take that one down. Clement continues to chip up. Been doing for a lot of the feature table. He's been on it. Hesh now under the gun here, going to be getting out of the way. You'd imagine with 10-5 off. All around to Milan here now with Ace King. 18 big blinds. He's doing all right, so he is. He's doing all right. For a raise here, and it looks about 800k. $900k even. And you know, again, 3x is big. It just doesn't need to be this big. You can get away with like 600k here, no problem, and literally accomplish the same thing, if not more. People might be less inclined to 3-bet over the top of this. And if they do, it won't be as light as it would be versus a min open. Racing the small blind is obviously not going to be doing anything but folding. Dorjan is not going to be defending when it's a 3x open. Milan is going to be taking down the blinds and antes. I don't think Dorjan is going to be defending this here. I'd be very surprised. I've seen him make some tighter folds with arguably better hands than this versus 3x. But pretty sure this is just Hollywooding again from Dorjan, if I'm honest. Shows the ace. And this is the thing as well, you know, and kind of going back to what I originally said in terms of the raise first in sizings, like 3x gets them hands to fold, and them are hands that you dominate, and versus the min open they're going to have to defend them, so you kind of want calls from them sort of hands. But anyways, chip counts: Clement, Milan, Dorjan, top 3 guys leading. There's 42 big blinds for Clement. Stepan, Thomas and Hesh 4th, 5th and 6th, and Thomas, Nabib and Andreas 7th, 8th and 9th. Yeah, Clement obviously leading the way on 42 big blinds, 2-1 chip lead on Milan, who's just below second. For sure, blinds are another little bit from going up, but or maybe not. I'm not sure. There might be a 5 or 10 minute gap in between when they go up next, but there will be 200 and 400k, which again puts more pressure on the shorter stacks, which in turn causes more all-ins, which is what everyone's here to see. Thomas coming in for a raise here now. So it looks like. She does. Yes. Again, not sure what the debate is here in terms of what decision to make. Just a bit of TV time. Dorjan with a lot more reasonable. I think this is a very easy 3-bet all in here. If he's any history with Thomas, he's aware that he's capable of at least raising wider than the average player. So, you know, if that's the case here, I just prefer flicking it in the middle. Decides to call. I mean, there's a lot shorter stacks here in fairness, so I don't mind the call. So ICM is obviously playing a part here as well in terms of his decision. But you know, Ace Jack is definitely strong enough here. Yes, Dorjan wants to see an ace high flop here. An ace high flop he gets. It's top for Thomas. Monotone flop though. And again, look, don't want to be results orientated, but it kind of goes back to the pre-flop decision in terms of calling this. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's not that you can't call this, but you factor in like how much pressure you can put on by 3-betting all in there. With all the ICM and the shorter stacks in play, like Thomas has to fold a chunk of his range, you know. Given what like he's going to be opening in the cutoff in general. Or on average, I should say. Ace Jack is just going to play so well in that exact spot. But as I said, obviously, you know, not being results oriented because Thomas ended up hitting top. It's just more so what I feel is a better play. Thomas bets out 850k here regardless. And I mean, Dorjan can't fold for one. I just hope he's not thinking about doing anything else, which I don't think he is, if I'm honest. I think he's just going to call here. He's going to take a long-ass time about it. But yeah, I think just call here and then see what the turn brings. Interesting one, actually. I mean, it's pretty much a blank. And he just ships it all in. La, not ideal. I mean, again, like, you have to think about what Thomas can only be doing this with as a bluff. And you're talking some offsuit combos with a diamond. And, you know, this could be ICM suicide if he's doing that as a bluff. Because, again, of all the shorter stacks in play. And, he did it so quickly. So quickly. In general, when people act really quickly, it's a very easy decision. So, therefore, an easy decision is usually value. For the most part. So when he's doing this snap jam on the turn, it's like, if he had a bluff, he would at least think about it a little bit longer. You know, debate whether he should or shouldn't, or should he check back with some offsuit, you know, hands with a diamond, or does he just want to play like the king of diamonds, really aggressive here? Is he getting out of line with the queen of diamonds, etc.? You know. Like, there's a lot of hands that beat Dorjan here, but there isn't that many hands that Dorjan beats himself, in my opinion. Like, the 5 is a blank, to be fair. Doesn't interact with anyone's range except, you know, maybe, I mean, someone have an ace-5, that's about it, like. Maybe Thomas has some 4-5, 5-6, something. That's it, like. But that's still hands that you lose to. You know, there isn't really many hands that Dorjan beats himself, but there's a lot of hands he loses to. So when that's the case, you're just better off folding these hands because they're indifferent at best. And, you know, given the situation of the tournament he's in and all that, I don't think Thomas is going to have enough bluffs here. In my opinion, anyways. Does find the fold. Yeah, and again, I'm not being results orientated here, but I think Dorjan has to at least consider a 3-bet all-in pre, you know. Instead of, like, the blinds are going up here now again, guys, so that's even more of a pinch on the shorter stacks. But yeah, just going back to that, Dorjan should at least, I mean, I don't doubt he didn't at least consider it, but I think that's a bit of a tendency from Dorjan when it comes to these big kind of decisions in these ICM spots where you need to kind of take the high risk route. And I think that would have been a very good example of taking the high risk route, but it's going to work so often because of how much he's meant to fold, given how much there is shorter stacks in play. So, like, I mean, I think maybe, like, obviously the strongest pairs, like 10s plus, is probably a call there. 9s is probably very, very close. Stuff like ace-jack is probably relatively close. Ace-queen suited, you're probably going to call, but in my opinion, that's about it. So if he's opening, I don't know, 40, 50% of range on the turn there, or sorry, in the cutoff, you're going to get so much of that to fold. But this is this is quite the spot for Milan. I mean, what's this about? The guy has aces, he's all in. Why is he tanking? I would be a little bit pissed off here if I was Naguib. That he's taking this long with aces. It does not matter. I mean, what is this? I mean, is there a pay jump? There isn't a pay jump. So okay, Nagib just shoved all in under the gun. I thought there was a 3-bet or something like that. My apologies. This is a bit of a... he's probably going to fold, yeah. He's probably going to fold. If there's one player at the table, I think, to hear an all-in or re-raise all-in, I do not want to see it from Milan. Because he's probably going to be the tightest player on the table to do it, and therefore having the strongest range. Guys, for anyone tuning in, how many times have we saw aces tonight? Even since we've done the final table read, or the 2 tables redraw, I think this is the 3rd time aces have came up. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. Jack high flop here. Nagib needs another jack. Jack only. Nagib doesn't look like he's feeling it. No jack. Lose Nagib in 17th position. That nets him 2K, 2.1K, close to 2.1K, 2-0-7-0. So well played, Nagib, another French player. See him having a brief discussion with his mate after getting knocked out. We see Milan now, big chip favours at the moment after running well in a couple of spots and holding when he needed to hold. Well played him. Thomas now under the gun, queen 3 off, going to be going in the muck. Stepan, same thing. Andreas here now off 5 big blinds, thinking about something, but decides on the latter. Folding, that is. Dorjan now, the famous pocket twos. Made a nice bluff with him earlier on in the stream, if anyone was there to see it. He's in for a raise here. I was having this discussion with somebody in chat earlier on. This 10 to 12 big blind stack is probably the bare minimum. Or sorry, the least, not the most or least. Yeah, least amount of big blinds you could say in terms of what you should actually have a min raise range of. I think anything below whatever 9, 10 big blinds thereabouts. Probably just want to have an open jam range. But Dorjan technically had 11 there. Decided to just come in for a min raise. Accomplished the same thing. But again, we have the chip counts here, guys. 200, 400k. We got Clement, Milhan, Thomas, top 3 guys, 29, 26, 17 big blinds respectively. Dorjan, Stepan, Thomas, 14, 13 and 10 big blinds, and Hesh and Andreas 9 and 5 big blinds respectively. Did a pretty close final 2 tables by the looks of it, guys. If anyone's made any major mistakes, whatever hands that went all in, pretty standard. Just somebody was unfortunately on the wrong end of getting a knockout. That's how tournament poker goes. Still have 16 players, guys. 2 tables of 8-handed. We're just over 5 hours into the coverage here. Started on 54 players. As I said recently, a couple of seconds ago, technically, that we're down to the last 16, last 2 tables. We'll be playing down to a winner, obviously. So, buckle up. There's still, in my opinion, a couple of hours of play left. Depends how the cards fall. So, it could be a late one. I mean, it's technically a late one, as it is, if I'm honest. Like 3 a.m. in Central Europe now, and it's 2 a.m. here in Ireland. Well, whatever, 2:12. Yeah, easily another couple hours of play left. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are too. Thomas here now on the big blind. Probably just going to reshift this, I'd imagine. Don't think you really want to be calling here, given how wide Clement is going to be opening on the button. And he does realise that. Nicely played there by Thomas. Suppose the only kind of next interesting part is probably going to be when we're maybe down to like 13 or 14 or 12 or 13 players, where it starts coming like, you know, 6-handed, 7-handed poker. You know, it's going to be a lot more pressure on people to fight for blinds, you know, to keep their head afloat, and if they don't, they're just going to get ate by the blinds because they're going to be coming around way more more swiftly. So yeah, we're not too far away from that at the moment, but definitely when the tables get shorter, in terms of whatever the amount of players, the fight for blinds becomes way more important. So, you know, a couple of eliminations away, and we're going to be in that situation, which should be fun. Andreas here now, under the gun +1. Queen Jack off. Big decision here. For me, it's pretty self-explanatory. Does decide with the all-in eventually. See if he gets any action. Here, too many players behind to start calling off with 3s there. Oh, Milan, run hotter, mate. He's asking for a count, but I don't think it matters. Don't think it matters. It's going straight over the top. Isolate Andreas. And there it is. Milan wins this, guys. I mean, it would have been. I mean, it might have been a call, pretty easy call for Thomas with ace-10 if Milan didn't wake up with the hand he did. I think he would be calling that. I mean, it's a very easy fall now. Just like, yeah, it's just going to be a pretty standard fold, and Stepan would have woke up with something as well interesting, but again, very easy fold in this spot for him. But yeah, if Milan didn't wake up with his hand, there could have been, I would say, definitely one call behind. But Milan realised, or just like re-isoing, should I say, just isolating Andreas is all in. Definite best play. Obviously get there in that decision to let it go. He shows the Queen Jack, and to be fair, it's not the worst shape you can be in when you go all in and get the chip leader re-raising all in over the top. Well, relatively close to chip lead, if not chip leader, to be fair. We're going to see an all in here, guys. Here we go. Up is 997 Rainbow. Elan's Ace King still holding. And relatively dead on the turn. Andrea's a 10 and a 10 only. We're going to be down to 15 players, guys. And Elan stacks some more chips. Quite the interesting jacket, I like it.
No cards, no cards. Every second hand, no cards.
Decent run, regardless for Andreas. You know, what? Close to 1.9k runners. Get knocked out in 16th place. Get let's check the payouts here. 2.3k, 2.4k for your troubles for 300 euro, or sorry, 200 euro buy-in. 2 long days, obviously, but it's pretty good hourly, if you ask me. Pretty fucking good hourly. Orjan here now, 4-3 under the gun. Going to be letting it go, you'd imagine. Esh now 8 bigs. Going to see his cards in a moment when the graphics catches up, and he's got ace 4 suited. Pretty standard all in. He's given the all in button. I think Hesh is the only one I've saw in terms of being relatively aggressive in this exact situation. We saw him do it with some pocket fours against under the gun with Milan before, if you remember that hand. But yeah, just when it comes to these all-in kind of situations in terms of like really knowing the ranges on whatever effective stack size, he's played it well, I think. I mean, it's not exactly rocket science, but his awareness to the actual ranges seemed to be relatively accurate. I should say optimal, whatever way you want to phrase it. GTO. Million chips in the pot before any cards are dealt, guys.
No cards, no cards.
Sometimes that's 25% of somebody's stack.
This is cards.
No.
No, this is cards. This is not card, this is cards.
Stepan here now. Sure, just probably going to be open jamming. I think that's the smartest in this exact situation. Just decide to throw it in the middle. And he's going to get it through. Orjan puts his cards in the middle, which is what you'd expect. First actor looks down at 2 fish hooks, pocket jacks. Relatively nice hand to look down at. These kind of spots with short stacks where your raise first in is going to get, I would say, jammed on pretty, should be getting jammed on relatively light. People just don't believe that you're going to have that stronger range all the time due to the fact that you're just going to be putting pressure on. So if that's the case, you're going to open wide. It's really, really nice when you pick up these premiums. And again, for me personally, it's a very, very obvious decision in terms of a fold off 11 big blinds. Does eventually get to that decision. Better late than never, they say. And Hesh, Hesh might get a little bit out of line here. I mean, folding is obviously never an option. I really don't mind 3-betting all in here. But calling is absolutely fine too, you know. I think 3-betting all in there could be a thing against Clement exactly. But you know, sure calling is legit also. Very easy C-bet once Hesh checks to Clement here, and that's going to be the end of the hand. Don't think Clement is going to be checking back this flop. C-betting 500k here, 500k is going to be, yeah, 525 seems good. And Hesh can't call this. Don't know what his plan is calling off this stack size. Very ambitious. I mean, there's very strong argument to double barrel this for value here in Clement's shoes, in my opinion. I think checking back here would be a mistake and potentially missing out on values. Yeah, I think there's definitely another street of value there, and you can snap check back the river. You know, what's Hesh going to do here? So this is the problem with calling this hand in particular. Do you turn this into a bluff now? Do you think you have showdown? I don't think you have showdown, but I wouldn't get to the river in this spot with this hand in particular. I mean, a very easy bet here now for Clement. It's like, not even up for debate here. And he knows it. If he doesn't bet this, he's going to bet it. I know he's going to bet it. I would say the vast majority of the time Hesh never checks a queen here, so if he never checks a queen, this is the easiest bet in the world. It's just a matter of what you're trying to target. So there's obviously some under pairs to the 8 and then 8x itself, so you kind of isolate that part and say what price is going to call, you know, versus that range in particular. Yeah, so this is the problem when you call these hands. Now you're kind of like, oh, I'm in bluff catch mode, etc. And this is the issue when you kind of, I suppose, don't construct your flop check call range accurately or well. I mean, you know, it's kind of one of those things where Clement is probably c-betting range on the flop. I get that. You know, ace highs are relatively doing okay against that. And now when the turn goes check, check, it's kind of like, well, he can still have a bunch of air in the bet check bet line. But, you know, this is what I'm saying. It's kind of like you need to construct your flop range well enough that, like, bluff catching this river makes sense with that range, you know. I don't think you should call here, but, you know, stuff like 9-10, Jack-10, you know, them gut shots on the flop, etc. They're going to barrel the turn. You know, so any heart draws are going to barrel the turn as well. And yeah, he does eventually find the fold. Which I think makes the most sense. I mean, I would just honestly check fold the flop as well. I think that's a check fold majority of the time, if not all the time, in them positions in a cash game off 100 big blinds. Pretty sure it's going to be a pure fold on the flop, even against someone that's probably c-betting really, really high frequency. So if you're looking at it from a tournament perspective, he had 9 big blinds effective starting that, and he check called the flop. That's why I think that's a big issue. Just end up with way too weak of a range by the river. Like stuff like calling ace 10, ace jack, and ace 9 are way better there, because at least then you have backdoor straight draws as well. And you definitely are ahead against most of the c betting range. Ace 3 there is like, you're just not, you know. Because there's better ace highs that are just going to be value betting, or not value betting, but like c betting that flop. For sure, like folding ace 3 there is going to be the best thing to do there. Players are roughly, just checking clock here, they're about 9.5 hours of playing already today, guys. It's been a long day. I'm not sure how many hours they played yesterday, but probably like easily 6 hours plus, if not 8 hours, I'd say. Too long enough day playing poker. I mean, I say that, I play online myself full time, so I understand putting in hours consistently can be draining. 6 hours a day is what I can do max. Not even daily. I do it maybe 4 or 5 days in a row. And I need a day or two off to fucking to recoup mentally. So for sure, the players are no doubt feeling fatigue at this stage after 2 days of playing. And as I said already, there's definitely going to be another couple hours of play left in this. But again, here are the chip tacks. Milan, Clement, Thomas, the top 3. Dorjan, Stepan, Thomas, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And Hesh in seat 7 then. Or sorry, position 7. 7th. 33 big blinds for Milan. It's funny because Milan at one point was a lot shorter than 33 big blinds, let me tell you that much. Clement has always been up the top. Thomas then obviously a 2-1 Chipley, or sorry, 2-1 deficit between second and third, him being on 15 big blinds and everyone more or less trailing behind with similar stacks. Milan for sure has made a big turnaround. Dorjan now picking up the Cowboys. 2 kings for Kings Casino. See how he plays them. I think it's pretty standard 800k, like he was doing all the time. I swear to God, people have size and tells. I mean, obviously I can see the whole card, so it makes my life a hell of a lot easier in terms of noticing this. But, you know, it makes the min open 80 to 90% of the time, and then decides to up it to 2.2, 2.3x with the kings. So, you know, of course I can see the hands, as I said, so I know I notice this difference. But again, there is tells in pokers, guys. There is tells in poker. Stepan here now, 8-3 off, UTG. Ace-9 here for Thomas. Probably going to be coming in for a raise. Ace-9 suited, that is. Graphics just sorting themselves out there. Good again. Milan here now. Small blind, ace-5 off. Probably just going to be folding. Thomas here for sure. I think he has to defend. I think that's a little bit too weak there from Thomas. I understand you don't have that many chips, but I think that hand has too much potential post-flop. Folding it is, in my opinion, a big mistake. 6-5 suited there, just plays too well. Flop a lot of draws, straight draws, flush draws, 2 pairs. It's a potential missed opportunity there for the other Thomas. I'm going to call him German Thomas and Austrian Thomas. Dorjan here under the gun, 10-7 off. Fold, fold, fold. Clement here, folding is also. Milan exploiting the big chip stack. This, I think, if Thomas can find the 3-bet all in here, it'll be very, very nice. I just hope he's not one of those guys that is afraid of going broke. Is that a 3-bet? Just decides to call. See, this was an interesting spot for Stepan here now to actually shove. I think this is a very, very good spot to do it. Again, I know I can see the whole cards, but I just think in general, it's just a good spot to do this. It's nice to pass, unfortunately. Thomas. My apologies, I think that's... No, it's not, it is an Austrian flag. He does decide to squeeze all in here. Milan is going to give it the big, tough decision look when he knows it's an immediate fold. Standard play by Thomas here. I never understood the Hollywood stuff here, honestly. I mean, seriously, bro. With all due respect. Jesus, there's time and tells, and there's just like someone taking their time over this over an actual decision. And I don't think Thomas can call this either. This is the problem. I'd rather 3-bet all in here myself. You know, maybe Thomas then decides to fold ace-jack suited, who knows? You know, things can work out very differently if you take, you know, that decision that you're probably supposed to do most of the time. I'd imagine queen 10 suited there is supposed to 3-bet all in that exact spot. I would assume. You just kind of end up getting squeezed by ace-jack suited, which is 100% the play in his shoes. But I do feel like taking that queen 10 suited and actually 3-betting all in. Maybe the ace-jack suited still goes all in, but if he does, then it plays itself, you know. I just think that, you know, the hand plays out a lot differently if the queen 10 suited just 3-bets all in, which I think it should do against somebody who's going to be opening relatively wide off that stack size. Should make that decision even easier, to be honest. But Clement picks up ace-jack. Offsuit here, UTG +1. Goes around to Stepan here on the button. 3 suited, going to be going in the middle. Thomas here waking up with the jack-5 off. Dorjan. Definitely not going to be folding, that's for sure. I think he's just going to go for the call here. Don't see really any other reason to 3-bet here. Unless you were pretty confident that Clement is just getting completely out of line here with the hands he's going to be opening. Again, I think call and 3-bet all in here are both fine. 3-bet all in being probably the more aggressive, overly aggressive potentially move, but both justifiable, both more than reasonable. As long as you ain't folding here, you're not doing anything wrong. Very interesting flop. I think this could be Dorjan's. Depends what happens on the flop here, guys. Dorjan's hand can definitely be a check call in the flop. That's a milli. Basically a third of the pot. The reason why I think this hand is a call is that you're actually still ahead of some of his range. But the problem is if you check call this hand, you might get blown off your equity on the turn. You don't pick up extra equity potentially, but maybe this is still a call. Just depends on the size and that whoever might use in position on the turn. But I think check calling this is totally fine as well. You're still ahead of some of his range that C-best this flop. But I don't blame him for just like check raise getting it in, because there's a lot of bad like junk hands in Clement's range as well. Check raise and just gets all them folds from that, and if you get it in, you're never in that bad a shape anyways with this hand in particular. Not in good shape against this hand, but Clement's going to be C-betting this so wide. So that looks like a call, I believe. Oh, he's going for the raise, and I don't blame him. Look, I think both are absolutely fine. Again, as long as you're not folding, you're not doing anything wrong. A little bit. I mean, given the big blind's range here, that it can be like a lot of flush draws and some 6-7. I just think you have to go all in here, and obviously Clement understands that. And Dorjan is not folding the nut flush draw, so no diamonds or running kings, and Clement wins a 13 million chip pot. Relatively pretty big ass pot, guys. Let's be real. Be an interesting flop. Oh, sorry, turn and river. Doesn't look like a diamond, guys. So a diamond and a diamond only. Clement wins a 13 million chip pot. And he wins. Very nice hold for Clement. Dorjan, unfortunately, going to be our 15th place finisher. Guaranteeing himself 2.4k, 2.35 to be exact. Very good performance from Dorjan. Good job, mate. Well done. Down to 14 players, guys. Not sure they're going to rejig the tables for 7-handed. One would imagine that's going to happen. I think the blinds are going up relatively soon as well, guys. They're going to be 250k, 500k. Again, it's going to put way more pressure on the stacks, the shorter stacks in particular. So here we have a 6-handed table, guys. Probably might be rebalanced, as I said, but either way, Clement, Milan, Thomas, the top 3 players, Stepan, Thomas, and Hesh, bottom 3 players. 46, 28, 21, 13, 8 and 7 are the big blind stacks. Clement having 37% of the chips in play. White, a healthy amount. Milan, 23%, and then Thomas, 17. So yeah, Clement really dominating the table here, to be fair. Hasn't really done anything wrong, but's done a lot of things right. So gotta give him credit. As I said, commentating on his work last weekend as well, I felt similar about his game, and he's really continuing to hold that that impression on me, if I'm honest. Good job on him. Not sure exactly what's happening here, guys. Are they looking to bring one player over? I see Clemens standing up. I see Milan standing up also. Maybe they're waiting for a hand to finish up and then probably going to maybe bring a player over. I'm not quite sure. That's the new player there. They were kind of waiting for guys. I don't think they wanted to play 6-handed due to the blinds and antes. They felt it was unfair until they balanced out the tables by the looks of it. So it should be 7-handed on both tables now, I believe. We'll know for sure when we get back to the action. That would be my assumption. Our new player here seems to be speaking French, so probably French nationality. See him talking to Clement there. It's on Hesh now. Under the gun. Milan here now. 4-3 off, not going to be doing much with that. It's 10 off here in the cutoff. Stefan definitely going to be raising at least. Decides to go all in, which is for sure. Quite aggressive, and this is Adele. Ouladid. French player, which I was correct. I saw him chatting to Clement. Gets that through. Stepan chips up, a couple of big blinds. Next 10 guys, 14 players remaining. Getting all the way there. We see the blinds are gone up now, guys, to 250k, 500k. Again, a lot more pressure on the chip stacks. Shorter ones, that is, stuff like Thomas here now, 6 big blinds, might be thinking an ace, ace 6. So this is what I was saying, guys, getting down to this shorter 13, 14 players, whatever, 12, give or take. Players are going to start dropping because of the stack sizes, the blinds, how often the blinds are coming around to them, how often they have to steal, put that stack on the line. And that hit, in turn, that's going to come with variance, that's going to come with eliminations, etc., etc. So it's an example of it here. Adele thinking about it with ace 4 off here, 12 big blinds. Personally, I think this is a fold. And Hesh, he's deciding to call here. Obviously Hesh had probably 4 or 5 big blinds, so he's decided to go with it here with the jack 8 off. I don't know, is it that good of a decision? It's definitely up for debate off 4 big blinds, but Hesh looks like he's had enough. But he's still a 50-50 here, guys, bear that in mind. Which is interesting to see. $13 players left, guys. 13 players are all guaranteed 2.6k. Off comes Jack. Off comes a Jack, and that sends Hesh into the lead. So Thomas needs an ace. Running straight cards. Fortunately, the 10 of clubs is dead. He needs a 10 or an ace. That is not a club. That is not. That is 2 pair. So Thomas still in this with a couple of 100k, but basically 1 big blind. Life support. See on people's faces, they look tired. They're whatever, 9.5 to 10 hours of playing. It's been a long night, guys. It's been a long day. Some of these guys, it's been a long 2 days even, to be fair. I mean, we're close to 6 hours into coverage. Feature table started with 54 players today, guys. Down to the final 13. Down to the final 13. 12 and 13 players, or 12 and 13 place finishes are guaranteed 2.63k, which is all right. We got Thomas here now, waking up with the ace jack off 1 big blind. Not a lot else he can do there. I would imagine blinds, one of the blinds will at least call, but Hesh is just going to reshape over this, you'd imagine. More or less is what's going to happen. Size just call, but you know, don't think he's going to be folding if somebody else goes all in over the top, but I could be wrong in that assumption. But either way, Thomas waking up with ace jack off the 1 big blind. And unfortunately, he's going to run into the ace queen of Hesh, so it's round 2 here. Hesh and Thomas going at it again. Comes the flop. All diamonds, so that's in Hesh's, what I say. Hesh is still ahead here, obviously, with the top pair. Just realised it, but Thomas still has some outs. Thomas still has some outs. Thomas has more outs. Any jack, any diamond. This doesn't work. Hesh is going to finish off Thomas. Thomas was on life support after losing that flip to Hesh. Hesh decided to finish him off, as I said. Hesh stacking up 2 hands in a row like that now. Going to be happy. Bear in mind there, Thomas picks up a 2.63k profit for a €200 buy-in tournament. Guarantee a 300k. Guarantee smashed. 310k guarantee in the prize pool, or should I say 310k in the prize pool. Guarantee was 300k for €200 buy-in. Really, really nice. Total runners actually 1,874. Down to our final 12. Thomas here now off 17 bigs, coming in for a raise. Dell, what he can do with that hand. Milan making a relatively tight fold in my opinion. Didn't see exactly the race first insides, but it's still going to be a defend versus 2.5 if that's what Thomas made it. I just forget exactly what he said, or sorry, what he did. We continue. Thomas here now looking down at the king 9 off. Adele now. Gonna be sticking it all in. The 10s. He wakes up with hands behind. Stefan not going to be calling in the big blind with that hand. Adele takes down the blinds and antes up to 15 big blinds. Adele waking up at a premium here now again. Very nice hand, 2 ladies. Did he come in for a min open this time instead of open jamming off 15 big blinds? I think it's a big difference between 12 and 15. No doubt he's going to realise that also. Milan here, and Milan, this is the stack size. This is what I mean. So if Adele gets a double up here, Milan is on not a life support, but between 5 and 10 big blinds. He just decided to call. But for sure, someone doubling up against another person is going to put them in a bit of trouble, you know. So everyone is going to be playing cautiously in mind those 10 to 15 big blind stacks, or at least try and play as optimal as they can. Obviously, Adele does not want to go multi-way to this flop. See how it comes. King high flop here. Queen's still ahead, but they can't know that for sure. Does decide to bet. $1.3 million, so about 25%. Milan here with a good shot to the nuts, but don't think there's much you can do here, mate, except it's up for debate, that call. I mean, obviously, if you hit a queen, you're going to get paid, but it's not always going to be the case, you know. Plus, you have the big blind behind to worry about, so for sure need to be. It's just off these stack sizes as well. Like, investing 2 or 3 big blinds is like a lot. Like, it's a good percentage of your stack. Like, so if that's the case and you're doing that on a gut shot, it's kind of like it's up for debate, you know, in terms of whether you should or you shouldn't do that. Now you're on the turn here. Now it's like you're in a situation where you probably need to start bluffing this. I don't think it has that much showdown value, if any. You know, when Adele here probably c-bets multi-way, he has relatively something good or something, you know. I think this is a relatively good combo. I think this combo in particular with the ace of hearts is even better to barrel. You can follow through on all hearts. And you probably have to give up most rivers with the ace of hearts. He does decide to bet, which I can strongly get behind. In terms of sizing, Queens gets out of the way and he gets the fold. Well played, Milan. I think if you get the check from Adele there, you need to bluff that hand. I just like checking that back would just be. If you call the flop and face the turn check, you need to, yeah, you have to bluff that one. That combo is too good not to. I don't even think there's any combos of ace jack you check back. It's just having the ace of hearts there is nice because you can follow through on heart rivers as well. Hesh here now. Holding the 5-3 suited. Clement, ace 8. Probably good enough to raise here. But he's going to keep an eye on some of the stacks that are ahead of him, but still decides to go for the raise. Holding on to the blinds here now. Thomas not going to be doing much with the jack 6 suited. Adele. Queen 6 off in the middle. Ace 8 takes it down and Clement adds to his already growing stack. Next time we go, peeps. On to the next hand we go. We're on to step hand now. Getting all the way with the queen 4 off. Del. I don't think this is a hand you want to shove. I think part of me feels like you're supposed to fold this. Maybe you're only supposed to call this. Maybe never fold, but like I don't think you're supposed to ever raise off this stack size. Like shove off this stack size with this hand. You're probably never supposed to fold it either, so you're probably just always supposed to call it. Gonna get a street of value here from Hesh. That much I can say. Very easy check call. I don't mind a bet on the flop as well, but given you have middle pair, I think checking the plan to check call is going to be the best play. But mind you, off this stack size, you're better off maybe just getting it in because of some dicey turns. Yeah, I like check raise all in here, honestly. There you go. Just makes it easier to play. Makes it easier to play. There's a lot of dicey turns where you could potentially get bluffed off your hand, and at least you get to realize all your equity by doing this. So, well played by Adele here. I mean, I maybe might have bet the flop more than I need to. Maybe this is a board that hits the big blind well that we can't really bet too often. Definitely, if I check and face a stab or face a bet, check raising there makes the most sense off that stack size. Well played, Adele. Stepan has been quiet since the start of the two tables. We did the redraw that time, but can't really fault him. I think this is going to be an all-in for Adele. I mean, raise call and doesn't seem that appealing. Or maybe you're supposed to raise call this hand regardless. Doesn't matter. I think Clement is going to be reshipping over this because these two guys obviously know each other, and I know for a fact that he knows that he could be a little bit lighter, or potentially trying to steal. And Ace-8 is going to be doing relatively well against. There you go. He does decide to fold. I really just prefer shipping the Jack-10 there. A bit surprised to see raise folds there, but if somebody in chat can potentially verify that raise fold and Jack-10 there is better than just open jamming it. Maybe just limping the button is a thing there with that hand also. I'm not sure. Stepan now going all in off 9 big blinds with Ace-2 off under the gun. Thomas is going to be looking this man up with the reship all in. I don't think he's just going to be calling. Yeah, I think that I can get behind that too, Nadino. Just I just wasn't sure if raise fold was a thing. Obviously, open shove is pretty obvious as an option. I think personally myself, I don't think I would have raise folded that. I just would have open shipped it like only. But you know, I can get behind it too. Oh, maybe Ace-8. Yeah, exactly. Like there's a lot to add on to your stack. That generating, you know, the most fold equity or the most folds by going all in versus min raising. I think it makes more sense to shove there. And look, even if you get called by Ace-8 in the big blind, which Clement might have done, then you're never in that bad a shape with that hand in particular. It's always got a lot of possibilities. So if you weigh up all the factors, I think just open jamming it is going to be the best play there. Esh now on the cutoff here with Queen 10. In for an open. Stepan waking up with the Cowboys here. Again, nothing else to do here except go all in. Unless you want to get tricky and call, I think that both options are fine, but I think reshipping kings is probably better. I don't think. I mean, I don't know if this is a thing that you're supposed to have like three bet folds ever off this stack size. I'm not sure. I'm not educated enough on this, if I'm being honest with you, peeps. I mean, look, for me personally, seeing this, it looks super strong. So maybe that's the method behind it, in terms that you can do this with a pretty polarized range. You know, maybe some rag ace X or something like that. I'm not quite sure what that range looks like. But yeah. Yeah, this is, Nadino, I think so as well. I don't think there's much three bet folding off, you know, 8-9 big blinds, because the fold equity, I just don't think it's there that often. Especially if they're doing it with like a relatively strong range like kings. Like, it's difficult to balance the bluffs and the value part of your range there. Like, it's just better to have a 3-bet jam range with like pocket pairs, low pocket pairs, and whatever else on top of that. But yeah, I personally can't say for sure that it's not a thing, or sorry, that it is a thing. I just feel, yeah, that's the thing. So if it's never a bluff, then like, it's exactly what it is on the tin in terms of like the strength of hand, like, you know, aces, kings. It's like ace king off just shoves all the time. Ace king suited just goes all in all the time. You know, queens and jacks probably just like go all in. So what bluffs does he have when he like 3-bets off that stack size? That's really like it's just very obvious what's going on, you know. You're just far more likely to get called by something that if you just go all in. You know, there might be parts of his range that he might end up calling because you have a wide 3-bet all in range in that situation with pocket pairs and all the suited broadways and all that, whatever. So you might be more inclined to get called by something worse by just going all in. But yeah, when you 3-bet small like that off that stack size, it looks really, really strong, like really, really strong. Milan now waking up. He's on a roll, this man, so he is. Yeah, it's a place I'd like to go to as well at some stage, Nadino. It's a nice looking resort, casino, whatever else. It's got everything going on in it. Really, for sure on the bucket list to go there someday, but we got a car crash here in terms of two hands running into each other. And Milan is probably going to pick up some more chips. Yeah, it'd be nice, mate. It'd be nice to go. All in here regardless, guys. Queens versus Adele's nines, which is a little bit unfortunate to run into. But it is what it is, guys. It plays itself off these stack sizes. There's no 9 on that flop. I think Adele can be too upset here. He's played very well since he joined the final table, or sorry, the feature table. He's going to be guaranteed He's guaranteed 2.93k regardless. Oh, wow. Milan cannot believe it, guys. What a stinger on the river. My goodness. You couldn't write this stuff, guys. What a river.
Don't sit open. No. Nine river. Hey.
Don't think Adele can believe what just happened, but here we have the chip counts again, guys. Clement, Milan, Adele, top three honchos. And then 4th, 5th, and 6th is going to be Stefan, Thomas, and Hesh. Again, everyone's kind of between the whatever 10 to 20 big blind stack, with one guy running away with it, and one player then Hesh sub 10 big blinds. Clement is just a 2-1 chip lead on Milan, who's in 2nd place. So see, there's 11 players left, guys. Mine's 250k, 500k. She's 500 here now. So this is what I mean, guys. This is where the action gets very heated as the blinds are going around. It's 5-handed on both tables. There is so much to fight for. There's so much to fight for in this situation between all the blinds. Nadino, I actually don't, if I'm honest. But if you check out the King's website, I'm sure you'll come across some information there. There might be some bundles or some deals if you stay there for X amount of time. I just don't know myself personally. So sorry about that. Clement going in for a call here. 8-5 suited. Pretty nice hand here from Clement's perspective. 8-5 suited versus Thomas's steal on the button. As far as I know, I think Nadino is another couple of months. I forget the exact dates, but I think there might be a command button to tell you the exact date. Usually the mods will help you out, but I think they're all asleep at the moment, I'm not going to lie. But I know it's not for another 2 or 3 months, I believe. Could be October, November, I think. Or September, October, one or the other. Oh, wow, is that Thomas calling with King High there? Thomas waking up here now with the Jack 9 suited in the cutoff. Milan here waking up with the Queen 10 off, and the big blind going to be flicking in a call. Thomas, if he manages to bet here and he doesn't, which is fine, can definitely delay c-bet this hand. See Milan coming out here with a quick bet. This is the second time I've seen him do this. Second time I've seen it work. It's an exact spot in poker in general. Usually it's just a very overfolded spot where people's check back range is very, very weak. So when you probe the turn there in that exact spot, they just have too many folds in their range. It's twice I've seen Milan capitalize on an opponent checking back the flop and him stabbing the turn with air, and it worked. It's good to see this working in live poker too. It's a very common thing online where people implement it consistently, very aggressively. They definitely have tournaments every day, Nadino. I think in terms of festivals, like, you know, week-long things, it's very, very frequent. If you check out the King's site again, and if you check the schedule, there should be a list of the upcoming tournaments over the next 3 to 4 weeks, give or take. But there's some smaller events that the casino runs that wouldn't be that heavily advertised, because I see some of them on social media, the King's social media. So for sure they run MTTs every day. In terms of the big events, they have one on a weekly basis. It seems to be the case. I'm looking at the schedule on the King's site at the moment. So the next three weeks they have events on every week. 3 to 4 weeks maybe, something like that. But for sure they have MTTs every day, mate, for 100%. I'm 100% sure on that. Holds around to Stepan here in the small blind, Queen 8 off. Might be tempted to limp this. It's one of those hands that you don't want to jam in face or get called, because you're in really bad shape otherwise. Thomas is just going to check this back, which I think is absolutely fine. Up here for Stepan. Pair for Thomas. Stepan decides to check here, which is interesting. Well, I think it's absolutely fine, by the way, as long as we are never check folding. And I'm not a fan of this bet from Thomas. I don't see the merit of it. Either still ahead or behind in terms of this. I don't think you get called by many worse hands here, if any. Don't think Stepan has anything else to do here except call. Yeah, I'm not sure what to bet about from Thomas on the turn there. I don't think it makes that much sense. You're, as I said, getting called by very little that's worse, but most of the time you're just getting called by something that's better. So for sure his turn bet was debatable, if it's a thing at all. Yeah, as I said numerous times already, guys, you've players that have been playing for over 10 hours, I'd say at this stage. I mean, our coverage is coming up to 6.5 hours at this stage. It's the early hours of the morning in terms of being in Europe. Yeah, it's been a long one. Yeah, EC, it's been a long one, bro. And as I said, it's still another couple hours of play in it. But is this the final table break, or what's happening here? I think, was there elimination? Yeah, final table at 9, Landino. Moving everyone to the same table, the final table, I assume so. If there's a break, it's definitely the final 9 if that's the case. But it looks like that, in fairness. No, EC, we're playing to a winner tonight, yeah. Coverage has been going on, as I said, 6.5 hours. But we're playing down to our winner, yeah. Yeah, so we're on a break here, guys, so it must be the final table we're on now. So we're on a 20-minute break. So, yeah, we're gonna finish up tonight, EC. Dejan indeed. But yeah, we're on a break, guys, so we will talk to you in a bit.
Look what I did. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow.
You go bluff?
Bully me.
Crazy. much is there?
Thank you. Honey, I don't need.
All in.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like it. Congratulations. So down here, what is the real serve? Huh?
Just one time on stream, yeah?
You have showdown in the with the audience.
Yeah.
Showdown. Showdown is our call, yeah. You play on time, only, yeah. Okay, one time. Nice. Count this money.
Finally, you won a hand.
Nice hand.
Well, you can't stop Leon, but I think we should max one's better than.
One is fair.
What do you mean one? Like
One
16
straddle.
on that?
That's all. 16.
Max one. The rest are blind raise. You can still do the
Still blind raise, yeah. Well, everyone's straddling anyway, so I mean,
Yeah, 116 is max. You accept it.
Oh.
How much?
13. Oh.
How much?
40.
All in. That's the fun. Ah, such it.
How much is Patrick?
These don't play, you said?
Showdown quickly, so don't save time.
Showdown?
Yeah, more showdown.
I hit something, a set.
Something.
Wow.
A set of 9.
Dead. Fuck.
Doing so well.
Nice one. Count this one. No. 25, yeah? Good luck.
Check or no?
No, no, no.
You have a big shift now. Like 50, 60, 70, yeah. Call or raise a nice? Just call.
Call.
But you have more or less. You count his money.
Who? Check.
Look what I did. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow.
You're bluffing.
I was bluffing. Crazy.
Tilted.
I had a queen. Small straight now.
Small tree.
When the river come. You don't have it. Huh?
You make not blah blah yet, huh? Huh? You win?
Sorry.
You know blah blah, huh? Huh? You still, huh? And you lose blah 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 blah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry to you also, but
Huh?
you are the best.
You are not safe.
Yeah? No, I was bluffing him, not I don't know what you have. Oh, crazy.
You make it 40k. You make it 40k.
Okay, wow.
That's what you do.
Having a good night.
Get the coin out. Get the coin out.
You guys call yourself gamblers, yeah? If you guys I'm winning now, and I want to flip. You should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you. Honestly. I'm starting my own stream.
Armin's game. Armin's game, bro.
Armin's game.
Who won the last time?
It's on me, yeah?
Who won the last time? You, Luko? Oh, I won, yes. Give it the blue fault. You fault? No, no, no. I didn't.
Ivan is back in for 40,000.
We wait for you, or can we fold you? No, I didn't so. Okay, we wait for you.
What are you?
We wait for you. Round of straddle. It's a 800 straddle. You finish with him. 800? Yeah, because we are doing straddle. It's all one round. Yeah, so it's only yeah, it was one round. Only 2 hands more and it's done. Yeah, 2 hands more. That's it. One more on me. Yeah.
So they're still playing the round of 100, 200, 400, 800, but they started before the break.
Why do you look at me when you say that?
Like Armin, Espen, Lupu, John, even...
Oi, oi.
Come on. No. But if you take Espen or Amaury, it's his money back, pretty much.
Yeah, that's true. Espen or Amaury, it's your money back. We split. Yeah. I definitely didn't take because I lose.
We are indeed. Did he bring it over to you?
Well, I saw they're talking to someone. I said, that's not what
Yeah, do you know why he knew to bring you along Ireland? Because he's got friends at home watching the stream. So they're telling him. They're telling him. Talking of Armin goes turning trips to go along with his king high flush draw. John drawing dead, who's already drawing incredibly thin on the flop. 100, 200, 400, 800 as we welcome Gazzy B back into the booth. And the ace of clubs. Armin goes with the nut flush. John may decide to lead here. 12-7 in the middle, and
I think I know why he's brought his beers.
He is licking his lips at this lead.
This is a Long Island, boys and girls. What we taste?
I'm good, thank you, mate. Now, what do you do in Armin's shoes with the king high flush? You make it 40k. You make it 40k.
Okay, wow.
That's what you do.
Having a good night.
Get the coin out. Get the coin out.
Get the coin out. Flip it, flip it. Shout out to Gorgeous fans back home listening in, telling him what we're drinking. Absolute legend. Not only has he bought us a drink, but he's brought them to the booth.
He has indeed. He's telling me that he spends a decent amount of time out in LA as well. Told him that we were out there, yeah.
Nice.
In the home games a lot of the time.
Oh, see if we can get me a seat.
What do you want to drink?
John with a €40,000 decision.
John's asked her to spread the pot.
How do these guys not know what's in the middle already?
Quand je vais devoir appeler Steak, bon, j'ai perdu 400 000 euros. J'ai pas de
I typically agree with that. Like, I get pretty annoyed, especially when it regs like how much in there. I'm like, mate, we're playing pot limit Omaha. Like, you should know your 240 times tables, okay? But yeah, this is obviously a bit different, a bit splashier. Drinks are flying, champagne's being ordered. So I can kind of, you know, I don't mind letting it slide. But
rivers are being raised.
Yeah.
Flushes on paired boards. So Doge on the button here. Can have all the boats. Oh, he's going to pay it off.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting 2 to 1 on a coin. It needs Doge to have like ace queen with the queen of clubs, which I think just like cools river. I don't think it turns itself into a bluff. He has to have like 8-3 for like the 8-3 game bluff, for those of you that don't know. Yeah. We are playing the 8-3 and 7 deuce bounty game. €600 a pop. 8-3 would be a sick bluff in terms of boat blockers, but still feels like I'm reaching a little bit. Any natural bluffs come to mind for you?
Yeah, 8-3.
8-3 feels like the only one, right?
Queen Jack with a club. Queen 10 with a club. I think you're right, ace queen with queen of clubs. Just too strong to be bluffing here.
And even those ones that you listed, I mean, how often does Armin barrel flop and turn with queen 10-0, naked queen of clubs, and then do this on the river? I mean, it's tough to think of many bluffs.
Yes, indeed. John gets there on the river, bets out, faces this disgusting raise, and again, I think this is just a spot where you just call. It sucks, but just because you call and lose doesn't mean you made a bad call. This is one of those spots.
Username saying can't beat value. Got a fold.
Sir, we need the foot service.
Yeah, I mean, you got 9 high clubs on a paired board. And it's not just any paired board, it's a king ace paired board as well, so.
Oh, he's got calling chips in hand. He wants to push them over the line. They're going in. They're going in. Yeah, they're going.
If these goes in, these chips go in, sorry.
Oh, fuck. You took to it.
I think it does make the call. 93,000 euro pot. And we saw yesterday, when John gets steaming, ace-9 goes in the middle for 110k pre.
Okay.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Very next hand, I reckon he's going to rip this one in. Rip it and grip it, lads.
King for 20k.
Armin Goj.
4.
The Gojanator.
Good luck. The 5
That was Gojalicious.
He's just straight up gorgeous.
It's like
Did you say gorgeous?
Gorgeous. Gorgeous, yeah. It's like you. You're gorgeous, mate.
I'm gorgeous, I'm not gorgeous.
You're gorgeous, lad.
Apologies, guys, and welcome back to the final table coverage of the German Poker Days. Commentator Alan Finn here, and we're just going to do the table names. Clement, Marco, and Hesh in top 3. Milan, Hassan, Stepan tops as 4th, 5th, and 6th. And Adele, Kenny, and Thomas are 7th, 8th, and 9th. Super excited to commentate on this final table, guys. I hope you are excited to join in as well. It is 3:45 here in Ireland. It's 4:45 in Central Europe. It's late, or should I say early, but either way, we have a final table to commentate on here, so we shall see how it goes. That isn't the funniest name I've ever saw for a poker player, Kenny McCormack. If there's any South Park fans, that's Kenny's first name, or sorry, Kenny's full name, Kenny McCormack. No way. Brilliant. Stefan here on the cutoff, 15 big blinds effective. He's added a lucky scarf to his apparel. Coming in for a raise. Hassan here, 15 big blinds also. Gets out of the way. Marco. Pocket 2s here in the big blind. Off 22 effective. Comes with a call. I think that's completely fine as well. Flop A7-3, rainbow. Pretty sure this is just going to go bet or check, bet, fold. I assume. Exactly what happens. couple of decent players on this table. Be interesting to see how it pans out when the blinds get bigger. Stacks get shorter, I should say. Would not say there's that many weak players on this table. Bell here coming in for a small raise. So this is kind of a discussion I was having earlier on in terms of this 12, 13, 14 big blind stack. I think in early positions, having a min raise versus any open jams, maybe 14 is not really that applicable. But if you're having, I don't know, 9, 10, 11 big blinds, or 12 or something like that, min raising from early position with so many players behind, I think is the best play to do versus open jamming. I think if you're in later position, open jamming to maximize fold equity makes the most sense. So the reason why I bring this up is Adele was 14 big blinds effective at the start of the hand. Obviously after the raise he's down to 12. He's going to fold around to the big blind. This is going to be a good name, Kenny McCormack, man. He even wears a jumper like Kenny. Covers up his whole body except his eyes. Anyways, it's going to be a fold from Kenny. Adele picks up the blinds and antes. Milan coming in for a raise. We're just close to 3x. Saw this a couple of times with strong hands. This is the first time we've seen him kind of with a semi-margin on hand. In fairness, Jack 10 isn't exactly something like Ace Queen suited, so this is keeping the raise size consistent is the point I'm bringing up here. We have Hassan cold calling in the cutoff, which is definitely up for debate. Versus the raise first in from early position, cold calling Queen 10 suited here. You know, it's just asking for a squeeze. And 7-6 looks like the two cards are exposed there by Kenny. Unfortunately, flicked them and this ran off the dealer's hand and flipped over. Won't be too bothered, these two players losing the 7 and the 6 there. Nothing really got to do with either of their hands. Milan whiffs this flop. Hassan flops the second nuts. Don't think Milan is going to be putting any more chips in the middle here. Was check on the flop, interestingly enough. Really think Hassan should be betting that for small. He has to start betting now. And unfortunately for Hassan, Milan has nada. If he doesn't take too long to fold here, and he doesn't, thankfully. Forgot to mention, guys, if you haven't seen it in the payout structure, top 4 players get a WSOP main event ticket worth 10k. So not only do you get 45k for finishing first, you also get a 10k main event ticket on top of that. So you're talking 55k for first, including the ticket. And everyone that finishes in the top 4, or the players, I should say, that finishes in the top 4 are guaranteed that ticket. Stefan here with the ace king. Coming in for a raise. Kenny here now, who is not going to be folding 9s off 4 big blinds. Could this be our first casualty in terms of potentially losing a flip from Kenny's side? He'll decide to go for it. It's completely standard here. This is your time to shine, Kenny. Stefan calls immediately, and slight favourite in this hand. For exact percentages, for me this is just a flip. So everyone guaranteed 3.5 grand, guys. I remember, just to remind you that. But either way, king high flop. It's not what Kenny wants to see. Kenny gets knocked out here, he's going to be going home with 3.5 grand in his pocket for a €200 tournament. Let's see a 9 only. We're going to be losing Kenny very swiftly from the final table. And that is the end of Kenny McCormack. Quality name. But yeah, GG Kenny, good run, mate. Long day playing. Easily 10.5, 11 hours into the session right now for these players. It's been a long day, guys. I mean, even now we're touching close to 7 hours of coverage. It's been a fun one. But at the same time, it is pure degenerate stuff. To be streaming tournaments for poker and having 83 people watching and a guy commentating. Very interesting altogether. Hassan here now, hijack. Ace king off, coming in for a raise. Not many hands coming up to defend against this ace king. Big blind there, should maybe debate defending the jack 8 suited. Milan again, probably with the overfold. It's the first time we saw him do that tonight, unfortunately, but it's too much of an overfold with jack 8 suited. Again, if you try and imagine other parts of your range that you're going to have to fold, I think jack 8 suited is going to be one of them, if I'm honest. It's just too good of a hand to not defend against probably all sizes, bar maybe 3x. And even then it's probably up for debate. Here we have Clement under the gun +1. Pretty looking ace jack suited. Looking for a raise. 1.3 milli, sorry, 1.2 milli. Hassan here is not going to be doing much with 10-3 off. Marco here with pocket 2 is probably just going to be going in the middle. 9-7 here, going to be Thomas is going to roll with the 9-7, going Could have another elimination here, guys. Could be down to 7 players pretty swiftly after starting with 9. We'll see. There's still a board we got to see. Adel. And Hesh. Oh, Hesh picking up the bullets in this spot. I mean, look, it's just going to go all in, and Clement is going to fold. He's not going to be calling ace jack here, but still a really, really nice spot to pick up aces. Really, really nice spot. Don't think you can call here either. I just don't think. I mean, yeah, he kind of has to re-raise. He doesn't maybe have to go all in, but oof, it's a bit of a. It's actually interesting because his 3-bet sizing can still be the same. I think Clement still has to call here. He decides not to. I mean, I don't blame him at all. Sorry, that would have been a 4-bet sizing. Just thinking about it now. I mean, it says 4-bet there. That's what made me realize it. That is correct. But it is getting late, guys. We are 7 hours into coverage, so I misinterpret or say things, then don't be too hard on me. 7 hours into streaming here, and I've been awake since 10 a.m. yesterday morning, technically. So yeah. Flop comes ace high though. But a good shot for Thomas. Here in the background, never easy. As the dealer springs out the 10 of spades. No dice at the moment, no bueno. An 8 and an 8 only, or we're going to be 7-handed. That is it, we lose another player. Thomas can go home with his head held high, in my opinion. I think he played very, very well today. Any action I saw from him, I thought he was playing very well. And I fault him for majority of the things he has done. Well chuffed, well proud. GG Thomas. Finishes off with beer like a pro. Just like that, guys. We lose 2 players. Clement, Hesh, Stefan, top 3 guys. Hassan, Marco, Adel, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Milan, 7th. See the payouts there. Everyone now at the moment guaranteed 6.4, well, 6.375k. Pay jumps start getting serious, guys. I mean, if you think about it, between 5th and 4th, if you include the ticket, there's a 20k pay jump between 5th and 4th. And I think when that situation arises, in terms of people folding a lot and being in really difficult situations because of that 20k pay jump with the 10k ticket and whatnot, it's going to be a long stretch before somebody wants to get eliminated at that point. And we could be in a situation where the blinds have to go up really, really high before people start going all in more frequently. But either way, yeah, 7-handed we go, 2 players down already. Show on the road, guys. Back to the action. Del here now on the cutoff. Looks like he might have something to work with. The reader missed his hands, or maybe just didn't put it down at the right time. Pass here. Don't know what he has. Graphics are a bit delayed, unfortunately, at the moment, guys. Just bear with us. Race is correct from Adele, anyways. That much we do know. We just don't know his cards either. You know, Milan folded the Jack 8. So he decides to call Hesh. Again, we still don't know Adele's cards. But Stefan, though, getting out of the way with the 6-3 is what you kind of expect in that spot. Ten 4 6. Rainbow, and again, don't know the mystery Adele cards. Somehow the graphics are plus 2.6 million. So again, bear with us, guys. I don't think that's correct, but unless he does C-bets here and there's a small delay on our action, which is probably what's going to happen here, I guess. So again, when check call on the flop here. 10 on the turn. So again, we still don't know Adele's cards. We do know he bet on the flop here. Turn pairing 10. Yeah, 10 big blind stack situation here. 1-to-1 SPR, a little bit under. Thinking 1.5, 2 million here, something like that. Very committing bet from Adele. He's going to get a pretty easy fold here. Pretty swift fold from Hesh. That's what happens. Still, till this day, we'll never know what Adele had in this hand. I mean, probably had something relatively strong, leaving himself 5 big blinds behind there. Pretty committing bet on the turn. Don't think he's going to fold if Hesh somehow had some value that he could justify going all in with on the turn there over his turn C-bet. Double barrel. Hassan picking up a nice little hand here. A raise here from Hassan, as the dealer just announced as well, 1.6. Hold around to Hesh here on the button. Fold around the Clement here. I don't think he's going to be doing too much except folding also. So Hassan picks up the blinds and antes. Adds to his stack. Marco picking up the queens here, UTG. Nice to pick up these hands when you're 20 big blinds effective. Nice to pick up the premiums in general, especially on final tables with a lot of money up top. Got Milan picking up the jacks. Is this going to be Milan's farewell party? I think it could be. Unless he hits a jack. I can tell you one thing though. I know for a fact this is going to be going all in pre. Milan announces that. And without any hesitation, Marco is going to say call once the big blind falls, which is Hassan. Just making sure he's got them. He does call. Fortunately, Milan is on the wrong end of some distribution, card distribution that is. A lot of players standing up here. Go to a flop. No jack on that flop. Queens have a spade also. Seven of hearts, a jack and a jack only for Milan to keep him in this. Otherwise, we are down to six-handed, guys. It's looking like six-handed 95% of the time. And that's the end of our Milan. Well done, sir. Decent run, decent run. Well played, well played. Can't fault him too much. He came in as a table chip leader. Come in as a table chip leader, and that's how poker goes, guys. That volatile. Chip leader at one moment, Gonzo the next. He did well, guys, again. Guarantees himself. Guarantees himself 6.3k. Now this is where it kind of gets a little bit dicey, guys. It's getting closer and closer to that fourth place WSOP Main Event ticket. That means the play is potentially going to get a lot more fierce. I know the blinds are going up relatively soon again. Well, the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. There'll be 400k, 800k. Clement here now with the 5-4 on the button. I would imagine he's going to come in for a raise. Clement's going to steal those blinds. Marco joking, showing the 3-2. %, the chips in play, guys. Clement. And solid player, I gotta say. Nothing but good things to say about him. Hasn't done much, if anything, wrong. Clement here now in the cutoff. In for a raise. Looks like this is going to get through. I think Adele is going to be defending, even versus Min Open. Nice hand Clement, takes down the pot, or sorry, big blind and ante. So I said the blinds and ante. Probably going to be a fold here from Stefan. Clement more than likely getting all the way too. Hassan, same. Marco picking up the bullets. Guys, I don't know how many times we saw aces tonight. It's pretty crazy, to be fair. It's really a ridiculous amount of times. In 136 hands, the amount of times we saw aces is crazy. Comes in for a raise regardless. Oh, cooler spot, guys. Hesh running into Marco's aces. Big blind versus dealer button. This is Cooler City. See what happens though. Here we have the raise. Close to 3x here. Just a horrible spot for Hesh. Running into the aces here, Marco's aces. He announces the all-in and a snap from Hesh. Gonna get the bad news. Fortunate for Hesh. 26.5 million pound or million chip pot, guys. Huge spot for Marco to become a dominant force on this table. Without doubt, put him very close, if not up there for chip leader. If we lose Hesh right now, guys, it's going to be 8.3k for Hesh. For a €200 buy-in. Still 5 cards to come out here. We shall see. Best of luck to both players. Oh, the jack. The jack. Final card to come out. Really sick. Really sick. Fortunately not. I mean, not a lot you can do, Marco, mate. Not a lot you can do, bro. Really lucky run out there for Hesh. There's always a situation in a tournament. You ask for the famous one time. Pretty sure in Hesh's mind right now, he's probably telling himself, that was probably my one time. It's probably my one time. And to be fair, let's be honest, there wasn't much of a better time to use it. Yeah, that was a chip lead pot, I'd say. Yeah. First 26.5 million. And if it was Marco that won that pot, it would have been a lot bigger. I think it would have been 35 million in chips. Probably have close to 35% of the chips in play. But it wasn't to be. Hesh is the one smiling right now. There you are, guys. We're still six-handed here. Chip average just in the corner there, guys, is 15.6 million. God, that flop must have hurt with the aces, no? Especially when the dealer held the cards as well, where the jack got stuck behind the queen. So when he eventually just pushed the queen aside, the jack popped out. A little bit more interesting in terms of coverage. Maybe some clips on YouTube for the King's YouTube page. So here we have the chip counts, guys. The Hesh in first after winning that massive pot. Clement in second. Stefan in third. Hassan and Adele. Marco fourth, fifth, and sixth. See Hesh with a pretty dominant lead in terms of being 44 big blinds. Which is a fair bit. Interesting raise here from Marco of 12 bigs. Looks like it's going to work though. Well, Bar Clement, who's going to obviously defend in this spot now. I imagine it's a pretty standard call here, not anything else. Oh, he passes. Very surprised to see that from Clement. Very surprised to see that. I think for me personally, that's the first mistake I saw him do. It's not a massive mistake, but I think you have to be defending King 10 off there. Like, it was a min open as well. Which bubble do you mean, I am Francis? The bubble is not till fourth place. So there's still another two players need to get knocked out. I mean, there's a pay jump, right, from whatever 6th to 5th. It's obviously a 3K jump, but it's not like his stack was at risk there. Like, I mean, defending King 10, I thought was pretty standard, especially versus the min open, no? Limp in here from Clement. Hassan decides to check behind. Hassan flopping the up and down here. Clement coming out for 600k here now. And he turns the straight, but I don't think Clement is going to be putting any more in this middle. Turn goes check, check. As I said, I can't see Clement putting any more in the middle here. Unless he decides to bluff, but I don't think this is a hand you want to pick to bluff. He does check. very easy bet here for Hassan. I might be more inclined to bet the turn myself personally, but definitely betting the river. Takes it down. Nice hand to Hassan. Dell here now under the gun, Jack 9 suited. Probably going to be a fold as well, I'd imagine. Hesh coming in here now. Raising it up with ace queen suited. Sorry, ace queen off. Hassan probably going to be folding here. Does get out of the way. You got Marco here now, big blind. Unfortunately, probably not going to defend this off 12 big blinds. As much as I'm a strong advocate to defend your big blind, I don't think 8-6 off here, off that stack size, is going to be a good decision. But wouldn't be the first time I've been proved wrong in my assessment of certain situations. Does decide to pass, which is kind of the impression I was getting. Hesh takes on another pot. Interesting spot here for Stefan. The blinds have gone up again, guys, 400 and 800k. Probably went up there maybe 5-10 minutes ago. I forgot to announce. As I know, the 40-45 minute blinds, so up relatively quick for a live format. I think this commentary that I was doing last weekend, there were hour-long levels. Dell here now with a pretty looking hand, probably just going to be a 3-bet all in, I'd guess. There we go. Stefan's just going to have to fold here. Not a lot more he can do, mate. Takes it down, which is to be expected. Again, we have the chip counts here, guys. Hesh, Clement, Hassan, top 3 honchos. 4th, 5th, and 6th in Adele, Stefan, and Marco. Marco sub 10 big blinds, but again, nothing to worry about in terms of that. Everyone else is kind of the 15 to 35 big blind range from 5th up until 1st. Obviously, Marco being the shorter stack at the table right now. Clement here now with Queen 8 suited and hijack, might be tempted to come in for a steal. Don't blame him one bit. There we see the raise. 1,600,000 min open. Marco here with a offsuit ace. It's probably not good enough to rejam all in, and that's what he kind of realized himself. Got Adele here now. I think just calling here is going to be the only play. Oh wow! Come on, bro. Don't know about that. That's an interesting one. But I don't think that was the correct play. I mean, I guess why he did it, but I think that's still going to be a call. But that's again. He looks like a more confident player than I do when it comes to MTT stuff. But yeah, that one for sure is up for debate. Whether you should call the King Jack suited there, I personally think you should. Let's check here. She's just going to be check folding this turn. Hesh just doesn't bother bluffing. And Clement really can't value bet here because he's playing the board with his queen. And that's exactly what happens. It just gets to showdown. Hesh is never going to win here with the 8. %100% played by Clement, if I'm being honest. I think the only mistake in that hand was potentially not calling the King Jack from the small blind versus the open. And it was a min open too. Them are the sort of hands that you don't mind investing 1 to 1.5 big blinds in that situation. Off that stack size, I mean. Because it has good playability post. If you flop top pair, it's a strong top pair. If you flop a flush draw, it's a strong flush draw. Or, nutted one. Second nut flush draw, like. Straights are usually good, so there's a lot of possibilities with them sort of hands, so that's why I don't really like the fold. But Hassan here picking up the American Airlines, whatever you want to call them. And guys, this is aces again. It's been insane the amount of time the aces has come up. 0.7 milli here from Hassan. Marco here now with the 8 big blinds. I feel he doesn't have that much fold equity here. But is this his time to shine? Personally, I think he can find a fold here. We shall see. Does find the fold. I like that. I don't mind. I really don't mind a person to think about that hand in particular. And Stefan will defend here. Does not want to catch the case ace on the flop though. It's 2.1. So it's the fold. I mean, I get why. I get where these tight folds are coming from. Tight or folds. It's just better to protect your stack. With ICM in play, pay jumps are relatively big from probably 6th onwards, let's be real. So that's when the 2K, 3K jumps start happening. Close to a 2K jump from 8th to 7th. 7th in was the 2K, yeah. So next pay jump is like a 3K pay jump, and then another 3K thereabouts. You're talking 4th to 5th, the 5K jump. So money starts getting a lot more serious now for obvious reasons. Adele here now picking up the ace Kong. Strong hand, probably going to come in for a min off that stack size. Exactly what happens. Hesh gets out of the way. Stefan, King 7 suited, probably going to be getting out of the way too. Clement. Might be tempted to defend this. Seen him make tighter folds though. I think if we're going from previous examples, maybe he's going to fold this as well. And he does decide to fold. Seems to be a common trend at the moment, guys, so maybe it has something got to do with ICM, money jumps, preserving your stack, all that sort of stuff. Looking at the total time, guys, of the tournament that has been on for day 2, the final day. It's roughly 12 hours, 11 and a half, 12 hours of total time being played so far. So players are down to the final 6. They've been playing for close to 11 and a half hours already. That's a long stretch of playing poker, guys, for one day. 24 hours in a day, so you're technically half the day playing. Going to be pretty mentally fatigued tomorrow. I will be too. Does anyone seems to care? Hey, say Cass, what's going on? Everyone's nervous. Yeah, I mean, money starts getting serious, guys, in terms of, you know, getting closer to the ticket. The ticket's worth 10K. You know, top 4. I mean, if you finish in 5th, you get 11K, but you're talking double digits. Top 4 then is obviously 25K with the ticket. So I don't understand the anxiousness and the nervousness from the players. But there's all the players that are left are pretty confident. Like, seems to be very strong enough players that they're willing to battle against each other. No, for sure. I can understand the nerves. I mean, I've not played for this amount of money before either. I said before, I only play cash games predominantly online. And interesting snap call there by Hassan. He didn't even really think about that. It was very, very quick. It's probably up for debate because I'm not sure. He's ever going to be good with 3s there. Pretty light call down. Really better off raising that hand and calling it. Well, getting out of the way there under the gun. Stefan here. Stefan, I should say. Getting out of the way with ace-5. Clement here with 2 9s. Again, nice to pick up these premium hands on the button. Little over 2.1. Got in a Hassan here. In the past there, I think it could be at least worth a call. I don't think you want to be re-raising. If you're going to be re-raising, it's going to be re-raising all in, but for sure, I think a call might be more better there. Marco here deliberating something. What the this is probably why, whether he should defend this or not, and he's decided to defend it. So let's see what the flop brings here. Marco with the 10-8. Could be losing Marco, guys. Could be down to the final 5. Don't think Marco's going to be folding, and he just decides to open jam, which I think is 100%. It's just unfortunate that Clement has walked, or Clement has picked up a hand here. We could be losing Marco, guys. Marco needs a 10. I don't think he has much fold equity, Jello. That's the only problem. At least if he hits the flop like he did, he can just open jam and get some folds from like ace highs and stuff like that. Probably the reason why. Once he hits top pair like that, he's just going to be GG. So 10 or an 8, excuse me. We're down to 5 players after this hand, guys. And 9s hold. That means we're down to the final 5, guys. That means Marco is after winning 8.3k. We're finishing 6th out of 1,874 runners, guys. Now we're on the bubble of the WSOP Main Event ticket. Sorry, the WSOP Main Event Europe ticket, I should say. Next player out will not be winning a ticket. Will still take home over 11 grand. But will miss out on that ticket worth 10k. So here we have the chip counts. Clement still dominating. Hesh following close behind. Adele, Hassan and Stefan 3rd, 4th and 5th. Stefan a little bit, you know, not a little bit, he's doing fine. You can see the pay jump between 4th and 5th. 15k. Because 4th onwards gets the ticket. So there's a 15k pay jump between 4th and 5th. It's huge. This is gonna probably go down to the wire in terms of who's gonna bust, and I would say another player won't get eliminated unless coolers happen until after the next blind increase. Yeah, that one hurts in fairness, Jello. In fairness, that one hurt, the aces one. And it's difficult in general, whether you're on the bad end or the good end of it. But just to recuperate your stack. And look, as I said, these guys have been playing for like close to 12 hours at this stage. You know, fatigue is set in, tiredness, whatever way you want to phrase it. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Getting that aces versus jacks and losing it was definitely a dagger to the heart, you could say. It hurt, no? It hurt. Holding on to Hassan here now in the cutoff with A7 suited. Going to be coming in for a raise, I guess. Raising it up for 300,000. We got Adel here. Adel. Adel now going to be coming in for a 3-bet. 3-bet all in potentially. But this is what I'm saying, guys. With the fact that there's ICM in play here for this, he decides not to go for it. And the thing is, you're going to see a lot of these folds that look tight. But as I said already, given what's on stake in terms of play jump between 5th and 4th, there's a lot of stakes, so there's going to be a lot of cautiousness, a lot of passivity, and yeah, this is going to be the longest grueling part of the whole stream in terms of a player getting knocked out, in my opinion anyways. Easy fold there for Hesh. Yeah, this is going to take some time, guys, but what we all signed up for. This is all we're still here. Not sure who was here from the get-go, but I know I have been doing this commentary gig. Clement now opening up, bit on the looser end, but he's going to try and capitalize on this ICM and this ticket bubble. So he's going to start opening relatively wide off this stack because he can afford to do it. He can afford to put the pressure on. And I reckon he's going to get away with it. But Adel is after waking up with a premium. And this is what I mean in terms of what he's going to be 3-betting all in with. Or just 3-betting in general. He has to be pretty goddamn sure of what he's doing. But I think this is a clear slam dunk get in regardless.
6+, 7+.
And for sure this is going to work.
8+.
Del takes down a pot there, brings him up to 20 big blinds. Down to the final 5, guys. Started the coverage close to 7.5 hours ago, a little bit over 7.5 hours ago. Started with 54 runners, down to the final 5. €200 tournament, 300k guaranteed, 310k total prize pool. I think they did okay. I think they did all right. 1,874 runners in total. Pretty decent, guys. It's off here for Adel. Might be tempted to open, but I think he might pass. He could maybe get away with doing this in the cutoff. I think under the gun is probably a little bit too much. And he does go for the fold. Very easy open here for Stefan. Probably an open jam, to be honest with you, off 10 bigs. But again, the ticket at stake here, there's 10k of a bubble, 15k of a bubble, I should say. It's a lot. I don't know, do you actually just end up folding this, or do you just shove? He does decide to shove. Hassan is obviously going to be folding. Stefan takes that down. Clement here on the button now, probably going to be opening up the ace-6. Continuing his aggression, pre-flop. Waiting for that raise. Dealt with a pretty looking hand here. Probably just good enough to call though. Which is what happens. I think Adele's hand is good enough to check call if Clement starts with a bet. I think ace-8 is good enough to call versus small. Comes in for 1.4 million, about 25% pot. Apologies there, guys. Just realised I was muted for longer than I realised. So my apologies on that. I just read the comments and realised that I was muted for maybe 1 or 2 minutes. I hope I wasn't muted too long. Apologies on that. Here, we have a bet here from Hesh again on this turn. Difficult start here for Stefan, especially again, it's getting more and more difficult when the stacks get more shallow. And I don't think Hesh is going to be able to bet this river. Strong bet if he finds it. He does go for it. Interesting. Really tough spot for Stefan here. I mean, the flush completes as well, so extra hands beat him. It's impossible to call this pro. He literally has to have a hand like this. That's not that many combos, to be fair. I don't think he's going to find this call. I think it would be a very... It's hard to find bluffs here. No, for sure, Jello. And it's good to see it. But that's what I'm saying. In this situation, you can really leverage the pressure of putting exactly this situation into play. If he calls and loses, he loses out in 15k. You know, and that's the dynamic that Hesh is pushing onto him as well, because that's another variable that's in place, which makes it even better again. It's obviously a very good timing to bluff. Like he has to, like this is to say as well. If Hesh makes this bluff and he calls, then Hesh is in like 7 big blind territory. So Stefan is probably asking himself that question: is he ever going to bluff here? And there isn't many that would, to be fair, because they may not want to risk their stack. But Hesh doesn't seem to care. Stefan is in a world of pain. Not a nice spot. It's like he wants to call. I just can't see many bluffs here, guys. Let's be real. It's hard to find this bluff, especially when the board pairs on the turn with the ace, and you still follow through on a flush completing river. I mean, he's kind of saying he has a flush only now, and full houses. Like obviously, he can still shove a flush here for value. I'd assume. Yeah, and this is the thing. It's small blind versus big blind, so small blind is going to have way more board coverage than the big blind. Over 3 minutes in the tank here. Suppose that might be the only justification here to call. That, like you said, Jello, it's kind of small blind versus big blind. Ranges are relatively wide. So if that's the case, it's easy to overbluff. But, you know, it's very, very difficult to bluff on this board after getting called on the flop, called on the turn, and still have the balls to follow through on the river here. Pretty impressive stuff. Very good timing from Hesh. I mean, this could backfire completely again, but as I said, the fact that the 15k pay jump is in play here makes this situation way more high pressure. To be honest, I don't think, even if he calls and he takes the pot, whatever, and it's all happy days, he's gonna call. Personally, I think if he makes this call, most of the time he's going to be wrong. Is how I feel about this. On this exact texture. Stefan is thinking really hard about this. And I don't blame him, but like, as I said, it's very difficult to find bluffs here. From my perspective, anyways. Maybe if the board... Oh my god, he found the call. Brilliant. My god. What do you have to say about that, peeps? Wow. He found it. I'm not sure how he found it, but he found it. Disgusting. That hurts. Hesh's stack. Yeah, I am Francis. I'm not sure about that one. I think a lot of the time when you call, they're going to be not in great shape. I mean, look, he made the call and he was right. I mean, kudos to him. I'm not going to downplay that. It was a really, really nice call. You know, fair play. But I do feel confidently that most of the time if you make that call, you're probably not going to be good. Although it's extremely, extremely polarizing from Hesh. That's the only other thing. That it's like... It's either strong flushes or, you know, full houses, basically. Because he's not like shoving aces there, like three of a kind on the river. He's not doing that. So he's either got full houses, which he blocked, by the way, with ace 10. And tens, so that's an understandable kind of perception to have in that situation. But again, in that situation as well, there's a huge pay jump on the line, so like I said numerous times throughout the thought process or throughout that hand, that had to have been playing on his mind as well. 15k of a pay jump, you know. It's a big, big chunk of money, guys. Anyways, back to the action here. Adele, excuse me, on the button. Opening up with the ace-3 off, Stefan. Dealer just briefly mentioning that it's his turn. Oh, it was a nice call in that situation for Pure Francis. 100%, like, I mean, really, really nice. I think with the extra pressure that was on with the ticket, made that, and I suppose all the body language too, in terms of like, I'm calling, I'm not going to call in, I'm thinking about it, and then eventually came to the decision to actually call. Because he thought long about that. I think it was like 3 to 4 minutes in the tank. So, you know, reasonable amount of time. But for sure. I mean, credit to Hesh as well, by the way, for finding the bluff. Like, I don't think Manny would bluff there. I'm not sure Manny would, to be honest. So, like, credit for him to find the call, but also credit to Hesh for finding the bluff. So the blinds are going up now again, guys. 500, 1,000, 1 milli. Playing that with the 5-handed here. Final day at the German Poker Open, German Poker Day, I should say. Started with 1,874 players. We are down to the final 5. Next player out will not win a WSOP e-ticket. Next player out, that is. Top 4 players will get that ticket along with the prize money. If you type exclamation mark payouts in the chat, you'll see it. Stefan here waking up with jacks, limping in the small blind. Very cheeky. Very, very cheeky. Get a snap check behind from Clement. Now Clement picks up a bit of a flush draw here. Stefan has a jack of clubs, so whether he decides to bet or check, he definitely will not be folding. Looks like he's coming out for a little bit of a bet, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Clement obviously just cold calling, very standard. Yeah, it might backfire, but I don't think he's going to be putting too much more in the middle, regardless, Jello. I think he's going to go for a check here. I don't think there's too much merit in betting. Does decide to check. Can't imagine he's going to check fold if Clement decides to bet here. Just because of the situation, blind v blind. As I said, I don't see Stefan folding here too often. The reason why I wouldn't be check folding here is because Clement shouldn't have too much ace-x, realistically. And he shouldn't be betting this board too often. It's not that he can never have ace-x, it's just I think there's going to be a lot more bluffs than value in his range here. So again, if that's the case, it's going to be easy to overbluff, but it's a bit unfortunate that maybe Stefan doesn't read through that. Again, look, it's not that he can't have ace-x there, but it's going to be way, way less frequent than other times. Yeah, I agree, Jello. But, you know, there's times where limping jacks like that, limping premiums, has its benefits as well. So Clement is definitely a player that's aggressive enough that he will raise over somebody's limp in the small blind. So it's nice to have them traps in your limp range from the small blind. But for sure, I think it's easier just to, you know, raise pre-flop and play it that way. Well, look, again, the dynamic of this bubble for the ticket, it's worth a bit, you know. It's worth some money. It's not that that was trying to set the trap there and it didn't work out, you know. And then it backfired completely as the flop ran out and whatever else post flop. But I think pre-flop limping that sometimes is good to have. the way there with Jack 3. All around to Clement here now on the button. Gonna pass. King 7 for Hassan. I think a limp here is good. Also think about coming in for a raise. Decides to call. Coming in for an ISO here. It's going to work. It's going to work. Nice hand by Adele there. Hand on 159, guys. Clement getting out of the way there in the cutoff. Hassan probably gonna find a fold here, I guess. Now we have Adele probably just gonna find a fold here too versus Hanks. Or Hessian, yeah. Just looking at it now, maybe asking for a count. Trying to make it out himself. Obviously debating whether to jam this or not. Decides to pass, which, you know, I think it's absolutely fine. Don't think there's much else he can do there. I think he can limp, but I think Hesh is just going to re-raise most of the time over your limp. And 160, guys. We got Clement looking down with the ladies, which is a nice little hand to pick up. Again, really nice to pick up these hands when stacks are relatively shallow, because it's just going to be a raise and a 3-bet, and that's usually how it goes. So it's nice to pick up these hands. Falls around to the big blind here. Stefan going to defend for Min versus Clement. Yeah, Jello, that was a bit of a sick one, all right, wasn't it? It's funny how there's like a butterfly effect, kind of like a domino effect from stuff like that happens. No, if this happened this way or if that happened that way. And Stefan decides to get out of line here. Oh, this is a bit of a misstep in my opinion. Stefan, I understand what he was trying to do, but timing was not good to do that. Although in saying that, Clement just has to, he's going to be raised folding quite a bit there. No ace there. Stefan is not going to be happy with himself if he doesn't hit an ace. An ace and an ace only to save Stefan, and that is not it. There you have it, guys. Our final 4 players are guaranteed a ticket. Well played, Stefan. Very unlucky. After that amazing call, a couple of hands before. Mistimed step from. Really unfortunate thinking about it now, because that's going to work so often. So often where Clement is just going to have to raise fold. I mean, we're 5-handed, he's going to be opening really wide. So 3-bet jamming the ace-5 there in that situation where there's, like, again, the ticket bubble. He's just going to have to fold so much, and it's just unfortunate timing. It's like the play is absolutely fine. He just ran into, like, the top of Clement's range, which is, yeah, I mean, when you do it on a live stream, it looks terrible, no? Missed out on the jacks. Maybe, Jello, maybe. We'll never know. We'll never know what could have happened if he decided to raise. Getting out of the way there, Clement. Dale here now with the queen 6 off, probably just going to be getting out of the way with this one. Hesh must be pretty delighted that that happened with Stefan. It's not that he was in a situation where he was short stacked, but, you know, might have been feeling the pinch after losing that big pot to him originally. Yeah, for sure. Laughing inside. It was that easy. Very good timing for that to happen for Hesh. Stefan just getting knocked out immediately after losing the winning the big pot against Hesh. On here now with 10-6 suited. Coming in for a limp, which I don't mind. Adele just checks back pretty swiftly. Sure, Hassan is just going to go for a little bet here. Don't see why he shouldn't. Yeah, Jello, it's a bit unfortunate timing. Bit unfortunate timing in terms of making a very, very good call. Actually, pretty nice call. One of the nicest ones I saw. Even though I strongly believe most of the time if you call there, you're not going to be in great shape, but irrelevant. He sussed it out. And look, his decision to go all in with the ace-5 there isn't bad. He just ran into the top of Clement's range. Just really unfortunate. It looks terrible on paper, but you know, on a bigger scale, doing that consistently over time is just going to win you money. I feel, anyways, especially with the ICM in play and all that stuff. I think it was the right move. I think it was the right move to dip. He just ran into the top of Clement's range. Just unfortunate. But like again, how wide Clement is going to be opening there. Like we saw him opening 10-7 off there a couple of hands back, or maybe an hour or two ago, when it was like 6-handed. I don't think I'd do the move myself, but I get what he was trying to do, you know. And like if you think about it, it makes sense. Like Clement is going to have to, if Clement's opening 50% of his range there, and he's folding 80 to 90% of it, then that 3-bet all in is going to work really, really high frequency, you know. It's going to work the vast majority of the time. It's just, again, the odd time is going to happen where Clement picks up a hand, and unfortunately he picked up queens. It's just, it's not a lot you can do. Like, I mean, if you're going to take that decision to 3-bet all in, I've no doubt that that's what he was thinking behind it. The amount of fold equity he's going to have, that he's just going to take down the pot really, really often. If not, like as I said, the vast majority of the time. But there will be times where you will get caught, like what happened there. We got Hesh picking up these aces now. It's not the first time we saw these this evening, guys. Clement. Defending with the queen 9, or sorry, queen 5. Fortunately, whiffs the flop. No, he's gonna. Of course, he's got. Especially if it's just like the bubble of the ticket as well, Jello. That's the part that probably hurts even more. You know, obviously doing it and being wrong on a final table, it's going to hurt regardless. But given it was the, you know, the WSOP ticket bubble, you know, 10k, experience to play a massive tournament. Pretty sure that's what a lot of players aspire to at least experience. So for sure, he'll have nightmares about that shove. It's like literally going from hero to zero in the space of like, what, 2 or 3 hands. Yeah. They're playing for decent money, guys, in fairness, you know. Last thing you want to do is go home with a story of, you know, oh, I 3-bet all in, ace-5 off against under the gun in the big blind. But, you know, as I said, I understand what he was trying to do. Anyways, back to the action. Hesh opening up to ace-10. Hassan here now defending with the 10-9 off. All players miss, but can imagine Hesh is going to be c-betting this relatively high frequency. Just plays better as a bet. That's what he does and takes it down. It's chapping up a little bit now as well. The 15, 16 big blind mark, I believe. Yes, you're now at 20 big blinds even. More than I thought. Clement here now. Probably going to go for a little bit of a steal here, I'd guess. Decides to pass, which I'm a little bit surprised by. Hassan here probably just going to put these in the muck. He decides to jam. What is this? This is a blow-up moment, guys. Very unnecessary from Hassan. Very out of character too, to be honest. And he does call Adele. We could be down to 3 players, guys. There's a bit of a tad ambitious shove from Hassan. Bit of a blow up, to be honest. I'm not really a fan of this, guys, but 2 live cards, yeah. Any 2 are good. And he's ahead with the 2. This is such a horrible game. It's an ace or a queen, Adele, or he's gonna be 8 big blind stack. Oh, sir, the 4-2 wins. This game is cruel. What a cruel way to lose. I mean, he's still in it with 8 big blinds. Let's not be too sympathetic. Still very annoying for Adele. I mean, you'll always come across the guy that says, well, you want guys to do that. Well, you do, but you don't want to lose on the final table with his 45, I should say technically 55k up top. Looks could kill indeed, sir. Eyes are like daggers. Here we have the chip counts, guys. See Adele left on 8 big blinds there now. Look, people have come back from a lot less. This guy is more than capable of coming back from this. I mean, I say that, he's still obviously well in this. He's got himself the ticket. Hesh in second, or sorry, in third, Hassan in second, and Clement in first. Clement has literally been leading this final table every single time, or the whole entire way. Everyone's been relatively lucky one way or the other to get to this point regardless. But for sure, I agree, Cello. You can't really complain too much. I don't think any of them can. They're lucky to be in this situation regardless. So they're all guaranteed a ticket. You know, it's already an amazing return on investment for the €200 buy-in. Hassan now raising it up. Adel is going to be going all in here, and I think Hassan is going to look him up. This could be three-handed here, guys. This could be the start of three-handed. Hassan calls very quickly. Ace is what Adel needs. No ace on that flop. He does have some backdoor spades, backdoor straight, chop outs. 4 and a 5. And it does bring in some of the backdoor outs. How many 5 or ace to, well, 5 to chop, obviously, ace to take it. And it is neither. So that means we are three-handed, guys. Down to the final 3 of our German poker day. Unfortunate for Adel, losing against a 4-2. That was the one that killed him. That was the one that killed him. Hassan, decent stack. Hassan right now. I think we're going to have a break, guys, in about 10 or 11 minutes or something like that as well. Just a heads up. Escher now. King queen off. Small blind. Coming in for a raise. Clement here. I don't know, against 2.5 here, it's a little bit kind of meh situation. It's probably still a call, but it's never ideal. But being in position here is obviously the main catalyst to make this call. Hesh flops the up and down. I was waiting for a 2-pack joke. I'm sorry to disappoint Francis, I ain't got none. No, there's no deals allowed, Jello, as far as I know, on the final table. Or maybe it's no dealings on a live stream final table, something like that. I think there's a command for deal if you want to try it in the chat, but I'm pretty sure that's the whole layout of it, or the whole ruling on it for a live stream. They don't do deals for the final tables, which is fair enough for entertainment purposes. Here now looking down at ace jack off. Obviously coming in for a raise. Clement, small blind here. Can imagine this is just going to be a fold. I think there's too much else to debate about this, but you know something I don't know. Coming in for a little cheeky 3-bet. Look at this, Hassan. And it's just an immediate all in. It just makes everyone's life very easy. I just wish guys would take their time a little bit more. because if they had a decision, they wouldn't do a snap all in, you know. So this kind of screams to me like ace king. I don't know, like jacks plus, tens plus, something like that. You know, something that's an easy decision. It's not like this is. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Hesh is going to get out of the way here. Hassan keeping up the train. In pole position at the moment, Hassan. Running well, hitting cards, playing well. As I said earlier on, it's a dangerous combination for a player to run well and get cards. Obviously play well on top of it, extra bonus. Hassan just limping in this time. Hesh deciding to check back to king 5 here, which I think is absolutely standard. $46 big blinds, Hassan. Coming out now betting. I think this is going to be a call from Hesh. I think this is a pretty standard call as well. There we go. Can't be folding king high on a double paired board. And improves to the flush on the river. Hassan gives up. I mean, it's hard to get called by worse here. I mean, obviously you're going to bet, but it is hard to get called by worse. I think with the rate that Hassan checked that river, he's never checking a jack or an ace, so. Hesh takes down that pot, regardless. Hesh picking up the Cowboys here in the small blind, but again, it's just going to be a 3-bet fold, unfortunately. It's not going to be any collision here. Unless he makes it too small, where Hassan can't really fold, but don't think that's going to happen. Looks a milli. 1.2. 6 million. It's an immediate pass. It's quite big. 3-bet there, if I'm honest. I mean, 1.2, 4.8 would be 4x. Yeah, I did it like 5x. I think that's a bit too big, personally. I think Anton from 4 to 4.5 million would be a better size there. Hesh here now with the 4 high. Just going to be folding, which is exactly what happens. Clement here now. Might be tempted to raise here. decides to go for a call. It's on here. Take the passive route, which I don't blame him. No need to collide against the guy in second chips. Start making some marginal decisions pre-flop. Escalate post-flop. Flop goes check, check. Surprised Clement hasn't betted this at least once, but he's going to lose out now, unfortunately. Two-thirds size in here by Hassan. Not a lot he can do here. Clement. Just check fold. So you hear that guy's just announced on the table as well. In 2 minutes there will be a 15-minute break. Hopefully I don't fall asleep in the meantime. Eight and a half hours, just over 8.5 hours into the stream. Stream coverage starts at 9 p.m. in Ireland, 10 p.m. Central Europe. So we're over 8.5 hours into this already. Hassan here calling from the small blind versus Clement's raise on the button. Hesh completes in the big blind then. Top pair for Hesh, Hassan, third pair. Clement, nada. It's interesting that Clement's betting this into, sorry, Hesh. He's just decided to bet out, which is absolutely standard as well. I don't mind that, multi-way to protect your hand. Hassan peeling, I don't mind sixes with a spade here, I think it's fine. I don't think there's too much wrong with it. And obviously have to check fold now on this turn. Very interesting call here from Hassan. Not sure what's he thinking really, to be honest. He's a tad bit ambitious. Yeah, I think this is a bit too much, bro. This is the 15-minute break now, guys. I believe. I think I heard the TD in the background announcing that, so we will take a break for 15 minutes, guys. So again, just briefly here, the chip counts, the top three, final three, Hesh, Hassan and Clement. 37 big blinds, 36 big blinds, and Clement on 21. But we'll go on a break for 13 more minutes, guys. I will see you in a little bit.
Lupu says he's got a very, very good hand. Do you though?
How much can you sell one card? Show one card. Oh, sell it. Sell it.
Elke's saying, can you sell one card?
7,000, 24,000.
Il t'a fait une revenue qui a 31 000, tu connais ses cartes.
With King 10 of clubs, raises to 1500. Doge with King 10 offsuit. Gonna make the call.
No, we paid 222, so if you have a pay, you have a vote.
Lupo with Queen Jack offsuit now.
Feliz Navidad.
Elke with King 10 of clubs here.
Feliz Navidad. Je regardais les cartes derrière. J'aime bien faire ça aussi.
Jack 9-6, 2 hearts. Lupu with the best of it right now. Elke with a gut shot. Doge with a gut shot as well.
Sexy.
Elke fires out.
Confiant.
Service, please.
2500.
Thank you. Je t'aime.
Doge makes the call, and Lupu is sat up in his chair. Elects to just call. Queen of hearts on the turn. Elke makes a straight. Doge makes a straight. Lupu makes, as Matt Damon would say, top 2 pair. There is a flush possible as well. What is going to happen here? 5,000 is the bet from Doge. I met Lupu last week in Malta. Those glasses are the coolest I've ever seen. Awesome. Seems like a very cool dude. Having a tough night tonight, but seems like a very good guy. Reaching for chips here. 15,000 is the bet. Elke just snap folds the straight. Not interested one bit. And a call from Doge.
Fucking crazy.
Ace of diamonds on the river. So Doge with the best of it. Lupu can't be loving this board with his 2 pair. He checks it on over to Doge. He's got the straights. Must feel like his opponent would never check a flush. 007 Axel T says, lol, Elke. Well, to be fair, there are 2 players behind. He doesn't have a heart in his hand. Don't begrudge him this fold. How big is that?
That's 65,000.
Ay, 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 65,000 euros. And once again, Lupu is in the blender. Doge knows exactly where he's at. And if Lupu calls, this will be a 172,000 euro pot. Absolutely massive. Lupu says he's got a very, very good hand. Do you though?
How much can you sell one card? Show one card. Oh, sell it. Sell it.
Elke's saying, can you sell one card?
This card, 7,000. Oh no, I did. This card, 24,000.
En gros, c'est quoi? Tu payes 31 000, tu connais ses cartes.
Right? Yes.
You cannot go back.
24,000.
Tu payes 31 000, tu connais ses cartes.
And you can't raise me.
Can he buy both?
You can't buy both. You can't buy both. You can only buy one. You can't raise me.
On est en stream, hein? We are on stream.
24/7. You can't buy both, and you can't raise.
Tu m'as dit. Ça fait un call.
Can buy the 7,000.
Wow, Lupu's giving him 7k.
I never see that in my whole life.
What's he turned over? Is it the
10 of diamonds for 7k. Oh my word, what is going on, chat?
Ah non, il peut payer en fait. Ah oui, tu prends le paye. Oh, yo, yo.
You want the coin?
He's been asking Lupu if he wants the coin.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, c'est correct.
Armin's got the coin as well.
Du sens avec l'as de cœur.
This is unbelievable, chat.
Genre, bon, au flop, il peut payer.
Come on, this is taking forever. Sorry, I know it's a big decision, but it's a long time now.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, the stream delay is going to catch up.
Do you reckon they're still playing this hand?
The stream. Wow. Makes the call and gets shown the nut straight. 172,000 euro pot going Armin Goj's way. He is now the biggest winner on the night by a long shot.
Oh, big numbers for some players there, Henry.
Some huge numbers.
Moi j'aurais bluff ce spot.
Okay, 8 for John, raising it up to 1,200 euros.
C'est mon fils, les gars. Je dois penser comme je pense. C'est mon fils. Et j'aurais joué comme ça le coup, dans sa situation.
In the big blind. Feels like he's in the mood to play as many hands as he can. Who's going to make the call?
250, 300 000. Mais 400 000, je perds pas 400 000.
I think Lupu wants to play a big pot against John and Armin.
220, 230.
10-5 deuce. Off to a decent start there is Lupu. Flopping a little pair. If he's going to win this pot, he needs to flop something, and he's done just that.
C'est Lambeau, ça va?
It's so approved, though.
They're still playing the stand-up game, I completely forgot.
Oh, so did I.
Fucking flip.
Lupu is sitting down.
Il n'y a personne qui va s'asseoir, je vous le dis.
Personne qui va, c'est ça.
2K is the bet. 2K has been called. 5 or a 3.
Ah, combien le bon pot?
No 5, no 3, but he does pick up extra outs in the form of a straight draw.
Avec des restes préflop et tout.
I like this bet from John. Very, very tempting to check, given there is an overcard to the boards. But recognizes that his opponent is a little loosey-goosey.
Ah bah là, il n'y avait pas de cap hier.
I said an overcard to the board. I, of course, meant an overcard to his pair.
It's alright, mate.
And call is the decision from Lupu.
I don't think anyone at home is judging you after 8 hours in the booth, mate.
This is true. 10 on the river. I think John could eke out some extra value here.
I'd like to see him go for it.
C'est du 6 card Omaha, 3 board.
6 card Omaha triple board. You sicko.
Let's do it. Same here.
He's so annoyed at that. That coin flip.
He's on live tilt. 15K is the bet from John. Really like this bet.
Don't flip a coin.
Oh, it's 20K.
Exactly.
Wow, what boss.
Pot size bet with second pair.
Fucking flip.
Ça n'a rien changé. Ça n'a rien changé. On joue combien de temps encore?
C'est jusqu'à 2 heures.
Wow, it makes the call. John gets a pot-sized river bet paid off on the river with pocket eights.
Gets to sit down as well. And maybe the stand-up game creeping into Lupu's thought process there. As we're into the wee hours here in Rozvadov. Henry, we're back tomorrow, aren't we?
We are indeed. Same time, same place. Same funky people in the booth.
Same game?
Same game, I believe.
1-2-4.
Yeah, a little 1-2-4. Down your local.
You put the AC on for a little bit there, Paul?
Parce que toi, tu vois, là, c'était content de voir un 6 à côté officieux. Bah, en vrai, tu veux voir une belle carte, c'est content de voir.
You ever got a jacket on?
Oh well.
So sick.
Queen 10 versus Ace Jack to the flop. Ace King 4. Gold way out in front. If he makes 2 pair though, it could be a problem as Lupu blasts in some chippies. I wouldn't be surprised to see a raise here from Gold. He does just come with a call, but he's been very switched on tonight.
Tonton, ça. Non, c'est moi qui bats tonton en fait.
T'as pris la mienne en fait.
Looks like they're a bit too deep. Oh my word, the jack of clubs.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
On the turn, and Lupu is going to get unstuck some of the 400k. 17-7 in the middle.
12, 12.5.
See what he comes with. Yeah, back on 12, believe. Sick read, Mr. Gazabi.
Thank you, sir.
What a turn card.
Not my first rodeo.
Ace or a jack needed. Back-to-back callers for Ghosh. Set over set the previous hand. He's now turned 2 pair. His opponent has turned a straight. 3 of clubs on the river. And finally, Lupu has the stone cold nuts in a spot. I'd like to see him just blast here.
Yeah.
Just like 2x pot.
I think I'd love to see that as well, but I think we'll see something more in the line of 32.
Like your image, everything, diamonds, brick, just do it.
32-2, that's my guess. What are you choosing, Henry?
I'm choosing 60,000. Like B150. Like, you've literally been blasting every hand all night. You finally got it. Your opponent's snap called flop, snap called turn. Just fire out a big bet. You unblock all the pairs. Most importantly, you unblock top pair.
32-2. I know I'm wrong.
That is huge.
He has bombed that.
Wow, and a snap fold. Ghosh just snap fold 2 pair. I mean, Ghosh, take a bow. I mean, talk about just making a name for yourself.
Wow.
In less than
Henry.
16 hours of televised poker.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Lupu says
Welcome back, guys, to the final table coverage of the German Poker Day. Hesh, Hassan and Clement, still the 3 guys left in this. We are still 3-handed. Started the day coverage on 54 players, down to the final 3. All players guaranteed 29k, 30k plus, you could round it off. Each player guaranteed a WSOP Main Event ticket worth 10k, which is factored into the payouts. So each player guaranteed 30 grand. You see a 58k up top. I think the blinds are going up to 600k, 1200, or sorry, 1.2 milli. That's what they are. I think we're going to be in for a long battle, guys. 2 guys on 30 big blinds, another guy on 18. Let the games begin, as they say. So Hassan looks behind at the blinds. Open it up to 2,600,000. Hesh gets out of the way. Clement's going to have a hand here to defend with Queen 9. Needs to be careful off 15 big blinds, not to overinvest, but this is going to be too good to not do that. Go to a flop, a king, 8, 4, 2-tone. Hassan with the nut flush draw. Obviously, there's going to be a bet and a fold here. Going to be the end of the hand. Standard check fold there from Clement. Not much more you can do.
Every time you want to see, I will show you.
Anytime you want to see, I will show. Very polite of Hassan. Yeah, 30k battle, bro. For sure. There's a lot at stake. There's a lot at stake. You no longer look sleepy, indeed. Clement here now in the small blind. Queen 6 off. Might come in for a call. This is what it is. Hassan probably just going to check this back. Check here from Clement. Check back from Hassan. Check from Clement. Hassan might be tempted to start bluffing now, and that's exactly what he's thinking. Depends on the size in here in terms of Clement if he's going to defend. 9 times out of 10, we're probably going to face another barrel on the river. Well, it also depends on the player profile. Don't think folding this is a thing. I check call 1 anyways, reevaluate rivers, etc. And it's an interesting river. And Hassan doesn't follow through with probably one of the best candidates to do it, unblocking clubs, etc. But whatever. Decides to take the passive route. I mean, they might have been picked off by Clement regardless, but you never know. You never know in that spot.
Nice hand.
Hassan now in the small blind, probably going to come in for a raise.
2.6. 2 raise, 2.6. 5 pass.
So I'm picking up another hand here. $3.1 million. Pretty big raise. Well, 2.5x thereabouts. It's not exactly small. It's quite the interesting call here. Well, this is an easy squeeze all in for Clement, I'd assume. Good man. Decides to find it, which I like. That's going to be the end of the hand. I'm not sure why Hesh decided to cold call King 9 there. He's a pretty honest player, or Hassan. Now, debating what to do with the 10-8, decides to fold. Clement probably going to fold also. Although I'm saying that might limp. Limp probably is better here. Imagine Hassan is going to raise this. That's exactly what he does. A pretty quick fold by Clement, you'd imagine. That's exactly what happens. Strangely honest, Hassan is. Strangely honest. Hassan here now debating whether to call, raise or fold. Decide just to call. And Hesh will not be letting him see a flop cheaply or freely. Comes in for the raise. Snap fold by Hassan. We need a few blind increases, guys. Otherwise, we're going to be here for another hour or two. 6 a.m. just gone past 6 a.m. in Ireland here. So in Central Europe, it's 10 past 7. Earlier again. Doing the coverage here for over 9 hours. Said I wasn't tired, I'd be lying. But it's what I signed up for, guys. Still have 70 people in here watching. $7-2 here for Hassan. Going to be folding, I'd guess. Actually decides to call on the button, which is definitely unorthodox to say the least. Clement checking back. Bottom pair for Hassan, second pair for Clement. Check, flop. Probably going to go check, turn. I don't really see the merit in betting here. Wasn't Hassan from earlier, but there was an example where somebody bet third pair on the turn. I mean, I don't mind it, but, you know, would rather bet some 5-7, 5-6 or something like that than 7-2, but I don't know if there's that much of a difference. Just going to go check here, and I think Hassan could have saved himself 2.5 million chips there. I don't think he needed to bet that turn. He had enough showdown value. See Clement now chipping up pretty nicely. Esther's going to be getting out of the way here. See a limp here now from Clement. Hassan then isolating over the top. It's going to be a limp call from Clement. Both pretty standard from both players so far. Both players don't connect here, so it's probably going to be the first to bet will win this. Good chance that might be Hassan. He's counting out some betting chips. This looks like a relatively big one. 4.1. Not a lot Clement can do here except check fold, I think. You got to see the flop with the hand that you didn't want to face a raise with, but this is getting ambitious, I think. He's a tad bit ambitious out of position with an offsuit ace. It's a little bit ambitious in my opinion. Well, maybe he's exploiting Hassan's tendency to bet once and give up here is another thing that's up for debate. He does check back. And now does Clement want to bluff at this? Interesting. Now does Hassan want to bluff this? I don't think he's going to. But look at me. Quite the interesting sizing on the river too. 10 million. Wow. I mean, kind of one of those spots where it doesn't make that much sense, does it? Pretty big bet, like it's 10 million into 15. It's very difficult to find the call here, but it's hard to see what Hassan is trying to represent here. This is an overbluffed line anyways, in general. So, I don't know why he's willing to bet so big on the jack. Jack really doesn't improve that much of his range, if anything. But it's very, very difficult to find the call here with ace-3. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but at the same time, it's quite difficult to find the call here with ace-3. Does let it go. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to find that call there, although the line smells very fishy. Potentially could just be BS, and it was, but as I said, it's very, very difficult to find a call there with ace-high, even though the spidey sense might be going off. Jack 10 here now for Clement. Got Hesh here now. Oh, what is... Oh, Hesh. That's what I was thinking, Hesh in the big blind. A bit surprised that Hassan is folding sixes out of the small blind. Really don't mind all options except fold here. I think 3-betting is very reasonable, and I also think calling some of the time is too. But I feel like 3-betting and getting folds is probably more efficient than just calling. And that's what has happened. And Clement gets out of the way there. Hassan now picking up the A5 suited, gets out of the way, doesn't bother. Going off here. Ball blind. And the six there. Understand again, guys. Clement now on the small blind, 6-3 suited. Again, I think all options except folding are more than reasonable here. Limb calling, it seems fine. Raising seems fine. Call it is. Pretty nice flop for Hassan. Little piece for Clement as well, but snap check back by Hassan. Oh, the 7, but it's the 7 of spades. Clement checks. Bit of a weird turn card with the 7 of spades. And this is where Hassan's image with the stab the turn very wide and give up river is probably going to work to his benefit now. I mean, in getting called here, I'm pretty sure Clement is very confident he's going to check back this river very often. But the thing is, he's given up his bluffs all the time, and now he's going to start betting the river. I would be folding. I would be contemplating folding this. Especially on a 4 to a flush board, where I have a straight, where he could easily be value betting maybe queen of spades plus, I guess. I just think in general, from what we saw from Hassan when he stabs the turn with a bluff, he's tended to give up river pretty often, like very, very often, I would say. So like this is probably the first time that we saw in this situation where he's bet the turn and now also bet the river. So indications prior kind of tell me that he doesn't bluff rivers that often in this situation. And you know, debatable if he ever bluffs them at all, or as frequently as he should. But we saw a couple of examples of him betting turn in this exact spot where flop went check check, and every single time he's probably given up on the river, but he doesn't fold Clement, unfortunately. I think if he realised that that's the case, I mean, look, the guy has been playing for over 12 hours. I mean, 12 to 13 hours at this stage, guys. I can't really fault anyone for not thinking about something more thoroughly, I would say. But I think if he thought about that for a little bit longer, he might have come to that conclusion that he's bet that river or bet the turn very often in that spot and then never bet the river as a bluff. But Clement is still in this regardless, 14 big blinds. Excuse me. Hesh in second and Hassan leading the way in 37 big blinds. Jack 9 here now for Clement. Raise up 14 big blind. Ash now on the big blinds, probably going to defend. And 7-9, 2-1. Prepare for Clement. Beat air, Ash, sorry. Check from both players. Don't mind. Ash, more interested in the cross. And fair enough, minimum of the bet, 3.3 milli. And you would imagine Ash is going to be holding. Awesome. And takes down another one. Well, I should take down another one. Doesn't. He was back between these three, but chipped up a little bit there, so can't complain. Still three-handed. This German poker festival. Stand here now with a pretty looking ace-4 suited on the button, 36 effective. Coming for a raise, it looks like. be a call here by Clement. Little bit debatable, but I mean, I know they're suited, but it's pretty close. Pretty close there with this exact hand. Obviously Hassan flopping top pair. Gonna put a smile on his face. He's probably gonna go for a bet now. Just take down the pot. On to the next hand. And he shows the ace for good measure.
I show you because I love you.
I show you because I love you. He's a very quirky kind of guy, Hassan. Very bubbly kind of character. Probably an interesting guy to have at your table is kind of the point I was getting at. Hassan with a premium 9-2 off. Don't think he's going to be doing anything else except fold. Hassan getting out of the way there on the button. The king 5 off. Hesh going to be passing as well, and he's going to get a walk, our dear Clement. Here now with the ace-9 off. Coming in for a raise. Clement here now in the small blind debating whether to maybe 3-bet jam or call. I think call is actually a possibility here. 3-bet jam here. Don't really like that. But basically all in. And I think Hesh actually... This is a pretty strong ace to have in this spot. It's a pretty strong ace, and if you factor in how wide Clement is going to be 3-betting here, I think this can be a call. You know, you're never happy that you're going to be up against Queen Jack and King Jack and 2 broadways in general where you're going to be flipping, but just find the call. And we have a flip here, guys. Could be heads up, guys, if an ace comes. Clement's obviously being all in here. Big flop for both players here, guys. 10 king. Extra outs. A lot of extra outs there for Clement. Hesh, unfortunately, looks ridiculously uncomfortable, and he bricks the turn. 30% of the time, Clement is going to hit Queen at 10, Queen at Jack at Ace of 9, and that's a 9. Unlucky Hesh. So unlucky for Hesh. He blocked one of the 9s as well. Super unfortunate. Big double up for Clement. Big double up. And Hesh now sub 10 big blinds, I believe. It's a very standard spot in terms of ranges, guys. It's just a matter of how it runs out. Just a very unfortunate one for Hesh there. But, you know, not a lot you can do. The cards are on their backs like that. Let the poker gods do their thing. Yeah, for sure hurts. Hurts more on the river than it does if you just, you know, flop 2 pair or something like that. Kind of over before you know it. It's kind of the anticipation of, you know, being so close and then spiking the 9 on the river. A little bit disgusting. Clement here now with King 7 off. Probably going to find a fold here, I guess. What happens? It's on here now. Again, pretty bad hand. Just going to be folding. Actually, on 10 big blinds. Still in it to some extent. I mean, still well in it, to be fair. 10 big blinds is more than enough here to keep your head afloat. Just, you need to be conscious that the blinds are going to come around pretty frequently, so they will eat into your stack if you don't pick up chips as you go along, or pick up them blinds and antes. It's a huge increase on most of their stacks. It's on here now with the beauty of an ace-4 suited, one of my favourite hands. Interesting call. I wonder if this is a spot where Hesh decides to go all in and Hassan potentially going to call. And it does announce all in. Pretty swift by Hassan there. But I think it's somewhat standard. I think this goes raise, 3-bet all in usually. Anyways, it's probably still going to be a call. See how this pans out, guys. It's a 4 on the flop. 6s still ahead. Not a 4 or an ace. 4 and ace, or Hesh is going to get his needed double up. 6 on the river for an improved trips set, whatever way you want to say it. But Hassan, very laid back, chill character. Hesh looked like he had the world on his shoulders there in that all in. Don't blame him. That was a pretty big flip. Well, not really a flip. Technically a decent favourite. I think it's a pretty standard call there. As I said, if that usually what happens there, you go raise, he goes sixes goes all in, and you probably still call with ace four. So limp calling it is effectively the same thing. The money went in regardless. I still prefer open raising than limping in that situation. Hesh picking up the kings here. Another premium tonight, guys. When it rains, it pours now. He's in for a raise. Clement has a playable hand, whichever way he decides to play it, as long as he doesn't fold. I think calling and 3-betting are both more than reasonable. And they look like calling chips. Hassan here going to be potentially coming along here as well. Everyone, 20 big blinds plus. Always an ace. Always an ace. Pretty nice flop though for Clement. Flops a royal flush draw. That's something small here. Hesh doesn't have to be too big, like 1.2, 2 million maybe a max. 3.6. I think he can go even smaller than this, mate. Honestly, 2 million here I think would be enough. Clement now coming in for the raise. He's actually still flipping against that against the king 10 suited. I mean, nothing he can do there except fold. Even if you had kings with the king of clubs here, you'd still have to fold. You just don't have good backdoors, and it's very polarized in this check raise here. That there's even potentially some weak ace X that will start folding here, like ace 2, ace 3 if you decided to bet that in the flop, which I don't blame him for doing. But once you face a check raise here, and a big one at that, it's pretty polarizing. Not like he has jacks or aces here, but you know, a lot of them combo draws are going to be parts of his range here that yeah, you're just like not doing great against basically. And unfortunately he has to let the kings go, but I think it's a very standard fold. And he announced the king 10 of clubs as well. Here that the blinds have gone up now, guys. Again, we have the chip counts. Clement still ahead there. You can see the new chip counts, or new chips in terms of blinds. 800k, 1.6 million, and a 1.6 million big blind ante. Talking 27 big blinds for Clement, 18 big blinds for Hassan, and 13 big blinds for Hesh. So, still some playability. These stack sizes. Been a long day, guys. Been a long ass day. Not even for me commentating, but just like for the guys playing. You're talking 13 and a half hours playing today. It's pretty long stint of time. I mean, obviously they're in a great position to be playing for this amount of money in order to be guaranteed a 10k ticket to the WSOP Main Event Europe. It's still been a long ass day, regardless. Hesh here now with the Queen Jack. Just going to go for a check, you'd imagine. I think it's going to be a standard bet here from Clement. Or you see bet with range. I don't think Hesh can defend, unfortunately, and he's just going to take down the pot. Boring, boring night, Hassan is saying. It's a long, long night, bro. It's been a long, long night. It's been a long, long day too, in fairness. A total time, I can just see it on the King's Clock on the website. It's like 14 hours of play, total play time today. And total coverage time of on Twitch itself is like 9 hours 40 minutes. So it's been a long, long day, guys. It's been a long day, and we're still three-handed. Indefinite finishing time. We shall see what way it pans out. If Hassan checking behind here with the 7-5 off. Check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Clement going to go for a little bet on the river here, or is it a little bit too thin? Good bluff, Hassan says. Good bluff, he said, good bluff. Clement folding the king 2 off. Hassan picking up the bullets. Again, this is countless times that people have picked up aces in this feature table, guys. He goes for a cheeky limp. Hesh picking up the 4 high behind. Not much you can do here except check behind. We'll see what comes on the flop though. Does he catch a piece? Does he catch a draw? And the answer is no. Check, check. Hassan playing this extremely passively. He has to bet the river here now. He has to bet the river here. Something like 2, 2.5, 3 million, something like that. And it was a chunky size by the looks of it, I believe. 3.5. Now it's just about 3/4. Unfortunately, Hassan not getting any value with the aces, but at least tried to set the trap. It didn't work out, unfortunately. Hesh moving all in. Snap fold from Clement. Clement now with the 7-6 off, limping the small blind. Hassan checking behind king 2 off. Top pair for Hassan now. With the king 2. Clement just donking out here. Well, they're not saying donking out, but just leading out here. For one bet, or sorry, min bet. Hassan improves on the turn here, guys. Don't think this is a good turn for Clement to bet. He does decide to bet. I'm surprised to see this from Clement with a 0 equity hand. Again, I get the idea behind it, but I think there's better hands in your range that, like, you could maybe fire on the turn here, and 7-6 is probably not one of them in my opinion. Quads for Hassan. Can't imagine Clement putting another penny in this pot, let's be real. Especially after him calling twice. He does give it up. Hassan probably knows that Clement is waving the white flag here, but still has to bet. Very, very hard to find any bluffs here, except maybe some missed clubs, but it's irrelevant because Clement is 7 high. Not that he can bluff catch, he literally just has to fold. No other choice. Swift fold from Clement, which is what we expected. Nice little pot there for Hassan. Clement now on the button. It's under the ace-5 offsuit. Gonna be coming in for a raise, I guess. Hassan going to be getting all the way with the Jack 4. Hesh is going with the Queen Jack here, and it's going to be a call versus Clement. Repeat of the last hand, or close to it. But Clement had the ace-9 versus Hesh's Queen Jack, or the other way around, I should say. But either way, a Hesh at risk here. Here comes the flop, peeps. It's good for the ace-5 so far, guys. No Queen or Jack, and we're going to lose Hesh, and we're going to be down to heads up. And no Jack or Queen that can be a diamond. It's only one of them that can't. That's it for Hesh. Clement stacking up chips here now. Unfortunately, to use Hesh. He played well. We're down to the last two, guys. After a long day of streaming, we're finally down to the last two players. We should see how this pans out, but Hassan in second and Clement in first. Close to a 2-1 chip lead. Very close to 1. 1.8, 1.9 to 1 chip lead. to be exact, but we're finally heads up, guys. I'm not sure how much longer it'll last, the stream itself, but it's been a long one, so for me personally, I'm not too upset to see heads up, if I'm honest. But the players are going to take a short break, guys, I think, and I will take a quick toilet break also, so we are back in 5 minutes.
Oh my days! Oh no!
I'm going to take my vitamins. Don't worry, I'm the hat-trick police.
Let's have a little look and see how many likes we're at on YouTube. 54.
What is it?
How much?
$6,800.
Is that the same jacket? I'm just checking, is it the same jacket?
What's going on?
Hang on. Might have to concede this one.
Yeah, chat saying 7K.
Yeah. Alright, 19?
19 euros. I don't think you knew it was Louis Vuitton, did you?
No, I didn't. I just saw it was a leather jacket.
Fashionista.
8-3 deuce on the flop. Espen flopping top pair. Ivan was second pair. As Henry's going to step out for just a few seconds. Going to go spend his 10 euros he's just won.
How much is that?
32. Always 32.
Small enough to deter any aggression.
8-3 deuce with 2 diamonds. Lupu with the 4-high backdoor flush draw. Gold with the 5-high backdoor flush draw. Gold, of course, rocking the gut shot as well. Does not come in, but the jack of diamonds does roll off on the turn. Espen has made 2 pair. Ivan has also made 2 pair. And Goj is the man stepping out here. 4,400 in there. He's going to rep that turn. That's 3.3k. Could buy 60% of that jacket. It's called LV Chic Leather Blouson. Sounds awesome. Sounds a little too expensive for me, as Espen, of course, makes a call.
2.3.
Whereas Malika, probably spending her winnings from last night. She was a big winner last night. She will hopefully be joining a little later on. Similarly to last night, she was not here at the beginning. She rocked up halfway through, crushed some souls, and then sailed off into the sun. We might see her later on this evening. Played very well last night, ran very well too, of course. Oh my days! Oh no! Ivan makes a boat, Espen makes a boat. There is no way this doesn't go in. Running case jacks. And Goj is in there with 6-high. 10k is the bet, boys and girls. Espen with the stone cold nuts. Ivan with the second nuts. I can't believe this has run out the way it has. Espen Classy Beef is dreaming of Vegas and the beeping Mirage right now.
8-3 don't play.
How plays?
No, I'm just trying to explain. Like
Mr. Cobain coming back into the booth. What timing, Henry? We've got boat over 6-high. Goj in there firing for 10k with 6-high. And it's come running jacks, Henry. What do you think about that?
Disgusting run out.
There's the all-in from Espen. Ivan snap rejams.
No, I told you to fold, yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Jack.
Nuts against second nuts.
That's insane. Wow. And I'm bluffing with 5-6.
Wow.
Wow.
Truly incredible.
What is going on?
Is the Elkie still standing?
In these games, come on. No more needles, mate. You won your 29 euros. Must be nice. Indeed, KML. 122,000 euro pot.
All right, guys, and welcome back to the heads-up coverage. The final table of the German poker days. Clement and Hassan battling for the title. See how this pans out. I think my money is on Clement. I'm not going to lie. I think he's been I'm not going to say the far better player, but just for me personally, I think he's just probably overall a more experienced player, I should say. But that's absolutely not to take anything away from Hassan to get to this point. I'm sure he's done fantastic things along the way to get to here, as everyone else did. But for sure, I think Clement probably has some form of an advantage over him. Clement defending there now, the 8-6 off versus Hassan's King 3. Bit of a delay on the graphics here, guys. Just give us a moment. Here we go. Pretty big bet there from Hassan. I don't think Clement is going to be going anywhere. Can't no calling chips. Looks like it. It is indeed a call. I think it's very standard. Hassan has been known and shown to bet and to give up when he doesn't really want to continue bluffing. We shall see how this pans out. Obviously extra outs for Clement now. His equity improves. Hassan has shown that characteristic to give up after he gets caught bluffing, or his bluff doesn't work on the flop or on one street. Doesn't seem to follow through on turns or the follow-up on the bet for the rivers. And he gives up again, which I think is whatever. I think Clement, very standard call there on the flop. You call all in. We did see Hassan pull that big bluff against Clement. They were three-handed. We did see bet the flop. It went check, check, turn. Clement checks the river. Hassan bets. Maybe 3/4 pot. And Clement folded third pair, I think, if I remember correctly. Relatively good bluff catcher. But he folded that time. Off here now for Clement. He just open rips the 14 bigs of Hassan, shows the ace king suited. More than good enough to go all in there. Might be some argument to actually just raise because of how well it plays post flop. But shoving there can't be that bad either. Clement will have some traps that will call immediately if he decides to limp them sort of hands as traps for Hassan to go all in like he did. But obviously with 10-2 off, it's going to be a snap fold. Hassan now picking up another solid hand here. Maybe just decides to open jam this as well, but I think this has too much playability. But unfortunately, he does go all in. Doesn't get called. There's a lot more value to be had than just open ship and them sort of hands, by the way. But Hassan is going to play his game. I think Hasn't been opening them. Obviously, the Ace King suited was different, but that Ace Queen I think should be a normal raise first in and not an open jam. He has like 17 or 18 big blinds, so it's not exactly shallow in terms of that. So I think just like raising them sort of hands is going to be pretty beneficial as well. Clement limping on the button here. All players missed the flop. Clement having position. Clement having aggression. Hassan leading, donking on this flop. It's going to work. It's going to work, and he takes down that pot. Five of diamonds here for Hassan. Come in for a call by the looks of it, yes. Clement probably just going to check this behind. Nice flop here for Hassan, flop and trips, but pretty easy check fold for Clement. Ten hours into the stream here, guys. Started with 54 players today. If ever we're playing down to the winner. So 10 hours into coverage, but these players have been playing for a lot longer than I've been commentating. Well, about 14 hours, 14 and a half hours playing at this stage. It's been a long, long day for the guys on the felt. Long, long day for myself in the commentary booth. But I've thoroughly enjoyed it. All players here with 6-5. Hassan, or sorry, Clement coming in for a bet here. Hassan snapping, well, I should say, calling pretty quickly. And interesting turn card brings in double gutters for both players. I don't think Hassan is going to check fold this. Can't imagine Clement is going to check this back either. I think this is too good of a hand to just possibly triple barrel off. I'm not going to lie, I'm surprised to see that check back. Very surprised. I mean, I don't think you're ever going to get check jammed on that frequently, so if that's the case, then you know, you should probably just barrel these hands. You're not going to get blown off your equity that easily, or that often, I should say. Plus, there's a bunch of river cards you can probably bluff. This would have been one of them, to be fair, but, you know. And now you have to fold. So it's a game of cat and mouse there on the turn, really. I don't mind this check back for what it's worth. It's nice to have them in your check back range, that when you actually get there on the river, you can just, you know, you have them nuts in your range. But I think against Hassan, being a more passive profile, probably has a tendency to, you know, overfold some spots due to inexperience and not realizing the thresholds he should be defending, minimum. He's probably just going to fold past his range that others might call, etc. All that sort of stuff. So I'd rather barrel the 6-5 there in Clements' shoes, but I think he would have called either way. But in saying that, bluffing that river would have been nice. It's on here now, coming in for a call, I think, by the looks of it. Oh, that's a big raise. My apologies. Clement here now. It's a big raise. It's a min. Just again, the amount of chip value, that's like 3.6 million or 3.3 million with the blinds. Actually, the big blind is 1.6. It's only a min raise. Clement defending. Off his ace high. Good shot for Hassan. Not much going on for Clement. Standard bet here from Hassan. Just gonna have to fold here, Clement. There's not much you can do, bro. Both players are chipping away at each other, guys. That's what I'm kind of seeing. A few pots going back and forth, nothing too much involving a big shift in the pendulum in terms of chips being on one side of the table. Seems pretty on par to me so far. Even the standard of play has been pretty fierce in terms of just good play. Very good play. See there, obviously 29 big blinds Clement has, and then 25 for Hassan, so it's not much in between them. Let me take one pre-flop cooler to really set things up. Post-flop cooler can happen also. Either way, these stacks are not exactly shallow, but they're far from deep. All players have flush draws here. Hassan having the dominating club. Flop goes check, check, which I don't mind. 4 to a straight now on the turn. I think Hassan has been doing this a lot tonight in terms of a check, check on the flop. He seems to be just hammering the turn, which I like. In terms of, do we still call with the 8 of clubs here? I mean, I'm not sure, honestly. I don't think we should, personally, and he doesn't. It's nice to check back and realise our equity versus, you know, potentially c-betting the flop and then getting check raised and still having to fold anyways. But once we check back the flop, it's nice. But again, facing that turn bet, yeah, we have a club, but facing that sizing, we can just dodge that, I think, and just fold. We're basically going to have better hands to call there, is the point I'm trying to make. We just don't need to be calling that part of our range, even though we have that club. I think some people might make that mistake. famous 7 Dewey for Hassan. And now both these guys are more or less level on chips for what it's worth. 28 and 29 big blinds. And Clement, I believe, had nearly a 2-to-1 chip lead at the start of this, so Hassan has crawled his way back to being even in chips, which is definitely not a bad thing to say. Offsuit ace-x here for Clement on the button. We're defend here with the 10-2 suited. I think it's okay, heads up. Both players whiff, but it's going to be the one that's going to be aggressive that takes this, and I imagine Clement is going to be c-betting this probably all the time. He's already had his cards in the muck before Clement announced any of his action. Yeah, I mean, my money is still on Clement, I'm not going to lie, but heads up is a funny game. It can go one way very, very quickly. It can come back that way again, so I still think Clement is going to outlast him. Again, this is just my personal opinion. Hassan now with King Queen. I think he's going to come in for a raise here, something like 3.3 million. It seems to be his magic number. It looks like that again. 3.8 even, a little bit bigger. This is going to be a call from Clement. See what the flop brings. Eight high. Somewhat interesting flop. A jack would be a very interesting turn card, no? A jack would be the nut turn card. A non-jack of hearts. Fortunately not the jack. Jack would have been a killer though. All players checking here again, which I don't mind. Clement improves to a straight. Improves to a straight, but the flush completes. Hassan has the king of clubs. 5.2 million. What? Hassan, did you just call there? That was a bit ambitious, Hassan. I hope the graphics are correct there. Calling with the king of clubs and not doing anything else. That happened. Wow. Very surprised to hear that, or to see that. Maybe Hassan thought he had something else. I'm a little bit confused by the king of clubs, only calling with the king of clubs and not doing anything else. Hello, there's any kind of deal, or are they playing 20k heads up at 9 AM? They are playing 20k heads up at 9 AM over LOL. That's the truth. So basically, all of them got a 10k ticket. Top 4 guys. Well, you can see the payouts anyway. It's just above your comment. But yeah, they're playing for 20k heads up. And I'm here commentating on it. Yeah, 20k pay jump. That's exactly what it is, guys. The top 4 places got a WSOP e-ticket worth 10k. So the total package, including the ticket, is 58k. Up top, exactly, including the ticket. Is this going to be the spot where people go broke, guys? That's Hassan. I didn't see your comment, Anto. I'm better man to commentate it. Good to see you drop by, bro. This is an interesting spot, guys. I think this could be an all-in. I mean, I assume this goes in. I mean, maybe I can see some calls in Clemens' kind of shoes here, but maybe he just wants to run it. Like, I don't think he's ever 3-bet bluffing here, Hassan. So if that's the case, you just kind of have to weigh up your options, how King Jack is playing against his kind of premiums. I mean, I don't know. I don't think this is ever in that bad a shape. He does decide to go with it, and this is going to be an all-in and a call, guys. See how this pans out. Could this be it? Could I finally get to go to bed? What a dream spot for me.
I hope you'll win.
I hope he wins too, because then I get to go to bed. 10 hours deep into this stuff. I can't. This is too much at this stage. This is the hand anyways, guys. King Jack wins here. Hassan going to be finishing in second. See what happens. There's no King or Jack there, unfortunately. Brick on the turn. King or a Jack. Or Hassan will be getting his double up. Hassan can't see the river card. No, and it's a picture card, but it's a queen. I don't get to go to bed. It's crazy at this stage. Madness. Degenerate stuff altogether. It is literally degenerate stuff. They're playing heads up for 20k. I never realized that. I know there was a big pay jump from like 5th to 4th for like 15k, because including the price of the ticket. So it was like a 15k pay jump. Well, yeah, this is technically a 20k pay jump. Or 20k heads up match, yeah. Hassan getting a very, very important double up there. Clement might feel the pinch of that now, unfortunately, but I think he's smart enough to stay composed and not let that get the better of him. Hassan, being the baller that he is, taking down that big pot, winning a flip when he needed to win one. On here now with the King Jack off. Might be tempted to open jam this, but I think his opponent isn't that short. Check behind for Clement. yeah, Coral. It's quite the interesting dynamic, and you wouldn't know anything about this unless it was live stream on Twitch. But clearly, this is happening every single day of the week. It's just not publicized. Well, yeah, it's pretty sick for a €200 buy-in. It's like a 300k guarantee, 310 was the total prize pool. They smashed the guarantee, which is always nice. They also added 4 WSOP tickets to everyone that finished in the top 4, or to the players that finished in the top 4, I should say. So that added an extra 10k incentive for the top 4 finishers, which is nice. See Clement there going for the check raise, but it's going to be the end of the hand. 214 hands into this, guys. Suited here for Clement. Hassan is going to check behind. Pretty decent flop for Hassan. Pity Clement doesn't catch any of it. It's difficult to do it when you caught so much of it. Called pretty quickly there again. When somebody calls that quickly, it's usually top pair and stuff like that. This might be tempting for Clement to continue betting here, but it's never ideal. He decided to check it back, which I don't mind him doing. Don't blame him at all. There's going to be a lot of ace-x in Hassan's check call range as well, so he needs to be aware of that. And unfortunately, Hassan is reaching for a lot of chips, to say the least. But we all know here that are tuned in, it's not gonna come to anything, no matter what he bets. Not going to get paid, unfortunately. Nice hand regardless, Hassan. The blinds are going up as well, people, so extra pressure. Blinds are going up to 1 million, 2 million. See here, Hassan 31 big blinds, Clement 16. So they're both they're not short stacks here for what it's worth. Obviously Hassan has a 2-1 chip lead at the moment, but start the heads up, Clement had the 2-1 chip lead. So the roles have completely reversed. And I can tell you one thing, that can happen very easily again. Potentially something even worse. One player might get knocked out altogether, but either way, heads up poker is high variance in terms of when two hands come across each other. All players don't want to let them go, usually anyways. Hassan decides to call here. Clement's just going to be checking behind here pretty happily. See what this flop brings. It's King 6. Hassan improves to a pair of 9s here, but might just decide to get this to showdown. But he strangely bets. Not the first time we've seen him do this, where he's bet third pair when they check to him twice. He just maybe better off checking on that board texture in particular, but that takes it down regardless. Nice little ace-5 offset here for Clement. Oh, is this the time? Is this it, guys? Is this the moment we've been waiting for? Hassan. See, this is so casual. He says call with the 2 queens. Is this the time, guys? Is this my time? Or do we have to wait again? I know I picked Clement to win the heads up outright, but I also kind of want to go to bed. But ace on the flop, pain central. Ace incoming indeed. Always an ace. Hurts. Queen and a queen only for Hassan. Or we're going to go back, as I said already, to a 2-1 chip lead, but in Clement's favour. That's what happens. Hassan, being the gentleman that he is, says nice hand to Clement. It's twice now. Hassan has lost. Well, I suppose he won the 9s against the King Jack, so obviously it's still not nice to have queens against ace-5 and for the opponent to hit an ace. But that's the way it crumbles sometimes. All you can do is continue getting it in good and let the cards fall as they may after that. But you can see now the blinds have gone up, guys, where there's going to be a little bit more open shoving, whatever else comes with that. Another spot there where I thought my bedtime was coming. Both times I was let down. Both times I was let down. 10.5 hours coming into it now, guys. Coverage of this final table, feature table, started with 54 players. We're down to the final 2. It's been a long day, but longer ones for the players. Hassan giving up the 9-2 there. Oh, Clement with the Cowboys getting no action. Lucky and unlucky from both parties. Clement looking down at 2 ladies. 2 premiums back to back is always nice. Comes in for a raise. Oh, we hear an all in from Hassan. Oh, 10-8, he's had a blow up. Why do this, sir? I mean, I want to go to sleep. Hassan wants to go to sleep. You're not alone, bro. The man just wants to go to sleep. He's had enough. That's the best one yet. This could be it, guys. I have a feeling this one could be it. Good flop for the queens. That's it, guys. We have a winner. Clement is our champion of German Poker Day. Gives a big hug to Hassan. I'm going to give you maybe 2 more minutes of my time, guys, and I'm going to bounce in. So I'll just see how this pans out with the cameras going out and all that jazz. But I think my job is done finally. 10.5 hours of a stream. So I think without further ado, guys, appreciate anyone that's tuned in this long. I'm not sure it's been the same guys the whole time, but either way, I appreciate your time, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care.
What kind is this, eh?